Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Right up until 6 o'clock today. Got a couple basketball guests. A couple of my buddies. Travis Schlenk. I'm not even sure. I'll have to ask him what his title is. He was the assistant GM for the Warriors for a couple of their titles. Then he went to Atlanta. Became the GM, then president of basketball operations, and from there he went to Washington, where he is. I don't know. I'll ask him.
I could tell. You could ask me. I would have told you.
Okay, what is he?
Well, now you can wait and ask him. I'm not gonna tell you.
All right.
VP of player. You turn your heads out. You take your headphones out so I can tell everybody else. He's a VP of player personnel. That's what he is.
Cool.
All right.
Yeah. Very good.
Nailed it.
That was worth waiting for.
That was good, yeah.
Yeah, and then the head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr, will join us 4:50. Travis will join us at 3:50. That was some of my favorite times traveling with the Warriors in the playoffs, and then after the games on the road, Travis, myself, and Danny Martinez, who was his title, something PR. He was under Raymond Ritter, and then he went to Atlanta when Travis went to Atlanta, and he's like head of PR. And all that entails for the Hawks. And I got a chance to see him. He came with the Hawks when they played the Warriors in town, came back to visit some family and just hang out. He was traveling with the team too. So it was great to see Danny, and we'd always go grab beers after the games or on the road and stuff like that. So that was a lot of fun. So the good dudes, really, really good dudes, and Travis is a great guy. So it's always fun talking to him. And then the head coach in New York today, off day after a nice win against the Wizards, who just stink, by the way. That team's awful. Again, not a lot of redeeming qualities with that team right now.
It's tough for the Wiz, man.
Sorry, Trav. You get your work cut out for you there, but they had his work cut out for him when he went to Atlanta too, so he'll figure it out. He's a good basketball guy. So we'll get into that, get a little, if you want to get into some baseball, talk about the Giants. If you want to get into spring training, just let us know, and let me know, so then I'll take my headsets off and I'll go fix a sandwich or something.
So you want to talk spring?
And then when you get done, then I'll come back.
Come on back, yeah.
I don't mind talking Giants. If it's spring, I could care less about spring training. I just don't. I've been fooled too many times early on, and I should have known, because I knew that even preseason basketball doesn't mean anything. It means a little something. Guys on the fringes. Hell, it was important to me when I played. That's how I end up getting on the radar and kind of making the team. Although most of that's in practice. There's so much practice. And football's the same way. I just don't care if a guy is incredible during preseason or spring training. It just doesn't resonate with me, because I've seen guys do it before. Then all of a sudden you're like, oh, I'm pumped about this guy. And then you see the regular season, you're like, oh, okay, yeah.
Well, you didn't think Brian Dallimore was gonna hit 500 in the bigs?
No, I didn't.
After that Cactus League batting title, no, you weren't high on that. You know what's funny is back in the day when I was a kid, and the Warriors were playing at Oracle Arena, they used to hold that open practice near the end of the preseason. Mm-hmm. It was it might have been the last it was sort of like an open practice. You come and watch them. They'd scrimmage, and none of the, quote, big guys would ever play. And this was I'm talking, this is 2002 maybe, 2003, before the We Believe Warriors even. And it's funny is back then, preseason meant something to me. Those practices meant something because you always kind of knew there's one or two spots left on the bottom of the roster. The G League or the D League is what it was called to some extent back then. It was not operating at the level it's operating at now. You weren't looking at prospects in the same way. So for me as a Warrior fan as a kid, it was all about, unfortunately, draft lottery. the draft itself, and then which kind of guys can you get? I remember Mark Jackson, the center, hit like a half-court shot at that practice one year. Then he made the team, and my buddy bitched and moaned all year. He's like, he only made the team because that one half-court shot he made. I was like, I think he probably did some other stuff to make the team. I don't think the coaching staff. I don't think Musselman was like, man, you see that? See that half-court shot he made? We'll get into a half-court shot a little bit later from the Cavs too. But the Wizards, in terms of teams that, and we said this on this road trip, you got to beat the Wizards there. That's a must-have win. Yeah. And we'll talk about this a little bit later. We talked to Steve Kerr, and we'll play that for you, as you said, at 4:50. But Warriors now with Chris Paul back. I know they didn't have Andrew Wiggins last night because of the personal reasons he was out with. Yep. But for the last 3 games of this road trip, and I think you said you don't want to jinx it. You're not a jinx guy, but this is as healthy as I can remember this team being, or as complete of a unit where everybody's there. I know we're waiting for Wiggins to come back, but it's not a health thing. Draymond being suspended numerous times. Pair that with Gary Payton seems like he's had a really rough go of things this year, from illnesses to little nicks and cuts, and then Chris Paul going down. Steph's had to carry a huge load. And so it's maybe the most impressive thing to me that they're playing their best basketball of the year in a stretch where Steph is playing his worst.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice when – I mean, it's not nice to see him shoot that way. I'm sure he wouldn't categorize it that way. But it is nice to see him have off games against those type of teams.
Sure.
Like the Hornets, they stink too. I'm not sure if you saw what the Hornets did in the first half against the Blazers last night. They had 29 points against the Warriors in the first half. That was a season low for a half of basketball in the NBA. Well, they topped that last night. Topped it? I don't know if they topped it or bottomed it. I'm not sure how to categorize that.
If it was golf, they topped it, yeah.
Yeah, 25. They jumped to 20, a smooth 25 against the Blazers.
That's a quarter. That should be one quarter.
In the
like 10 years ago.
No, that wasn't the Blazers. That was against the Bucks. Yeah, 25. I think they went 10 and 15 in the quarters. I was like, because I looked at the score, it was like third quarter, and they had 39 points. 39? It's like midway through the third, and they had 39 points. So I just wanted to look and see what they had box score, and I was like, holy cow. I go, they just dropped like 25 points in the first half. Yeah, I'm going to look at it right now. 123-85 was the final. Yeah, 15 16, excuse me. I shortchanged them. They had 26. Still set a new season low for a half.
The Hornets scored 16.
And then a 10.
They scored 10 points in the second quarter.
Yeah, scored half, 58-26.
Oh, man. 7 and 22 on the road.
Like, do we have to come back out for the second half? I mean, is there any point here? This thing is like gonzo. I mean, they lost by 38 points and outscored the Bucks by 9 in the fourth quarter. So they're down 47 going into the 47 going into the fourth. So yeah, that's a bad. So anyway, my point is
you got to beat these teams.
Steph shooting bad. It didn't matter against those teams. Like, those teams are so bad, it really didn't matter. I don't know if him shooting better would have resulted in a win against the Nuggets, although we chronicled that yesterday. He's had his issues with the Nuggets. I haven't gone back. I need to go back and look at last year, but he's really struggled against them.
I went back. Remember we went over it where we said he was like minus?
You did. It was still minuses, but he had that one good game.
He missed one against them last year. His first game against them, which was like in the first week of the season last year.
Yeah.
He had a pretty good game, and I think he went for 35 or something. I'll pull it up again. But then, you go down. He might have missed the second one, and then they're 0-4 against them this year. If you go to the last 2 of last season, they were both awful performances. One of them was kind of mirrored what we saw the other night from him.
Yeah, no, exactly. And then, look, it's tough because it's hard to beat those teams, even when Steph's playing really well. Yeah. But if he doesn't, then it's really difficult. But you can deal with him having an off shooting night and not playing as well offensively against those teams. Against New York tomorrow, we'll see. I mean, I don't know if Jalen Brunson's playing. He missed last game. Man, that's a walking wounded right now. The Knicks, Anunoby and Randall have missed a bunch of games recently. Brunson's banged up now, so you might be catching them at the right time. And hey, look, I always say it's fun when everyone's fully loaded because you get the best basketball. At this point, it's like whatever. We'll take what we get. You can get everybody's hurt. That gives the Warriors a better chance of winning. That's fine. We're good with that. Now, when it comes to the playoffs, as a basketball fan, I want to see everyone as healthy as they can be because I want to see the best basketball in the playoffs, and I want to see teams move on, not based on some of their teams losing players, but because they're better than those teams. But yeah, you mentioned Wiggins. He's not hurt. He just personal reasons. But yeah, if he's back, I think that's everybody. Like, I think everybody, again, knock on wood, but I think everybody's like good to go. And I don't know that they've had that for many games this year. You mentioned the injuries and the suspensions they've had. I mean, I'd have to go back and look to see like how many games they've had.
How many lineups
everybody
they've had, right? Yeah,
available. And now it's different because even if they might have had everyone available early in the season, Podziemski wasn't what Podziemski is. Kuminga wasn't what Kuminga is. So those two guys are totally different players than they were the first month or so of the season. So yeah, it's just a different team right now. It's a much better team, and it'll be fun to see what they have. I mean, like what they can do in the last month and a half of the season. It's going to be. It's been fun basketball to watch, and I can't wait to see what happens toward the end of the season. I guarantee you this, and I know this is kind of cliche to say it, but I wouldn't want to play these guys if I were 1 or 2 seed. If they're like kind of rolling, and you know what they're capable of, and they have one of the best players in the league. Like I don't want to play that team as a 1 or 2. I feel like. I mean, then again, if you're a 1 or 2 in the Western Conference, you're not getting any freebies this year. You're going to play somebody where it's like, oh, thanks. We're the 1 or 2. A nice reward we just got having to play these guys. But, yeah, I wouldn't want to go up against this team.
Yeah, Warriors as healthy as they've been all season long. By the way, just an update on the health for tomorrow. Jalen Brunson officially questionable for tomorrow night. And Andrew Wiggins has already been ruled out again. He's going to miss the game tomorrow with personal reasons. So we are saying they're as complete as they've been, but they still are without Wiggins now.
Yes,
for tomorrow. But it'd be great. I mean, if who knows? Maybe he returns in Toronto in a couple of days tomorrow or day after tomorrow. Which
that's his home. I know he's from Canada.
He's from Canada. Toronto? I don't know if he's from Toronto. I don't know. He's from Canada, but I want to say I don't know if everybody always says that. I feel like people have said that when the trade deadline was going around. They were like, "Hey, Toronto could be a place for him," but
kind of sounds right. I feel like
sounds good.
Yeah, I mean, it just kind of feels like I just say Toronto or Montreal, and you're probably pretty close. You can go, suburbs. He's suburbs.
And maybe that's part of a plan. Maybe he went. I mean, who knows? Where's he from, Derek? Thornhill. Like, come on, I don't know where Thornhill is. Derek's giving me like neighborhoods in Canada, dude. He's like, yeah, dude. He's right off the.
You want to know the address? Yeah, 4247 Thornhill.
He's like right off the 37 highway.
Oh yeah,
the highway.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
I know exactly where that's at.
Oh, okay, yeah. Thornhill. By the way, he didn't look that up. He walked into.
It says here, birthplace Toronto. Ontario.
Yeah, why don't you read a book, Derek? He's from Toronto.
That's what I have.
Read a book. I don't want to hear it. Don't save it. I don't want to hear it. Tolbert and Combs with you on a Wednesday afternoon. We are streaming twitch.tv/thesportsleader, YouTube, KNBR.com, and the KNBR app. Warriors with a win yesterday against the Wizards. We'll talk to Travis Schlenk, the VP of Player Personnel for the Washington Wizards, former assistant GM of the Warriors. We'll do that at 3:50, and the head coach of the Warriors, Steve Kerr, joins us at 4:50. When we come on back, we'll get into a little bit more of the game from yesterday, but before we do that, Tom, when I say jelly, you say roll. Jelly Roll is coming back to SAP.
You didn't give me a chance anymore. You just cut me off.
Because we're going to say Sedano, and then Tim was going to play that stupid sound.
Yeah, I know.
George Sedano.
Oh, there you asked for it.
I mocked it pretty good, too. George Sedano.
You did. Very nice.
Jelly Roll, not George Sedano. George Sedano. Jelly Roll is coming back to SAP Center on September the 3rd, 2024. If you tune in all week long between now and 6 o'clock, 2 to 6, we'll give you the cue to call. Be caller 10 to the studio, 415-896-KNBR, and you can be the winner of those tickets furnished by Live Nation. Get the rules at KNBR.com. Tim, what's our Jelly Roll cue to call today?
All that jelly and no toast.
All that jelly and no toast. Alligators are ornery because they got all them teeth and no toothbrush.
All that jelly and no toast.
You heard that sound by caller 10 to the studio, 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. All right, when we come on back, a little bit more on the Warriors win in Washington, the healthiest they've been all season long. Some thoughts on Moses Moody's first start since December 12th. He played 23 minutes, had 13 points. You talked about that yesterday, Tom, that Steve likes to go deeper on the bench so that you're not messing up multiple rotations, and it worked out for the Dubs yesterday. Another good performance for Klay Thompson as well. That's all coming up. Tolbert and Copes, 808 KNBR is the number to call, only here on the Sports Leader. Warriors dominated their first of this East Coast road trip with a win last night over the Wizards, 123-112. There's more on that story. It's trending, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Poole, corner three is offline. And Klay Thompson hits a three. Continuing his work off the bench. Biggest Warrior lead of the night is right now. That was a big bucket. Chris Paul, they leave him alone, and he buries a three. He's smiling like, you can't believe me that open. Shot clock at 5. Klay Thompson three is perfect. So Klay's got 14 with 4 made threes. Just a pure jumper, but he makes it look so easy. It's not. Poole turns it over again. Yeah, Poole's going to be called for a carry.
So the highlight package ended. Dude, you guys are dirty. And Poole's going to be called for a carry. Now back to Tolbert and Copes here on KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Poole's going to be called for a carry.
Did him dirty. Like it was a highlight there for the Dubs. Dubs get a win last night over the Washington Wizards, 123-112. What were your thoughts on the Moses Moody performance? I thought he looked really good. And Steve, I mean, he's told us this all year long. I want to say he said it last year, and I think he's been really impressed with his growth. Last year, he did what you've been talking about for 2 seasons for young players, and that's streamlining their abilities around the Hall of Famers. Streamlining, which you say is guard somebody, grab a rebound, just do 1 to 2 things well consistently, and you can help the team. And things like that often help the team momentum-wise. Obviously, it's extra possessions and whatnot. But for him to just slot in like this, that's got to be – what does that do for a coach, man, to have a guy that's this young who hasn't started in 2.5 months, and you put him in there and you're like, cool, I can rely on this guy to do what he did last night.
It's huge when you know you can call on guys and they'll be ready. It's hard. It is hard not playing and then all of a sudden playing 20 minutes. Like, it is not easy because you're mentally staying ready, but then you don't have game reps. So you got to get out there, and that's why I say simplify, streamline. Just do the basics. You don't need to go overboard with stuff. There's a bunch of guys out there that can do that, especially when you don't get consistent minutes. That again, and it's tough to stay mentally ready too. And I give Moses a lot of credit. He seems to always be mentally ready. Like, he's okay. Like, he wants to play as much as anybody, and I'd like to see him play more. The problem is, and everybody needs to understand this, when you're screaming this guy should play more, it's much like the All-Star game. When I say, well, okay, if so-and-so got snubbed, somebody's coming off the team. Now tell me who you're going to take off. Same thing with minutes. Somebody gets minutes, somebody loses minutes. So who should lose minutes for the Warriors? And that's kind of the problem, if it is a problem, that they have, is they have, like, guys, all those guys can play. It's just who's going to lose minutes? Who's going to, how do you divvy them all up and try to keep everybody happy? This isn't like the old NBA. Like, when I played, you had 11th and 12th guys that rarely played. That was just their role. In case you had injuries, in blowouts, stuff like that. Kind of like a mop-up pitcher, where, you know, if it's 5 runs one way or the other, you get in and get some work. And that was going to be the role. But he wasn't going to be in tight games. Well, you used to have 11th, 12th guys, maybe even 10th guys, that just didn't play a whole lot. And that was their role. And everybody had a defined role. You had your starters, your 6th guy, your 7th, 8th guy, and maybe the 9th guy played a little bit. And then after that, I mean, it was slim pickings. It really was. Now, with a lot of these teams, and especially with the Warriors, you have a bunch of guys who can play. Good, in that you have a bunch of guys that can play. Problematic is that you have a bunch of guys that want to play and deserve to play. Like, I think Moses deserves to play, but then again, it comes down to, okay, if he's playing, who's not playing? Who do you not want to play? Because, you know, he can play the wing spot where you have Wiggins, you have Kuminga, although I think Kuminga's more of a 4 now. I think that's kind of where he's established, more of a 4. You have Klay, that's going to get minutes there. You have Pajemski that's going to get minutes there. And whoever you want to have as a 2 when Steph and Chris Paul play together. That's another. And I'm considering wings in this, 2s and 3s. So it's hard. I mean, it's hard. You're starting to, you start looking around and thinking, okay, well, who do we want to take minutes away from? I mean, Klay's going to get his more often than not. Wiggins going to get his more often than not. Pajemski's going to get his more often than not. Chris, or we'll call Steph a 2 when he's in there with Chris. He's always going to get his minutes. And then there's only 48 minutes in a basketball game. So, okay, now we're going to go from there. I mean, the one guy that's interesting, I'll see if he continues to get minutes, is Saric. He's really scuffled, but he does serve a purpose. Like, when he's playing good, earlier in the season, you saw it.
You understand what his point, what the reason is that he's out there, right?
Yeah, the reason he's out there is he'll rebound. He understands how to play. He spaces and does that kind of stuff. And when he's going right, he can shoot it. And if you try to switch off on him, he can take smaller guys in the box, and he can work a little bit. The problem is he's not super quick laterally. He's not great on defense. They target him a lot when he's out there on defense. So if he's not providing the spacing by hitting shots, then you're probably losing more than you're gaining when he's out there. And I think having Chris Paul being out really hurt him, because he was so good with Chris Paul. I was trying to find a stat, and I couldn't find it, but what his field goal percentage was when Chris Paul was active, and then what it was when he went through the month or so with the broken hand. Like, because it seemed like I was joking that every 3 he made, I think, was assisted by Chris Paul. Like, they had a nice little 1-5 pick and roll going, and then that kind of got lost in the mix and threw him out of rhythm a little bit, and, he hasn't been the same. So, but you have him. 4-5. Kuminga's a 4. Draymond's 4-5. Looney's a 5. TJD's a 5. I mean, so you just got all these guys that, again, it's a good problem, but it is a problem. It's like having two good quarterbacks. It's great, but it's not great because two guys deserve to play. So it's like now you have this. I think it's always better. Like when coaches say, "Oh yeah, I love having a bunch of great play. Give me as many good players as possible." Yeah, I mean that sounds good, but from a reality standpoint, it's harder to deal with like off the field because you have some guys that don't want to play those roles or bitching about playing, think that they should be playing. I always thought it's nice to have maybe some lesser talent, but have the roles kind of defined. So everyone knows where they are, and everyone's cool with where they are. Like, yeah, this is fine. I want more. I'm going to keep working to get more, but I understand where Coach is coming from and where I'm at right now. So, that's kind of what, and you'll hear Steve talk about this later on. We asked him about Chris and Klay being on the bench and how important that's going to be. And how consequential how they handle it will be for the rest of the team. Because if they handle it and they handle their roles, and I'm not talking about coming off the bench, I'm talking about some games where they might not play at the end of the game. Because I think, and we've talked about this, that it's going to be kind of a floating lineup, a closing lineup. Now, I think you'll have one that you'd like to stick with and you want to stick with, but some nights Klay might not have it. He might not be in there. Some nights Chris Paul might not have it. He might not be in there. And how they handle it will really be either beneficial to the team or could hurt the team if they say, oh, these guys aren't handling it well. So the professionalism will be a key, and I think they can do it. Will they do it? I'm not sure, but we will see. But yeah, I mean, I think Moody, to your point, Moody going in there and starting and playing like he did last night, just kind of shows you how deep this team is.
Steve said that at the start of the year. Remember that?
Yes.
He said this might be one of the deepest. And I don't want to say I scoff, but I remember thinking like, well, we haven't. So much of that is unproven to me. I mean, Kuminga today is nowhere near the same player he was. No. Game 2 or 5 or 10 or whatever. Yeah. And Moody is just sort of steady as she goes, which to your point adds depth here. What it also does is if you're healthy when you get to the playoffs, you get the options to match up guys, right? And when you know you can rely on a guy who hasn't played for some time and you can plug him in and play. I remember one time Jeff Weaver for the Yankees hadn't pitched in a game between like the World Series. They put him on the World Series roster against the Marlins in 2003, and I don't think he'd pitched since like mid-September in a game. They put him in, and I want to say he was pulling balls, throwing them in the dirt. There was a bunch of wild pitches. I'm thinking, how can a guy step into this situation when he hasn't played for this amount of time? They say it with pinch hitters all the time, or pitchers. Guys have to, Gabe Kapler would say, he has to touch the mound. But when Steve can tap a guy like this and know, hey, just for a 2-game stint or a 3 or 4-game stint, we need you to step in and you're going to give us consistent play. I think that does wonders, not just for the depth, but for his ability to trust a player and to mix and match when he knows he needs to give somebody a break or match up a player here with a team that he's going to be a better fit against.
Yeah. I mean, look, and there's a lot of people on the YouTube channel that are asking if we're going to have Steve, yes, at 4:50.
4:50, Steve Kerr joins us.
We recorded Steve earlier on, so Steve will be with us at 4:50. I told Steve, whatever you want. You want to go out tonight? You don't want to hang around hotel. We get it. We're here for you, Steve. That's what we do.
Should have asked him if he stayed in a different hotel now.
Just give us a kickback. You can afford it now. Steve will be on with us at 4:50. But it's like having sitting a guy on the bench in baseball for like a month.
Exactly.
And then saying, hey, we need you for Ford Bassett, and he goes and gets you maybe a hit and a sacrifice, like a quality at bats. Like, that's really tough to do. And I know it's apples and oranges here because baseball's even tougher than basketball, doing nothing and then going in there and getting hits. But that's kind of what you hope to have. Like, guys stay ready mentally, physically, and then when you call on them, they can perform for you. They can give you what you expect out of them. And again, you ask any guy who's a bench guy in baseball, role player in basketball, it's not easy. Because first off, you got to stay mentally ready because you're not sure when you're going to play. You just go into every game hoping you'll play, but thinking I'm probably not going to play. But you still have to put in your work. You still have to go through your pregame routine as if you're going to play every single time, and usually you're disappointed in the game because you didn't play that game. And then the next day, you got to do it again. Make sure I'm eating right. Make sure I'm getting my rest. And there's a lot of times you'll think, why am I doing this? I want to go out tonight. I don't feel like eating right.
Pop-Tarts and a quart of milk, right? That's what you're saying?
Exactly. Yeah. I didn't eat right from the get-go. So,
so you just stayed on that same path.
But
like, this
exactly.
Is
I was
what got
like,
me here,
I'm not
Coach.
playing or not. Yeah, I can make me eat like crap. Fantastic. This is going to work out well for me.
Routine man.
But it's not easy to kind of just keep your mind right and just keep saying, okay, I may not play, but everything other than the game, I'm going to treat as if I'm playing every single game. That's what you have to do. And it is not easy because you can get down. Everybody wants to play. I hate when people say, one of my least favorite things is when people say, oh, I'd go sit on the bench for $1 million a year. Well, yeah, you would because you suck. I mean, you're not good. So, of course, you would sit on the bench for $1 million a year. It basically would be like having season tickets, getting to travel with the team, staying in great hotels, knowing that you have zero game, but still get $1 million. And you get a uniform to boot, probably 4 of them now. So you'd be like, cool, that's great.
4 of them
But
now.
everybody that's in the league wants to play. They feel like they can play. They've earned the right to play. There is nobody in that league that is happy being on the bench getting paid. Because if they were, they wouldn't be in the league. Because you would not have the drive, the desire, or the talent to be there. So no one is happy with it. Moses Moody I guarantee you, is not happy with his role. So I give him really high marks for staying ready and being able to do what he did yesterday in Washington. That, again, not easy to do. And his mind seemingly is always right. Now, sometimes he gets a little rusty. Of course you're going to get a little rusty. I mean, you can go out there and play 3-on-3 because you don't get a lot of practice time in this time of season because, Steph ain't going up and down 5-on-5. Neither is Klay. Neither is Chris Paul. Neither is Draymond. I mean, all the vets, they're resting. I mean, they need their rest between games, so they're not going to go out there and scrimmage. So you get 3-on-3 games, maybe 4-on-4. You have some of the staffers come in, the guys that sit behind the bench, some of the younger guys. They'll go out there and play with you, work up a sweat, but it's still not the same. So, yeah, you can get a little rusty, and getting in there and playing in NBA games with the NBA speed, it's tough. So, yeah, I was really happy to see him do well because that'll pump you up, too. Because I know Steve tries to get guys in so they're not sitting there too long, but sometimes it just kind of works out that way. And now we're at the time of the season where every game's important. So you're not going to get like 5 minutes thrown at you or 7 minutes thrown at you every once in a while. So it's good. As a head coach, I can imagine the comfort he feels knowing that, you know what, he's told me this in private. He just says, you know what, I just think the world of Looney and Moses Moody because those guys are so professional. And whatever role I hand them, they just say, gotcha, coach. I got you, coach. And as a coach, I mean, you can't ask for any more than that than at players like, hey, look, whatever you need, you want me to start, not play, come off the bench, I got you. And he says Moses is very much like Kevon in that way, that whatever role he hands him, they're not going to be happy with it. I mean, I'm sure Kevon wants to play more too, but is what it is. Tell me what you need, and I'll make sure I'm ready for it.
It's funny.
That, as a coach, is music to your ears.
I was thinking about Klay Thompson in that regard with the I told you about the Patriots documentary, and a lot of the early episodes are talking about when Tom Brady takes over for Drew Bledsoe, right? And Drew Bledsoe was the $100 million quarterback. He was the face of the franchise. Like, he was the guy. Classic Belichick's like, man, we're going Brady. We're gonna roll with Tom. He's healthy. He's been the guy. And Drew Bledsoe hadn't played for a long time. Now, what's funny is if you look at the videos of how he handled it in the media, it seems like he's very physically upset. He talks about it sort of to some extent. I'm done talking about this. Look, they made their decision, and no, I want to play, but I look forward to competing for my job, I think was the first line he had when he was not named the starting quarterback when he returned healthy from the serious injury. What's interesting is that every guy, like to a man, Tom Brady included, say that behind the scenes he was everything you needed the veteran to be for a young quarterback and for the team. And that allowed everybody to go out and play freely. So what's interesting is, there's these guys, and this is a different situation. Moses Moody's not Drew Bledsoe per se, but in terms of how he handled it publicly, he wanted the organization to know, but he wasn't going to turn his back on his team. And I think when young guys like this just sort of inherently have that, it allows Steve the freedom to, not that he's completely worried about a young guy's feelings, but you're not going to lose a guy by not playing him because you can count on him to do what is asked of him. Now, at some point, maybe that bubble's over. right? Maybe with a Jordan Poole, that type of attitude. Maybe he's okay with that for a while till he thinks he's outgrown the restrictions you've put him under. Same Kuminga, maybe. Kuminga might be a guy who fits that mold. And then he proved he could stay.
I think he was heading that way.
I think so. Then he proved it. Yeah, Steve.
He proved it, and now he plays. And he's good to go. And I think with Jordan, that was a weird one. I mean, look, the punch obviously didn't help at all. But I think he felt like, in his mind, like he was kind of a third Splash Brother, and he could do the things that Steph and Klay could do, and he can't. I mean, look at him in Washington this year. Look at his numbers. Look at his percentages. I mean, he had some great games here, and like I say, I think when Steph was out or Klay, I think it was Steph maybe, he had some monster games. He really did. Like he was really good. But then he would do some of the crazy stuff that you're like, no. That's not, no. And now he does a lot of that with Washington, hence the 6 turnovers yesterday. So, yeah, I mean, Kuminga was kind of, he said it himself, right? He didn't trust Steve to develop him anymore. That's where he was at. And then they sat down, had a talk, and ever since then.
Yeah, then what happened?
He's been playing well.
He's developed pretty nicely, I think.
Yeah, because he realized what he needed to do to get on the court. And then he did it, and when he had success doing it, then he did more. But you're like, oh, damn. Like, sometimes it takes a week or so like that to like, oh, yeah, okay. Now I know what he was talking about. Because everybody thinks they could do more. That was a problem with Wiseman a little bit, was, Wiseman was, had skills. He could shoot threes, he could mid-range shots, stuff like that. And it was all good, and he wanted to do more. But what Steve wanted him to do was just, be a big guy in this offense, which is dunker's position, set screens. Like Andrew Bogut was the perfect big guy for this type of offense. Didn't really want to score, but was good enough to score a little bit, but super skilled passing, and would set screens, would rebound, great outlet passer, and was a really good defender. And this was a number 1 draft pick. This was a guy that if he was so inclined to score, he had offensive skills. Like he could average 18, 20 a game. I don't think there's any problem with that. But he was like, well, I got other guys that could do that. Like, I don't need to do that on this team, and I'm totally fine not doing it. So I'll just go out here, be nasty, set screens, get rebounds, score a little bit, outlet the ball, run the court, do those sort of things. Like, that was the perfect big guy for this offense. Perfect, like in every single way.
Agreed.
His passing was sublime. Like, people don't, if you think back to Bogut was a fantastic passer for a big guy. Is he Jokic? No. There's no Jokic. Was he Walton? No. Like, he's not that level. But you look around the league and you look at big guy passers, he was like right at that next level. That's how good he was. And that's like what he wants from the big guy. Like, I don't need you to do all this other stuff because I got Steph to do it. I got Klay to do it. I got other guys that can do these sort of things. And that's what he wanted from like his big guy. People say, well, he doesn't know how to coach big guys. Well, sure he does. I mean, sure he does. Bogut was a guy that he coached. Festus was a guy that he coached. Vale McGee did great under Steve, resurrected his career under Steve Kerr. So it's just on this team you have to understand what the role of the center is, that you don't need to do all the extra. We got other guys that could do the extra. We don't need you to be crazy. We got enough crazy in the backcourt. So just do your thing. And Bogut was so good. Like, I don't know if people appreciate how good he was. I mean, I loved watching that guy play. He's one of my favorite centers of all time, just because the way he played. And I of course enjoy the nastiness that he played with. And I used to love that he'd get into it with DeAndre Jordan all the time with the Clippers. That was a good. Yeah, I kind of like that. I kind of like that. That was his beef. That was his deal. That was his deal. He said, "I'm going to get into it with this guy. I don't like this guy," and he'll still run his mouth. He'll still like talk trash about players on his podcast. We're due for a absolutely.
Probably due for a Bugs hit soon. Probably due for a transcontinental
we should do that again.
We got to get him on those.
Classic.
The Rogues Bogues podcast, I think is Rogue Bogues podcast or something. Tolbert and Coast with you on a Wednesday afternoon. We are, by the way, a little update here. I did say this earlier. Jalen Brunson questionable for tomorrow. Andrew Wiggins is going to be out. when the Warriors take on the Knicks tomorrow night in Game 2 of this 4-game East Coast road trip. Travis Schlenk, the former Warriors assistant general manager, current Washington Wizards VP of player personnel, had a stop in Atlanta in between those two jobs, is going to join us at 3:50. We'll talk to him about 35 minutes about some of the stuff going on with Jordan Poole, what went into that trade, where the Wizards are headed, because Warriors took him out pretty handily last night, 123-112. And then head coach of the Warriors, Steve Kerr, joins us at 4:50. When we come on back, Klay Thompson as the sixth man. He's found a role. Is there a concern, though, as to what his dollar amount could be? Not a concern from us, but maybe if he's playing well like a sixth man, would he be paid like a sixth man this offseason? We'll talk about that next. Only here on the Sports Leader. According to Matt Barrows and Mike Silver, they're anticipating that Brandon Staley will become the 49ers' next defensive coordinator. We'll see if that's true. More on that story trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
This is Andrew Bogut, and you're listening to Mr. T on KNBR 680, the sports leader.
All right, Copes and Tolbert continue on. Talking a little Warriors basketball. And once again last night, Steph struggled mightily in the first half. Kind of came out of it. I think he had 0. That might be the second half of basketball he's had this year where he's had 0 points or close to it. So my powers of deduction tell me, I think he had 18 for the game. That would mean he had 18 in the second half. Again, I'm not worried about Steph at all. I said it yesterday. I'll say it again. If that is your biggest worry, Steph shooting, then you have no worries. Thank you. You have no worries. Don't worry about it. I mean, he's going to have games like this occasionally.
Yeah.
They happen. Again, I'll quote Steph, averages. That's why they call them averages. You're going to have...
That's why they're called averages.
You're going to have, a handful of games. Sometimes they come right together where you're off a little bit. A little long, a little short, a little left, a little right. Just not feeling quite right. That's just the way it is. It happens. So might he be tired? He might be. Might be a little tired, but Steph will figure out a way.
Can you tell that? I mean, like, just because you played. I mean, we don't know.
Just guesses that because everybody's just like, "Oh, you're not shooting good."
Must be
There's got to be a
exhausted,
reason,
right?
There got to be a reason. And guess what? Sometimes there isn't a reason. Because I think Steph shoots 42% from 3. Again, he's not going to shoot 42% every game from 3. That's not the way this works.
They're called averages.
Thank you.
That's why they're called averages
and lows. Probably most games he'll be right around that 40% mark. But then some he'll be 50, 52, 28, 25. I mean, it's the way it works. So no, I'm not worried at all. And if there comes a time where I don't even know what I'm thinking. Steve's not going to go, "Oh, you're too tired. Let's rest you." Steph ain't going to Steve and going, I'm tired. I need a break. Not at this time of the season. You grind through it. It's not like Steph hasn't been through this time of season before and has been tired. Everybody's tired at this time. Your legs are a little heavier at this time. But this is something that doesn't even register for me. It's a 0.0. It's a Blutarski. It's nothing. I don't worry about Steph shooting at all. The greatest shooter of all time. And I'm not. I don't even think about it. I'm still shocked when he misses. Steph's one of the few guys that I've ever seen play that every time he shoots it and he's open, I'm surprised he missed.
Yeah.
Like every single time.
It's like when Lincecum gave up a home run, I'd always be shocked. I was like, really?
Yeah,
that
it
happens?
doesn't happen.
Yeah.
It just does not happen. So when he does, you're like, oh my gosh. And then I understand that people think there's a reason for everything. Sometimes there's not a reason. Sometimes it just happens. So I know that's not fun to write about or talk about because, well, you can't really write an article on that. And you can't talk about it for too long, right? You can't get into the technical, and people wouldn't even know anyway if someone was tired, what that would do to your job. Like somebody will miss like 3 shots short, and they'll just go, "Oh, he's tired." Like, what? Maybe he's just short. Maybe his sights are off a little bit. I've had that happen before. You're not tired. You're not getting. Your follow through might not be right. Maybe you're not getting the bounce on your legs, not because you're tired. You're just not getting the bounce. And you go, okay, let me think about this. You figure it out, or you see it on film sometime. But again, there is not a reason for everything. And for me, even if there was an issue, Steph ain't saying it. And I tomorrow, does anybody think he's going to go 4 for 16 from 3 tomorrow?
That's still the most unlikely of. It's still the most unlikely of scenarios. Even after his current. Do you know what the stretch is that he's in right now? In his last 54.
It's 3
games, 54 shots.
54, I would say he's probably shooting close to 30%.
That's why they're called averages.
So I'm going to guess about 17 for 50.
You nailed it, my man. Exactly. 17 for 54 in his last 3 games is where Steph is. And who knows? I mean, maybe there is some fatigue. I imagine everybody's got fatigue. It's like they say in a football season, week 15, everybody's hurt. Nobody's healthy at that point. Everyone's banged up. Steph's got a lot of miles on those legs. Do you think Do you think we could see more? I'm guessing because we talked about the health and because of what we've seen from Moody. Now Chris Paul is back. Do you think we could see a little bit of a few minutes taken away from Steph, given to Chris Paul just to ease some of that a little bit? Do you think we could see some tinkering, I guess? Is what I'm getting at here? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely possible. I'm sure Steve would feel a lot more comfortable having Steph or
Chris Paul there
out there running the show.
Sure.
And giving Steph a couple minutes, but I mean it's still, the thing is, he's going to do what he thinks he needs to do to win that game that night. This is not we're in December here, and we could afford to slash a few minutes here or there. Like you're just trying to win that game, and then you'll worry about the next game. And maybe he gets up 14-15 against a team that he thinks, okay, we should win this game. Maybe I can ease back on him a little bit. Instead of bringing him back with 8 minutes, I can bring him back with 6 minutes or 5 minutes, give him an extra 2 or 3 here or there. I'm not saying that's not possible, because I think it is, but he's not going to do that against a team that, let's say it's a pick'em game or something like that, like they're equals, and it's a big game in the standings, playing New Orleans or playing Dallas or whoever. Those are going to be like, hey, this playoff type stuff, we need to win this game. We can't be dropping these games. So again, you just figure it out, deal with it, and Steph, well, it's not the first time Steph's gone through a little slump. In fact, he had one earlier this year. So it can happen, and you get through it. And again, I have no doubt that he will get through it. No, even if it is a little bit of fatigue, he'll figure out a way. Oh, he always does. Always does every time. There's no doubt. I have 100% trust in Steph's ability to shoot the basketball and score. Period.
How you liking that second unit though, with Klay and CP3?
I like it.
It looks good.
I do. I like it a lot. It's I like when they have TJD out there, because it gives them a lob threat.
Yep.
For Chris running pick and rolls and stuff like that. And you have Chris Paul, who can shoot it, doesn't really want to, but if you leave him open, here in the highlights, he'll drill them for you. And then Klay out there can kind of be the number one option on the second unit, and I think no doubt that appeals to him. Now, there comes some responsibility with that too. You can't just go out there and say, hey, I'm going to be out here for 7 minutes, let me get shots up. It can't be like that, and it hasn't been, I don't think. But I think it works together, like the pieces kind of complement one another out there. So no, I do like that second unit.
Yeah, it looked good. It looks potent. It looks like a unit that you can put out there.
Everybody looks good against the Wizards.
No, but I mean, like, it looks like a unit when you see the guys out there, and to your point about the roles they're playing, it looks like a unit that's not going to allow 15-point leads to just disintegrate like it did early in the year because Steph's not out there. And that's what we saw a lot of early in the season. And because he's had to tinker, and then he hasn't had the health. It's been wildly inconsistent. For a while, it's like, who is the starting lineup when healthy? Because we just didn't know. Then Draymond was gone, and now it seems like when guys have roles, you can find success.
I think what's been interesting with this team at points this year, and it's hard to really draw any conclusions because, again, the starting five hasn't been together a lot this year. But interestingly enough, you'll get games where the starting five is in the negatives as far as plus minus, and the bench is the one that pulls them back into it. Like the Warriors bench has held its own, or more so than that, maybe even convincingly won against the other team's bench. But the starters aren't holding up their end of the bargain sometimes, which is interesting because the starters always held up their end of the bargain. And then the bench was usually the one where, how many times did we talk about this a few years ago? Lakers. Warriors have a 12-point lead, Steph comes out, now it's a 2-point lead. Or Warriors have a 5-point lead, Steph comes out, now it's a 4-point deficit. Where, Steph would be plus 12 and the Warriors would lose by 5. So they'd lose those non-Steph minutes by 17 points. Well, a lot of times now the bench is like having to kind of get back into the game, and they've done a nice job of it. Starters need to be better, more consistent, more consistency, and more consistently better than they have been this year. And I like the composition of the starting unit. I think Pajemski gives him some more bounce. He's so different than Klay, where Klay is like an ultimate sniper. and used to be one of the best defenders at two guard. He's not that anymore. And Podziemski's not a great defender, but he is a good team defender. Just start calling him Charge. That's what he is. Like, if I'm driving a lane and I see Podziemski, I'm like, okay, let me just pull up here because I'm going to end up running over this dude because he has a knack for getting to the spot, beating you to the spot, and then holding that spot. But he's more of a playmaker than Klay. He's much more of an offensive rebounder than Klay. I mean, again, he is a great – I'm not just throwing that word out there. He is a great offensive
Tony the
rebounder
Tiger?
for an off guard. He is awesome. Like, he is so good. I should look at that, see all the off guards in the league, and then if there are guys that average more offensive rebounds or have a higher offensive rebounding percentage than Podziemski, I'd like to see how tall they are. Because Podziemski's not even,
he's like
not even that
6'5",
tall.
6'4". Yeah.
Not even that tall.
He's a guard.
And he's just a monster offensive rebounder. So he gives you that. He gives you, extra possessions and stuff like that. And he'll hit a three. He doesn't look to take a lot of them, but he likes to penetrate and kick and that kind of stuff. So, yeah, I do. I like the way the team's fitting together. Absolutely.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Wednesday. We are going to catch up with Travis Schlenk at 3:50. Head coach of the Warriors, Steve Kerr, joins us for his weekly conversation at 4:50. Still got a sound soiree coming your way, but but we'll do that in just a bit. Let me ask you this. How many teams that have been competitive in, NBA history can you remember that had two Hall of Famers willingly coming off the bench? Talk a bit about that and what the future of Klay Thompson holds next. Only here on the Sports Leader.
to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes with you Wednesday afternoon. I was going to say last day of February, but it's not. Tom's got a leap baby in the house, right?
Correct, a leapling.
A leapling. So she'll be one technically then? Tomorrow is her birthday?
Technically, she's
will be 4,
one.
But she'll be 1. Yeah.
Tomorrow.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's her
Sweet
first
little
birthday.
Camila.
That's pretty cool. Good for her.
Yep.
That's a cool, unique little. That's something hardly anybody has. The February 29th birthday, born in 2020. So pretty cool. She's getting ready for her 4th or 1st birthday. Klay Thompson, what do you have? His 4th game off the bench, 5th game off the bench, something like that. In there,
Sounds about right.
He's looked pretty good, man. 20 more points for him, 25 actually last night off the bench. Another 20-point performance. Bobby Marks was on with Murph and Marcus today. We'll get back to the question I asked you in just a minute. But Bobby Marks, our ESPN front office insider for the NBA, it's now starting to be talked about more because we're like, man, that deal Klay turned down at the start of the year is not looking good, right? When he got relegated to the bench. And now it's like he's coming in off the bench, and I have expectations. I expect him to come in and kind of do what he's been doing. It's becoming a normal thing in his attitude, the way he's carrying himself. It feels like a different guy than we've seen over the last year. Not even this season, really like over the last year or so when Klay has not been performing well. So the question is, what kind of contract is he looking at? Here's what Bobby Marks had to say. If you're playing like a 6-man, do you end up getting paid like a 6-man? Here he is.
Listen, it's been an up and down year. He certainly found his role, I think, coming off the bench. I always say it doesn't matter who starts, it matters who finishes and how productive you can be. Listen, you're not going to pay Klay for what he did in the past. I always say when you're looking at new contracts or extensions, teams get in trouble because you're rewarding a guy for what he's done in the past and not what the future can hold. So I think you have to kind of find that fine line as far as, is it 24? Is it $25 million? It's not $35 million. It's not $36 million. It's not 4 years anymore here. Is it 2 for 50? Is it 3 for 60? Is it somewhere like that? And I know people are like, who are we bidding against here? But I do think there has to be the respect factor in it as far as, what he has done, as I said, and as far as, what the future is going to hold here. So there's got to be that fine line as far as, because if he leaves, you're basically left with the $12.9 million, non-tax mid-level exception to replace him. So that's going to be interesting here. But, I think you should be encouraged as far as how well he's played, certainly as of late.
It's an interesting conversation to have because it's if you bring him back, what are you bringing him back to do? So I'm okay with the logic that you're not paying him on what he's done in the past, which they say, but you kind of are. Especially with a guy like Klay Thompson who has some, like you're going to give, if this were a one-off year for a player or this was the end of a 2-year deal, this was the Dante DiVincenzo season. You know what I mean? It doesn't have the same conversation at the end of the year. It might be, if he's a fit, sure, let's bring him back, but let's see what else is out there. With Klay, you have the conversation because I think they want him here if he can perform and help them, but I think it's got to be at the right tag and it's got to be at the right role. What is Klay looking for, and does he see this as an opportunity to go get another starting job? Because it could mean starting money's out there.
Yeah. I mean, could be. Hey, I like the fact that he mentioned the respect factor, too.
Yeah, agreed.
I mean, you're not going to try to undercut him look what he's meant to this team.
That's what I mean, right.
He's an all-time warrior. And again, if they start putting statues out there, he'll be one of them. He was a massive, massive part of their dynasty. So, yeah, it'll be interesting. If he keeps playing like this, and look, the arrow keeps pointing up. So he doesn't have to worry about that kind of stuff. I think he was thinking about that maybe throughout the early part of the season. And if he just, let me just go play, everything's going to take care of itself. It's not that big a deal. I'll just go do what I do, and we'll see where it ends up. I have this. I thought the great R.C. Davis just sent me this because I asked how Sarge did with or without Chris Paul. Without Chris Paul, he averaged 7 points a game.
Okay, Sarge.
44. Yeah, Sarge. 44.9 from the field, 36.5 from three, 4.1 rebounds, 3.2 assists in about 17 minutes per game, and that's 22 appearances. With Chris Paul, 33 appearances, averaged 3.5 more points a game, 10.4, 47.8 from the field, so shot 3% higher, 4% more from three, shot 40%. from 3, a rebound and a half more, and a couple fewer assists. That was in 20 minutes a game and 33 appearances. So he does shoot better. He does play better when Chris Paul is out there.
Hey, thanks, RC. That's a good note.
Yeah, thank you,
That's
RC. So that will definitely be something that keep an eye on going forward. But yeah, Klay doesn't need to worry about that stuff. Just play, and he's not going to get the money I think he wants. Like if he thinks he's getting 35, 40, that ain't happening. The Warriors aren't doing it, and there's nobody out there that's doing it. They're just not going to do it with the inconsistencies he's had this year and the injuries that he's had. So, those days are over, and it's fine. I mean, you're going to get paid probably still $20, $25 a year. It's just not, again, that's not a ton of money. And I know what you're thinking. Of course it is. Well, yeah, in the real world, it's massive amounts of money, but you're getting guys that are making 60, 70 now. So relative to that, it's not what you think it is. So, that's your ego has to take a little bit of a hit. And you're like, okay, screw it. I still want to play ball. I still love doing it. I'm going to make a great living doing it. Now, where do I want to be? Lifestyle, equity, familiarity, friendships. I mean, the Warriors have all of that. Hands down, all of that. Now, you mentioned it. The rub is, what if somebody comes in and says, hey, we want you to start for us? What if somebody needs an off guard and they're like, hey, we want you to start not 35 minutes a game, but 28 minutes a game, but we need a starter. We need a mentor. We have a younger team. Maybe like a Pacer squad.
Could somebody give him 3 years? Yeah, could somebody give him a 3-year deal?
Maybe they do. Maybe they do. Maybe a team that has a bunch of cap space and says, you know what, this is what we need. We want that championship pedigree.
Niners got some
in the building. We need that. So I don't know. I'm not sure. But look, the Warriors. He wants to stay. Like he loves this area. He got his boat. Just cruising around the bay.
He's a bay guy, yeah.
He it's just such a perfect fit. So, and he said before he wants to stay here. So I think if he keeps playing well, and especially if the attitude is what it's been, like just positive, upbeat. Everyone's gonna have their like kind of downer moments, but again, there are way too many of those throughout the course of the first half of the season, where it's just kind of like I said, sulking, pouting on the bench, stuff like that. You can't have that because you don't want to pay a guy to do that and then have to deal with that for like another 2 or 3 years. It's got to be like, look, this is your role, and I think it's got to be well defined. Like this is how we see you for the next few years. This is what we need you to do. Are you good with that? Can you be fine with that? Don't expect any more because this is what it's going to be. Cool. Okay. If you're not good with that, then, go find somewhere else where you could have a different role. And again, it'll be totally different. The only other team you've played for is, well, nobody. So it'll be a totally different experience. It's not going to be the Bay. So he's got to stay. I think when they both think about it, when Klay thinks about it, the money thing isn't so much the money thing. And here's what the money thing represents to athletes. Respect. Mm-hmm. It's like when guys get paid, I think I remember, who was it? They got paid like $3 million in baseball. It was like a massive deal. It's like late 80s, early 90s, something like that. And then some guy just wanted $3 million and won. It's going to be $3 million and $1. Why? Why do you need the extra buck?
Was it not Reggie Jackson?
It may have been. I don't remember. It may have been the extra, but it's not the extra buck. Like if you're going, what are you talking about? An extra buck? You know what that buck means to them? I get paid more than that guy. It's like a respect. It's just a respect thing. So from Klay's standpoint, it's like, I still think I can play in this game. I'm as good as this guy. He's getting $40 million. Why am I only getting 20? Well, that's just, sorry. That's the way it is right now. That's just the way it is. So again, for these guys that are like Hall of Fame type players, a lot of it is just taking a big swallow and saying, pride, I gotta get rid of you. Like, I can't hold on to this, because if I do, then I'm gonna be bitter. They only offered me this, and now I'm here, but I'm not happy I'm here because they screwed me over. Every time you look at the ownership, you're like, they screwed me over. No, just accept that that's where I'm at in my career right now, and I'm good with that. I'm good. Let's go. Not worried about the money anymore. I'm not worried about how much. Let's just go ball. I got my buddies here, my coach here. Love the organization. We've won here. they're going to be doing 30 for 30s on this Warriors run of 10 years. And you are a massive part of that. So it's hard for me to envision him in any other uniform. Even like the Kings, like where Mike Brown's coaching, it's only 90 miles away. I mean, I could see them saying, could we have Klay start over Herter? Yeah, you could see that. Absolutely, you could see that. Familiarity, but it's not the Bay. It's not Steve. It's not the Warriors. So again, if he doesn't come back, I would be like, jaw drop. Like, wow, Klay went somewhere else, because I don't see it.
Before we get out here, Bobby Marks. We just played the Bobby Marks sound. Travis Schlenk, the VP of Player Personnel and former Warrior for the Washington Wizards and former Warriors assistant general manager, will join us in just a few minutes here. And then Steve Kerr at 4:50. But I asked you this before. Is there another team you can think of that's been competitive in recent, not even in recent NBA history, with I was thinking Hall of Famers would come off the bench. Yeah, Chris Paul and Klay Thompson, bona fide, absolutely, without a doubt, Hall of Famers, right?
The only guys, maybe there's Celtics, Lakers teams.
That's where I was going. Like Bill 80s. Walton, is there another one in the Bill Walton years?
Oh, man.
Because Bill is a Hall of Famer and went to the bench.
He's an absolute Hall of Famer.
So,
Lakers had McAdoo.
I couldn't think of one off the top of my head.
And I'm trying to think, other than McAdoo, if they had somebody else that came off the bench for that. That's a good question, though. Who had two Hall of Famers coming off the bench for? Well, I mean, the Celtics always had Havlicek coming off the bench, and he's a Hall of Famer. So I don't know who else was on that team that came off the bench. Maybe that Sixers team of the early 80s that was completely stacked.
Kevin McHale, was he off the bench?
Six-man.
I thought McHale started.
He did start sometimes, but he could. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he started that year, but he could have come off the bench, and that's obviously, Walton and McHale would be bang bang Hall of Famers. So, yeah, I mean that's a definite possibility, because he was a sixth man for a long time, and then they inserted him into the starting rotation. So yeah, I don't know. But that's a good call, McHale and Walton.
Tim says the 03 Lakers or whatever with Peyton and Malone. I was like, both those guys started. Devin George was the small forward.
They started.
Kobe, Shaq, Malone, and Gary Payton. They didn't bring him in to sit on the bench. They went to the finals.
Yeah.
How many games they start that year, Tim? Yeah, no. Pistons no. Yeah, Pistons beat them, but they had one Hall of Famer starting lineup. It was Ben Wallace. Yeah, that was it. Yeah. How about is Manu Ginobili?
Yeah, he came off the bench.
So do they have another bench?
But I don't think so.
Steve Kerr? Steve Kerr and Ginobili off the bench?
Well, there you go. When he makes it, then
you
can say yes.
Yeah, there's the one we've got so far, Steve Kerr and Manu Ginobili. And, of course, Tim's Lakers.
I got to check one of those Lakers teams when McAdoo was there, because McAdoo, he's a Hall of Famer, but I don't know if they had another Hall of Famer. Like, I'm not sure if he was there.
Horace Grant?
Maybe 1984? No, Horace Grant started for the Bulls.
And the Magicians, too.
And the Magicians. I don't know if Horace Grant's on the Hall of Famer, though.
No, he's not. I don't know how you entertained it. I just let you go.
Well, I thought you said Horace Grant.
I did. I didn't. It's all Tim's fault. He whispered in my ear, keep the goggles, all that bit.
Derek.
Thank you. No, don't you dare.
Slovakia? I mean, what are we doing here?
Come on, Jim. It's Tolbert and Copes with you on a Wednesday. How about this? We'll catch up with Travis Schlenk, one of your buddies, former assistant GM of the Warriors, current VP of Player Personnel for the Wizards, and then Steve Kerr, the head coach of the Warriors and former magician, joins us at 4:50. It's Tolbert and Copes only here on the Sports Leader.
Jesus Christ, Tim.
According to Susan Slusser, there might be a 50-50 chance Blake Snell is in the mix to join the Giants. There might be a 50-50 chance. More on that story trending. KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Always fun to catch up with our next guest. He is the VP of Player Personnel for the Washington Wizards. Friend of mine, Travis Schlenk. Trav, what is going on?
Tommy T, how are you, sir?
Tremendous. Yourself?
I'm doing well. It's been a while.
It has been a while. It's been so long. When Danny came to was with the Hawks, came to visit, dunked in the booth there. I said, "When's the last time you seen Trav?" He goes, "I don't know. He's in Washington." I go, "When did that happen?" So that's been that long.
Yeah, that happens in professional sports. You get jobs, you lose jobs, you move on.
It's a business, it's a business, Travis.
I mean, you could have dropped me a postcard or something. You just go to Washington. I had no idea you changed locations. When did that happen, by the way?
Lana and I departed last December, so about a year and a half ago we parted ways, and then I joined the Wizards. When did I join? The 1st of June, I think, was my official start date with them. After Michael Winger got the president's job, he brought me on, and I've been there ever since.
Well, I've been really out of the loop. Holy cow!
December last year, dude.
I thought it'd be like a few months.
Come on, bro.
Jeez.
I think it made hoops hype, Tommy, at least.
Yeah, I didn't renew my subscription.
Okay.
So,
it's free.
Thank you.
It's free.
Yeah. Tom reads Beckett, maybe. I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, I want to ask you about some things that are going on in the league, but as far as the Wizards are concerned, is that something that kind of appeals to you? Because look, you don't need me to sugarcoat it. That team needs an overhaul right now and needs to start moving in a different direction. But you did that with Atlanta as well. That team wasn't in great shape when you took over Atlanta, and you turned it around and made it a viable team, and now competing for the playoffs. In fact, when you were there, you went to the Eastern Conference Finals against the Bucks. Is that something that appeals to you, like kind of going from the, I won't say ground up, but a team that needs a little TLC, shall we say, to kind of get them going in the right direction?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what appeals to all of us when you work in the business that I work at. Even in the Warriors, like my first draft when they moved me from the coaching side to the front office side in Golden State, that was the year that we drafted Steph. So I've been very fortunate and very lucky to be a part of that run that we had in Golden State. We obviously weren't great for all those years between the Run TMC years. We did have the 1 year with Nelly, the We Believe Wars, but other than that, there were a lot of lean years. And then, I got fortunate enough when Larry Riley became the GM, he brought me from the coaching side to the front office, and we were able to set the framework what became, the Golden State Warriors that everyone knows today. But before then, honestly, if you had asked me, even in the early 2000s when I first started working in the NBA, I could have told you the Golden State Warriors played in Oakland. I would have had no idea. But now I think everybody knows that, they went from Oakland to San Francisco, around the world. And same thing in Atlanta. I got here. They'd been really successful, 10 straight years in the playoffs when I got here. But, they were older. They went from 60 wins to 48 wins to 42 wins. And it just felt like the right time to kind of hit the reset button and start over. And, same thing with Washington when Michael got hired there and he brought me in, we kind of looked at it and, they've had a lot of success as far as, getting in the playoffs. They ran into the Cavaliers and LeBron James, I think, 2 years. They lost to the Hawks a couple years in the playoffs, but they had a long run of getting to the playoffs but not really having any deep success and getting to the second round a few times. And, we had Bradley Beal, who's a very good player but had a big contract. And, we decided it was time to kind of hit the reset button and start from scratch. So, like I said, we love to put our own quote-unquote fingerprints on the organization, and the best way to do that is through the draft.
Give me your thoughts right now on Jordan Poole and where he is in his development, because obviously he, in my eyes, I haven't watched as many Wizards games obviously as you have. You watch them all. So where is he at, and what does he need to do to take kind of that step forward? I know it's tougher for him this year. The surrounding cast isn't what it is, and the expectations aren't what they were. But you got to find a way to still compete and get after it, even though, it's a tough road, and you look at your standings and the records, and, it's not fun. But you got to figure out a way to kind of bring it every night. And it's easier said than it is done. But where you at with him and kind of where he's at this year, and maybe what you'd love to see, what you've liked from him this year, and what you'd love to see more from him going forward?
Well, so after the All-Star break, we kind of made the decision internally that we were going to turn him into the six-man role. So the first half of the season, we started him. And kind of what you said, in Golden State, he wasn't the top name on anybody's scouting report. Not that he wasn't somebody that people worried about. he could go out and have a big game, as you guys all know, at any moment. But when you're playing next to Steph Curry and Klay Thompson, like those guys grab the headlines on the other team's locker room board. And then he came here, all of a sudden he was the top line. And that's an adjustment for guys. So, quite frankly, there's no sugarcoating. He struggled at the beginning of the year with that role, and he's admitted that publicly. So we made the decision now. We think that he's going to be most successful for us coming off that role as the sixth man and just, like, come in. You've got the ball in your hands. He's best when he's got the ball in his hands. And when he's got it going, he can be deadly, as you know, all the fans out there know in Golden State. Like when he's got it going, he's an exciting player. So we want to give him that freedom, kind of free him up where doesn't have so much on his plate, where he can go out there, play free, be exciting, and be instant offense for us. And that's kind of what we've done. And he's actually, I think, 4 games into it since the All-Star break, and 3 of those 4 games he's played really, really well. So we're hoping that we found something that we can help him and help our franchise moving forward with.
Voice here is Travis Schlenk, the former Warriors assistant general manager, the current VP of player personnel for the Washington Wizards. I wanted to ask you, it's a good transition here into the six-man role for Klay Thompson. 5 games now. He's come off the bench for the Warriors. He's had over 20 in 3 of them. He had 35 in the game against Utah before the break. What do you make of his new role and how he's performed at this point in his career? I think it's been it's an impressive adjustment, I think, over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, I go back and think about Klay after we drafted him, and he was coming off the bench when Mark was the coach. And, he would have a first half where he'd be just abysmal. He'd be 0 for 7, and then he'd come out in the second half, and all of a sudden he'd be 7 for 8. Like, Klay's just one of those guys where I don't think it really matters whether he's coming off the bench or starting. Like, he's always ready to shoot. I think – from everything I've read, that he's embracing that role there. And as you said, I just watched, the game that you guys played us. I guess it was last night that we played you guys. He did a great job in that role. So you have a player of that caliber coming off the bench that accepts that and can come in and change the game. And I think a lot of times, and Tom, I don't know that you ever had to come off the bench in your career. You were kind of cemented as a starter from day one. But,
no doubt. I showed up to camp, and I knew where I was slotted.
Dude, Travis, you couldn't even get that out, dude. You started laughing before you were done talking. Come on, bro.
But now all of a sudden you're playing against backups, and then that's not a disrespect. If you're NBA, you're a really good basketball player. But if you're there, there is a difference, between the starting group and the reserve group. That's why that's there. And so if you're a really talented offensive player, now you don't have the other team's best defensive player guarding you because they've already come out of the game. Like, that's an advantage. I think about all those years, Manu Ginobili, who was one of the best players in the league. He's come off the bench and he won championships and had great success. So understanding that this is what's best for the team. I mean, when I was in Golden State, we went through this with Andre. We signed Andre to a big free agent deal. We brought him in, and, after his second year, he comes off the bench, and he accepted that role, and, look what it led to. So
it's funny, Trav, that you mentioned that, because when I was starting for the Warriors, we drafted Tyrone Hill, who was a power forward, and Nelly thought he would play better in the starting unit and me coming off the bench. So he actually brought me into his office and said, "Hey, I just want to let you know that I'm going to start Tyrone and bring you off the bench, and I just wanted to let you know that." And I looked at him and said, "Yeah, is that it?" I go, "I'm good with that, as long as I'm playing." Like, I was just happy to be getting minutes. I was like, "Cool, yeah, I'm good. You bring me off the bench, fantastic. That's great. Don't worry about it. We're all good."
No pink slip.
Yeah. Can you imagine me giving Nelly attitude? Like, what? Are you kidding me? What do you mean bringing me off the bench? That's bullcrap. Yeah, right. That wasn't going to happen. He would have cut me off. He wouldn't have given me any Bud Lights at the end of the game. So I was like, of course. You bring me off the bench if you want to. For someone that drafted, part of the team that drafted Steph, and watched him kind of to where he is now, and knowing that what he is now, and we kind of knew that in 15 when even in 14 when you guys lost to the Spurs, you can kind of see it coming that year. But was there something you look back on now in his early years, like 2 or 3 years in the NBA, first 2 or 3 years, that you maybe didn't pay much attention to then, or kind of resonates more now when you look at who he is? And I mean, we're talking about an iconic player, Hall of Famer, top 10, 15, 20, whatever. Like, I'm sure you guys didn't think he was going to be that, but do you look back now and go, oh yeah, I mean, maybe if I'd have been looking, I could have, you could see something like that, or there was something there.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's breaking news right here on your radio show, but I am more than positive nobody that was in our draft room thought that he was going to end up being easily one of the top 10 players in the history of the NBA, yes, and arguably one of the top 5 best players in the history of the NBA. Like, I can promise you, if anybody says they knew that, they're lying to you. But I think, early on is just how hard he worked. He came in, he was, skinny, but he always showed up and he worked hard every day. And this is after the time frame that you alluded to. But after we won our first championship in 15 and he won the MVP in 15, he was coming into our practice facility every day with like 6 guys to rebound for him. He had the mask on his face that was supposed to simulate high altitude trading, and he was doing that twice a day. He'd come in early in the morning, get his workout in, work out for a couple hours, go play his golf, come back and work in at night. And to me, that just let me know that there's a guy that understands that he just won an NBA championship, won MVP, and he knew everybody in the league was going to be gunning for him, and he had to be better because he was going to get a better effort every single night than he got the year before after winning MVP. And that's rare for guys, like to have the ability to understand that, listen, he's thinking, I've got my money, I've got my contract, I got my championship, but he knew, and there's that drive within inside, I have to be better. I'm not going to be able to maintain it. And once you get a guy with that mentality, obviously with that skill set, that's when you have something special. And listen, the Bay Area, I hope that they really, really appreciate what they've had there for the last going on 10 plus years, because the run that organization's had has been really special.
Yep.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Wednesday afternoon. Voice of yours, Travis Schlenk on the UMA guest line. All right, I'll give you an either or here. I'm going to ask you, what's more fascinating in your mind? Is it Bob Myers on television, or is it Bob Myers at the NFL Combine?
It's got to be the NFL Combine.
I thought that might be the case. I don't think anybody saw that one. As outlandish as Steph being a top 10 player all time, maybe that's on the table too. You know what I mean? From like 10 years ago.
I will say, when I read that Bob was helping with the Commanders' head coaching job, I sent him a text and I said, listen, I had an unbelievable record in Tecmo Bowl back in the day, if you want my resume.
Dude, he's in the neighborhood now. You can say, hey, drop on by.
Hey, come on in. We'll play some Tecmo.
Yeah. I don't know how to play Madden, but I was really good at Tecmo.
I get the Lions is what you say. That's all you got to say is I get the Lions.
Yeah, that was pretty much me, too.
Barry Sanders,
Tecmo was the best. Knocked back a few beers.
Cleveland Browns, Kevin Mack, Bernie Kosar. Man, we were good.
I just wanted Bo Jackson.
I was going to say you could go with Bo also. Bo was pretty dominant in Tecmo.
But Bo was pretty good at Tecmo.
Bo was very good at Tecmo. Him and LT.
Everybody under the age of 40 on the radio show just turned it off.
They did. They're like, Tecmo, that guy's garbage. We're talking about Tecmo. Oh, you don't understand that crap.
Like house music? No, Tecmo.
Oh, that was the best. We're talking to Travis Schlenk, Washington Wizards VP of Player Personnel. Let me ask you about basketball just in general and kind of where you're at with the scoring has been insane this year. And, I mean, look, I played for Run TMC. Again, as I like to call it, Run TTMC. But we were high flying. But it's so different now because all the fast breaks and stuff lead to threes. So there's just so many more points being scored. And it's to the point now where I always make this analogy, Trav. Like, I like ice cream. I don't like it a gallon at a time. I don't like games 140 to 148, 145, 138. Like, those games were always outliers. Now you can catch a couple of those games just about every night where it's like 135, 128. where are we at with this? I mean, are we making it too hard on the defense? Because in the history of the NBA, you've never had to cover more ground. You've never had to get out to more shooters. And if you beat a guy off a dribble, there's never been more room to operate in it. So it's harder to defend now. I'm wondering, do we need to make it easier on the defenses? I'm not saying going back to the 90s because that was just grotesque basketball. But it can't be just, hey, let's just go out there and make it a summer league where every game you have to score 120, 125 to win.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because as you alluded to, in the late 90s, early 2000s, there's this huge push for more scoring in the league. And they changed a lot of rules where you can't put your hands on offensive players. But what we've seen, so that's part of it, right? But as you also said, what we've seen is now the skill level from all 5 positions on the floor is so much higher. And I'm not trying to detract from your generation at all. But when you were growing up, your warm-up, you were doing drop steps. You were doing up and unders. That was your warm-up, right? Now you go to these games and you watch centers, they're all standing behind the three-point line. That's their warm-up. It's just the emphasis of teaching kids is just gone a complete 180. So now we're kind of in a tough spot, right, where the floor is wide open. Everybody that's standing behind that line, and if you leave them open, the vast majority of guys are going to be able to knock that down. So when you aren't allowed to be physical with guys on the perimeter, and they can get into the lane or get to the foul line or create opportunities for others. So I personally, I don't know if the league will do this. I know that, there's been lots of stories out there. The competition committee's looking at it. I think that they need to help defenders a little bit. There needs to be a little more physicality in the game. Now, we saw that a few years ago with, a lot of the rip-through stuff and some of the fouls that James Harden and Trae Young were getting. So they've made an adjustment, but the skill level of these guys, just by the way they're taught from, their teenage years on up, it's just changed. And so they need to do something to help the defensive players be effective.
Let me ask you this, because you mentioned the skill level of today's players are better than they were in the 80s. And I've always kind of, not really argued, but debated this point, because I think it depends on what you mean by skill. I think if you mean ball handling, shooting, then yes, they're way more skilled. But here's the one thing, and this is where I defend the 80s players. When I look at the best players in that generation, maybe they couldn't shoot because they weren't asked to shoot. Nobody even thought of shooting 10 three-pointers in a game. But what they did have, aside from the mic and drills and drop steps, they had a mid-range game. They had fadeaway games. They had a post-up game. They could do stuff in the mid-range that most guys in the league can't do today because they don't ask them to do it. Because the one thing about the league is there's a sameness to it. Everybody's looking for threes, everybody's looking for points in the paint or get to the foul line. So I think from that standpoint, that skill level was much higher in the 80s because that was part of the game, whereas it's not part of the game. I think players were more diverse in their skill set in the 80s because they had to be, where they're not now because nobody asked them to do it.
Well, and certainly not disrespect any of the players in the History League, but as what I tried to say is they're just taught differently now than they were taught.
Yes.
Nobody was going to take Wilt Chamberlain, even if they would have when he was in high school, and said, all right, we're going to put you on the perimeter and turn you into Chet Holmgren. And believe me, Wilt Chamberlain would have been 10 times better than Chet Holmgren. But they didn't do that with him. It's like, you're going to dunk it every single time because you're bigger, stronger, faster than everybody else. That's just the way it was. So the way kids are taught from a youth level all the way up is completely different than the way kids were taught in the 70s and 80s.
Yes.
And that's, listen, whether you played in the 80s, the 90s, or the 2000s, these are the best athletes and best basketball players in the world. It's just how they've been trained is completely changed.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. What do you think would happen what do you think would happen to the NBA, and what would happen to teams if they just came opening night last night or opening night next year, said, you know what? We're just going to take away the 3-point line. No more 3-point line. You guys deal with it. What do you think the game would look like?
I mean, I think people still shoot it. I mean, you'd still see people
Yeah, probably.
shooting shots.
26-foot
They don't
two-pointer.
know what else to do. Like that. Listen,
They don't know what else.
It's going to take a minute to
don't.
recalibrate. Yeah.
They would like
Listen,
freak out.
the way the rules are right now in the NBA, the only time you can be physical as a defensive player on the offensive player is when he has his back to the basket and within the lower defensive box. That's the only time.
Yep.
Like that is insane. So if you catch the ball and you're 5 feet from the basket and you have your back to the basket and you go to traditional post up, the defensive player could put a forearm and a hand in your back, or one or the other, or both if he wants to. If you are the offensive player and you turn around from 5 feet and you face the basket, the defensive player can't touch you.
Yep.
Like, that's how kind of crazy it is right now, and you have a huge advantage as an offensive player if you face the basket to get into the rim. And that's where we are.
They can't do. I don't know if they can do this. I think they outlawed this a while ago. I don't know if they've reinstituted it, but you can't pull one of my favorite moves. When somebody was posting me up, I just stick my leg between their legs and just root them out and keep moving them up the lane and try to get them out as far as like.
That's a foul.
Can you do that? Can you? That's a foul. Yeah, that sucks.
Oh, that's a bicycle seat. That's what we call that.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I used to do that to Rick Smith.
Pull the chair. I thought you were
No.
Let him fall.
I'd root him out. Shoot, I'd have Rick Smits posting up at 17 feet with Dick Versace yelling at me. You can't do that. Look what he's doing. I can't do that. I'd say, shut up, Versace. Let me do my workout here. Family doing good?
Perm, though. He did have a nice perm.
Oh, his perm was brutal. Just brutal.
You remember
and
the
real
good old
quick,
days when
I'll give you
like 60% of NBA coaches had perms? Can we get back to that?
Gosh.
Can we put that rule back in?
Yes, Fratello, Collins. We need to get Steve Kerr with a perm.
Steve, hey, listen, I don't have hair much like you, so I can't make fun of people, but Steve, for $17 million, should have to get a perm.
He should. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to tell him that. I think that's a good call. Hey, before I let you go, I'll give you this on the way out. I think I may have told you before, but maybe the people who are listening might enjoy it. When I was playing for Skiles, Skiles said when Versace was coaching him, I'm stepping on my own punchline. So back then, you didn't fly private; you flew first class, and usually the highest tenured players would get first class seats, and then everybody else would sit in coach. Now, a lot of coaches would sit in coach as well, because look, 6'1", 6'2", they're not going to sit in first class. They're going to give it to their players. But some didn't. Some wanted to sit in first class. But apparently so Versace sat in first class, and Skiles was next to him or across from him or whatever. And they were asking for dinner orders. What would you like for dinner? You know, you want the chicken? Do you want the steak? Do you want this? Do you want that? So the stewardess back then, now flight attendant, don't want to get in trouble, came up to Versace and said, excuse me, Mr. Versace, would you like the chicken or would you like the steak? And he had glasses on, so he took his glasses, lowered them down to the bridge of his nose, and he looked at her and he said, "That's Versace." I'm like, really? And then put his glasses back up. "I'll have the chicken." I'm like, "Oh, you kidding me with this? Like, that's Versace. Get the hell out of here. Go get your regular hair back." Trav, tell the family I said hi. We need to get together for a beer one of these days. But thanks for coming on with us, man. We always appreciate the convo.
Hey, I appreciate you guys having me. Have a good rest of the week. I guess we're, hump day today, Wednesday?
All day?
Yeah, something like that. Sounds good.
Yeah, there you go. All right, fellas.
See you later, bro.
Take it easy,
Travis Schlenk, the former Warriors assistant GM, current VP of player personnel for the Washington Wizards. You missed any of that. Great breakdowns on what's going on with the Warriors and sort of some stuff on Jordan Poole to talk about him as a sixth man as well. When we come on back, we got some stuff to tell you about we'll get into a little sound soiree momentarily here. Also, stay tuned, 4:50. You're going to hear the head coach, the newly minted, I say minted because he's like gold-plated now, Steve Kerr, head coach of the Golden State Warriors, joins us for his weekly conversation at 4:50. That's all coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader. Warriors dominated their first of this East Coast road trip with a win last night over the Wizards, 123-112. There's more on that story. It's trending, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for the San Jose Earthquakes. That's right. They are back in action at PayPal Park for the first time in 2024, facing off against Southern California rivals, the LA Galaxy. Screw them. That's Saturday, March 2nd. This Saturday at 7:30 prime time, presented by PayPal. Be there for the energy, the drama, the mind-blowing last-minute mayhem. Join the excitement as they kick off. How about this? The Earthquakes' 50th anniversary season. You can witness soccer history in the making as they leave it all on the pitch to beat LA. Get the tickets now, sjearthquakes.com. This is 50. Don't miss it. A bigger pregame show. The lads are ready to work, and an unforgettable giveaway. Quakes flags for everyone. Thanks to PayPal. Get in early. Parking lots open at 4:30. The gates at 5:30. You got plenty of time to party before the game with kickoff at 7:30. You want to get those tickets and beat LA at sjearthquakes.com.
They're Tolbert and Copes, or Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland if you want to be formal about it. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680.
Tolbert and Copes back with you on a Wednesday afternoon. You better be keeping an ear out for that jelly roll if you want to win those tickets. That's right. I see Derek smiling back there. They're not for you, Derek. Just because you got tats on your face doesn't mean you get automatic bids to go see Jelly Roll.
Derek.
Thank you, Tim. I really appreciate that. We can tell you, though, if you can get some tickets for free to the Giants and KNBR Fan Fest Tour, the final event going down on March 9th at Oracle Park. It's going to be cool. Hang in there. How about this? Opportunity to get on the field. How many times a year do you get on the field at Oracle Park? Unless you're a kid who's running the bases on Sunday afternoons after a home game, not many. One of my favorite things ever as a kid was to go to the on-the-field photo day. Love being on the field, checking out the grass. I was out there at Oracle Park today for an event this afternoon. Field looks good. Getting ready for the March 9th Fan Fest event. 10 to 3. Go to sfgiants.com/fanfest tour to get your tickets totally free. You're going to want to make sure you're down there. It's going to be a whole lot of fun. Opportunities to get on the field, to watch the game. We're going to have a spring training game up on the scoreboard that day. A really cool new way for fans to interact with the players who are out in Scottsdale. We'll have some alumni on hand, broadcasters, some great photo opportunities, and a whole lot more. This is our Fan Fest. Kick it off March 9th. And again, get your tickets, knbr.com/fanfest tour, and get your free tickets now. All brought to you by Dignity Health, the Alameda County Probation Department, Amicis, and the Alameda County Sheriff's Office. We got time for a sound soiree in just a couple of minutes, yeah? We got a sound soiree. Get this, sound soiree. And then we've got head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr, going to stop by for his weekly conversation at 4:50.
Dr. Junk.
Dr. Junk will be here. And as part of the sound soiree, I know I think Tom's a gambling man. I think Tom has some bets on the table with a few listeners after the Giants win total conversation from the other day. In addition to your sound soiree, I got a wild NBA gambling note I'm going to throw at you next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Alex Kugelman and the Kugelman Law Team at sftaxteam.com. If you have IRS problems and they feel overwhelming, they don't have to. You don't have to go this on your own. You shouldn't do it on your own. You're not a tax lawyer, okay? You're not supposed to understand all these things. That's why you hire somebody who has been there, done that does understand all these things and has been doing it for years, whether it's crypto reporting, whether it is criminal, whether it is just late filing, whatever it is, let Alex Kugelman handle it. He's done it. He knows what he's doing. You don't have to carry that bag of stress around wondering if the IRS is going to call the day or send you a letter or maybe even knock on the door. That's brutal. You don't want to go through your life like that. You don't want to go through your days like that. Let Alex Kugelman handle it. He's knowledgeable, he's professional, he's personable, and let him do my taxes. Let him help you out if you have tax issues. Set up a consultation. It'll be transparent. This is what we're going to do. This is the game plan. This is what it will cost. Then you can decide whether you want to go that route or not. So if you have tax issues, set up that consultation and see if you can drop that bag of stress. All you have to do is visit SF Tax Team. That's sftaxteam.com. Alex Kugelman, law, your tax, crypto, and estate planning attorneys. Alexander Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
is Tolbert and Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Wednesday afternoon, February 28th, the second to last day of February in 2024. The Sound Soiree, some of the best sounds in sports you might have missed. And in about 20 minutes, the head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr, going to join us to talk about, the win last night against the Wizards and some of the moves of late. Klay Thompson to the bench. You got Chris Paul returning. Andrew Wiggins is going to miss tomorrow night's game against the New York Knicks, but Jalen Brunson also listed as questionable, so maybe it was a winnable game anyway, but potentially something falling in the Warriors' favor there. Quick check at the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 415 says, I've been radio silent with you guys since the Super Bowl. This is a good way to come on back. I assume he's talking the Sound Soiree. Nicely done. The cooling tunes and tones of a Sound Soiree. Why don't we get right into it here?
Soothing. Oh. It's like a Calgon bath.
What?
Sound Soiree, take me away.
I was going to go come sail away with me for some reason.
Sticks?
That'll keep them. Styx is the greatest American rock band.
Oh, baby. Oh.
All right. The Sound Soiree. How about you've had some run-ins with Larry Bird. You've talked about him at length in your career.
Yes.
I call them run-ins. Yeah, you say run-ins.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if they were run-ins. It wasn't a rumble.
You didn't bump into him in the back of an alley somewhere, and he was like, "What are you doing here, Tolbert? This is my alley." Larry Bird, though, I would say as I've gotten older, I wasn't aware of this when I was younger, but now that we have so many documentaries and look backs on things, and we're getting so much footage and insight into who guys are, Larry Bird was a chap dude, man. That guy just walked around I don't know how accurate the portrayal of him was in the Winning Time show. Most of those were not accurate portrayals, as we know.
Yeah.
But seems like Larry Bird's wasn't all that outlandish.
What's your excuse for playing like a fried turd?
That wasn't him. That was Pat Riley. but he's got the wad in, the dip. All he cares about is playing basketball. Yep. And if he can't do it the way he wants it, he doesn't need to play basketball for you. That's kind of the attitude I got about him, that he was just like all this guy cared about was winning, and he wanted to be the best. Am I wrong on that?
Yeah, I think he was all basketball.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a debate about that. And yeah, he wanted to be great. And the rivalry between him and Bird was real. Him and Magic, that was real.
Yeah. Now their friendship's pretty real too.
Yep.
It seems that way. They were tied together from the time they were 18, 19 years old, 20 years old, something like that, for the entirety of their careers, which is pretty incredible. So a few weeks ago, Larry Bird he did that Q&A at NBA All-Star Weekend. I would say, yeah, it was cool, but nobody really heard it based on how the players played in that performance after he told them
nobody heard it.
They needed to bring it. I'll tell you one guy who heard it, Klay Thompson. This is pretty cool. So a few weeks ago, Larry Bird's doing that Q&A at All-Star Weekend with Bob Costas, noted friend of the program, Bob Costas.
Oh, yeah.
And he asked him about Klay Thompson and why he was one of his favorite players. And then Klay was recently told by Sam Amick that comment and the quote from Larry Bird, and he gave his take on what it was that he said. Here's that whole scenario. Larry Bird, Klay Thompson. It's pretty cool.
Klay Thompson's always been one of my favorite players. What an incredible shooter. I seen him here in Indianapolis score 60 points in, I think it was 30 minutes.
Yeah, he did.
It's unbelievable. Took 8 dribbles. How do you do that, Bob?
Well,
how do you do that?
If they're doubling Curry, you might be open. You might just catch and shoot, right?
Why would they leave him open?
Well, that's a good question.
But, he also scored 39 points in the quarter.
Yeah.
Bob, how do you do that?
Unless you're Wilt Chamberlain in 1962.
Yeah, that's pretty incredible to me, a jump shooter.
So there you go. Larry Bird is talking about your jump shooting and your ability. That's one of the coolest things. Because, again, he doesn't strike me as a guy who's publicly complimenting a lot. Maybe I'm wrong. But he's not in front of the mic and the camera all the time. He's not one of those guys. Klay Thompson was told this by Sam Amick. And here's what Klay had to say, quote, I'll put that compliment in the same category as when Kobe called me and Steph great players with that killer instinct back in 2016. That means the world to me. That's pretty cool, man. It's not like he's a guy he grew up watching play. He grew up watching him coach and be president of the Pacers or something, right? This isn't somebody that he knows well about him because of his father and because he's a basketball guy and the history of the game is not that old. But that, to me, is one of the coolest things.
When you have somebody of that stature saying those things about you, yeah, that's got to make you pump your chest out a little bit. Just walk a little straighter, feel good about yourself. Although it was, I believe, Klay's 60-point game was in Oakland. I don't think that was an Indy.
It wasn't.
And it was 37 points, not 39. But guess what? Who cares? He's Larry Bird.
When we get Costas on next time, you can tell him. You didn't correct him.
Larry was I wouldn't even tell Larry. I'd be like, oh, you're close enough. You're all good. All good. No worries. Because really, that's not even the point of it. The point of it was how much he enjoys watching how Klay Thompson plays basketball. I mean, I tell people, I've seen the championships. I've seen Klay at OKC, Game 6.
Game 6 Klay.
I've seen it all. Not all of it, but I mean the first few years. I've never seen anything like a 37-point quarter. That was still the single most stunning thing I've ever seen on a basketball court, ever. Now, it wasn't as important as what he did in OKC because that was Game 6, and they were about ready to go home. But for sure, just audacity. I got paid to laugh for about 5 minutes because after a while, I had nothing to say. I was just laughing, like you got to be kidding me. Like I was just like, ha ha, and I was worthless. I looked at Tim. I got nothing. Like I'm just gonna sit here and laugh for like half a quarter. It just became absurd. Like it wasn't even reality. 37 points in a quarter. Think about that. That's a good scoring quarter for a team.
That's a good day.
Let alone a player.
That's a good day for that's like two guys off the bench got 37. You're like, nice bench duo.
That's big time.
That's a couple of good duo
in a quarter, and it just kept building and building and building, and then it was just he was firing from everywhere, and it's still the single most stunning thing I've ever seen on a basketball court. I couldn't.
You were on the call, yeah?
You couldn't believe it now.
Laughing?
Yeah, for like 5 minutes. That's it. So I was like, he'd come off, he come off here and hit this, and he hits it. Oh, good job by the whatever. 3-4 seconds of analysis. Boom, keep moving. And then after that, it was just like dumb.
There ain't no analysis here. What are you talking about? This is stupid. What are we doing?
This is like it was the dumbest thing I've ever seen. It really was. He hit one in the corner. I know he traveled on it too, by the way. But it didn't matter at that point. It was like he got himself behind the 3-point line, shot it, and it was good. I was just like, oh, no, not again. And that's the only – I don't even know if I have it anymore. I'm not much on getting
memorabilia
stuff signed.
Yeah.
I don't go in there. I don't ask him for signed stuff. I just don't. That's not my thing. But I did have that signed, and I had Klay sign a third quarter box.
That's pretty sick.
It's not even the full game box.
Oh my
it's just
God.
a third quarter box.
So you have a printed third. Like for those who don't know, if you're in the press box or you're in the media, after every it happens at NFL games, it happens in baseball games. They'll do it after a starter leaves or something. They come around, they give you like a stat sheet of the first quarter. Then they'll give you at the halftime. They'll give you second quarter and half. Then they'll give you third, and then they give you a game final. So you got the third quarter box score that was handed to you by media relations or whatever. Yep. And you took it down there and you got Klay to sign that after the game for the 37. That's honestly one of the coolest pieces of memorabilia I know somebody's got. That's pretty sweet.
Well, I mean, don't get carried away. I don't know if I have it anymore. I got it at the time. I'm not sure where it is. I haven't seen it in a few years.
Okay. It's your jersey that your kid's wearing to a game.
I think it's around here somewhere. I kind of hope it is.
It's under your Steve Young helmet or something. Yeah. Autographed helmet.
Third quarter box score that just says 37 points on it. You look at the box score and you're like, you think it's a game. And you're like, oh, God, he only scored 4 points in the game. He got oh, damn, this is the third quarter? Oh, 36. I should look for it one of these days, see if it's still.
You should find that. That's a cool piece. That's a cool thing.
You
should
get
that
cool.
framed. You should get that.
It is pretty cool.
Get that taken care of. All right, how about this? Cavs radio play-by-play. Did you see the end of the Cavs game yesterday?
I just saw the highlight.
Max Strus?
Yeah.
So Max Strus hits. They call it a half-court game winner. Dude, this thing was beyond half-court. I mean, this was far. 59 feet is what they're calling it. 50. How far, Tim? 59? 59. Is the Tim tells me and then looks down. Didn't even have the number ready to go.
Be serious.
You knock it off, dude. You're wearing a hat today. Grow up. Grow up. Wearing a hat to work.
Yeah.
Tim Alcorn, the Cavs radio play-by-play. Here's Max Strus on a 59-foot game winner.
Leave it inbound, just to the left of the Cavs bench.
All we need is a deflection.
Pass deflected by Mobley, but grabbed by Doncic. Doncic bounced underneath the PJ, and he laid it in with 2.6 to go. Cavs out of timeout. Strus into Mobley. Back to Max. Half-court shot. Good! Good! He hit it! Cavs win! This place is going crazy! The Cavaliers had 2.6. They were out of timeouts. Strus let it fly. Strus hit nothing but net. Strus on the loose with the game winner.
That's a great call. Cavs fans got to love that. On a season that they're having a great year. That's pretty cool, man. That was a pretty good call. Strus on the loose. That's Tim Alcorn, Cavs radio.
Strus on the loose.
We got another call. Call here. Mark Followill. This is the Mavs TV play-by-play call. This is the Mavs side of things, okay? So we just heard the Cavs were fired up.
These are the best, by the way.
Pay attention to the color guy, too, because he's... Just pay attention. Here's the Mavs side of things.
Cleveland will take the ball out of bounds.
I love this guy.
Love it a lot more if they make a shot here. Deflection! And Luka comes away with it. 6 seconds, 5 seconds, underneath. Washington! 2.6 to go. They're out of timeouts. Dallas leads by 1. Mobley, Strus, a heave. Oh, no! Oh, no! Oh, no! Max Strus, I don't believe it!
We got to review it.
Max Strus hit it from 60 feet. Absolute heartbreak. Sitting.
Who's the color guy?
Who's the color guy on the call there, Derek?
I know Brad Davis used to do it.
He's going to find it for me. Mark Followill was the play-by-play guy.
That wasn't Brad Davis. That was a good call, though.
Oh, no!
The highest of highs, the lowest of lows.
By the way, I love, too. Did you hear the color guy before the playoffs? He was, I love this game.
I love this game.
They got to review it.
They got to review it.
There was nothing to review. There was nothing to review. There was absolutely...
the high school football game. The Texas high school football game. No.
Oh, man. Well, the other one I always go to you with is the one when the Saints had it was the Saints and the Jags, and they have the flea flicker on the kickoff return all the way for the return, and then John Carney misses the extra point, and the broadcaster goes, my God, how could he do that?
They got to review it.
They got to review it.
That's hysterical.
They got to review
We'll get to the name of the color guy as soon as Derek finds it there. Who said that you got to review it there? Is Mark Followill on the, oh, no.
They got to review it.
Okay, so we got one more story here that we got to get to. It's a story / a piece of sound. So, Tom, you remember, and for those who have been listening to the show for a long time or for some months, I'd say at least a year, you probably go back to when Tom and I were starting to follow the saga of the Chiefsaholic.
Oh, yes.
The Chiefsaholic. Now, the Chiefsaholic is a super fan. You may have seen him at games. He wears a wolf costume, like a full-on, he's got like Teen Wolf with like a Chiefs jersey on. Yes. His name, he goes by Chiefsaholic. He's Chiefsaholic on social media. Well, the story of the Kansas City Chiefsaholic took a wild turn today. So he's known for wearing that mask to the Chiefs game, dressed like a wolf. And then we found out he was caught and arrested for robbing banks.
Correct.
In states in which he was like on his way to travel to see the Kansas City Chiefs play games, dude.
That's how he afforded his road trip.
He got arrested like Oklahoma at one point. He was like on his way to Florida or something like that. I was like, where the hell is this guy doing, dude? So he's like affording his road trips and his Chiefs fandom. And then remember, Tom, he was bragging about it on social media.
Yes.
Remember, he's like putting out, he's like, I'll rob a bank. I don't care. It's like,
Smart move.
Yeah, by the way, easy to identify with that mask.
Smart move.
So he was in court today.
Okay.
He pled guilty to bank robbery, money laundering, and transporting stolen property across state lines. He faces a hefty 50 years in prison, is what he's staring down. These are all federal crimes here, right? So he's staring at 50 years in prison when he is finally sentenced. He's required to pay $532,000 in restitution. This is where it gets a little goofy. He will also forfeit an autographed painting of Patrick Mahomes. So I guess I was. So probably.
Does that go without saying?
He probably guaranteed. He probably purchased that with some of the stolen money, right? So
they got to review it.
Okay. By the way, it was Derek Harper as the got to review it. Derek Harper's the got to review it.
They got to review it.
He'd ask Derek. Yeah, there you go. Derek Harper. Derek. So there you go. So he's also got to forfeit an autographed painting from Patrick Mahomes. It gets a little bit better, Tom.
Okay.
He's got a lawyer, and the lawyer he's the guy you would assume the Chiefsaholic might have hired. Here he is on the courthouse steps following his client, Chiefsaholic, pleading guilty, And he gives the statement of all statements.
From the beginning of this case, folks, the government has been blitzing, and Xavier's pocket was collapsing. But today, Xavier stepped into the pressure. He took responsibility for his actions. He stood up in court, humble and repentant, and admitted what he had done. Now, if I know anything about Xavier, and if the Chiefs Kingdom knows anything about Chiefsaholic, we know that he doesn't give up. We know that if he stumbled and he fell, he didn't let his knee touch the ground. And that's because he's capable of doing a great thing. And he knows that there's still hope. We still have a lot of work to do on his case, but Xavier wants everyone to know that he loves the Chiefs Kingdom, he loves Kansas City, and he hopes that you'll rally to his support. Thank you and God bless.
Oh, man.
He should have gone with Saul.
Dude, you should have gone with Saul. That was a tough.
He should have called Saul.
That was a tough listen, dude. I love the text here. 925 says Chiefsaholic is such a d-bag. Oh man, that's so good. So Chiefsaholic, you won't hear from him no more.
No.
By the way, he was listed as homeless in his documents following his arrest in Oklahoma. Dude, he was like a season ticket holder. What are you talking about? Police records showed he and his mother and brother were like regularly cited. It's like a crime family.
Yeah. What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
Nailed it.
I thought you were going to say for next year's season opener, he's listed as doubtful.
Oh, that'd be pretty sweet. He's like, we're hoping they bring back the probable designation, but until then, we just don't know.
Oh, there'll be no probable.
By the way, they note this at the end of the article. He spent the last 7 months in Leavenworth, in Kansas, listening to Chiefs games on a radio. They make note of that. They make note of that. I love that in his statement he has to shout out, I still love the Chiefs Kingdom. The Chiefs are like, bro, please, don't, how about...
And Xavier's pocket was collapsing.
Knock it off, dude. That's your
pocket was collapsing.
That's so bad. That is your sound story.
Xavier stepped into the pressure.
How about when he said Xavier that one time too? He really bossed his name really amazing.
Xavier and then Xavier.
Xavier.
Caviar.
707 says, didn't Chiefsaholic get KO'd live on Twitter a couple of years ago? Well, he got KO'd live on the courthouse steps right there. I'll tell you that.
They did.
If I know anything about Xavier.
A big KO.
But his knee never touched the ground.
It did not.
About Xavier, his knee never touched.
Make sure you keep that in mind as you enter the next phase of your life.
If I know anything about Xavier,
the government has been blitzing.
He said he's going to rob some banks. When we come on back, head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr, joins us for his weekly conversation. Steve Kerr next on the Sports Leader. According to Matt Barrows and Mike Silver, they're anticipating that Brandon Staley will become the 49ers' next defensive coordinator. We'll see if that's true. More on that story trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
The government has been blitzing.
KNBR presents The Steve Kerr Show with his former teammate Tom Tolbert, along with Adam Copeland. It's Tolbert, Copes, and Kerr on the Sports Leader.
It's time for our weekly conversation with the head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Stephen Douglas Kerr. Steve, how the hell are you?
Tom, I'm doing great. How are you?
Doing fantastic. Before we get started on the team and all, congratulations on the new contract extension. Well done.
No, thank you. I couldn't be happier. I mean, just to keep coaching in the Bay and coaching this team and working for the organization, it's perfect. It's exactly what I wanted to do, and I feel like we're in a pretty decent spot. You know, all things considered, a lot of young guys developing and older guys still playing well, and I'm really enjoying this season. So I'm excited to keep it going.
So here's my vision of how it happened. Tell me how close it was to what I imagined, what I hoped had happened. That you guys were going through the negotiations, you finally get it all done, and took a couple days to sign it, and then you go in, and Joe's sitting behind his desk at the office, and you walk in, sit down, pleasantries. How you doing, Coach? Good to see you, Joe. Good to see you. Blah blah blah. He has a pen, like a nice fountain pen, and he hands it over to you. And you kind of look at him, and you look over the contract and say, "Well, I have agents for this. I don't need to read it, so let me just go ahead and sign it." So you sign the first copy, and then there's another copy, and then you sign it. And as soon as you get done with the R in Kerr, you just look over at him and go, "Kapow!"
I knew you were going there. I knew it the whole time. I mean, we know each other too well.
I'm assuming it wasn't quite like that, but I can hope, I can dream, and it makes me laugh. I mean, honestly though, like we've known each other a long time, and when you signed it, did you think? I mean, maybe you're still thinking it, but did you think, holy crap, that's a lot of money to coach basketball?
Yeah. Of course I did. Of course. I mean, it's just insane. I mean, the league is so profitable now. There's just so much revenue, and obviously the numbers across the board for players, coaches, executives, it's mind-boggling. And obviously, I'm pretty lucky to be part of the league and part of this economic explosion from the last decade or so. But I never could have imagined being in this place financially and obviously the success that we've had with the Warriors the last 10. It really does seem surreal. So I'm just going to keep going and not pinch myself.
Exactly. Well, you deserve it. The league and the organization are lucky to have you. And if anybody deserves that kind of money, it's a man who coached, played, and called a video game all in one shot.
Thank you.
All three of them. Yes. I mean, no one's ever called, coached, and played in the same game in video game history. So, I mean,
that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
Unless you happen to be a fan, like sitting there watching the game, I don't know how you could do any better than that. That would be pretty amazing. So, I hate to jinx this, but I don't believe in jinxes, so I'll go ahead. You guys, is this the first time, or one of the few times all year you've had everyone available? And really can kind of see what you have, and hopefully, knock on wood here, that it can continue this way, and you can kind of get a chemistry and have everybody gel. It just seems like, and I don't know, you would know better than I, but it seems like at some point during the season, somebody's always been gone, but this is as full a squad as you've had.
Yeah, and hopefully we get Wiggs back, because that's the final piece. But he's healthy, but yeah, getting Chris back last night, you could see the difference just in terms of what he brings, his organizational skills, his poise. We really needed him last night because we weren't playing very well, and it obviously wasn't a great night for Steph. So those nights in particular, when Chris can come in and just get control of the game, it's a huge advantage. And it does feel like, now that we've sort of found our starting lineup, with J.K. and Wiggs and Brandon, and now we're coming off the bench with a lineup, basically with Chris and Klay. I mean, two future Hall of Famers who are still playing at a high level. That's pretty good. So I do feel like this is, coming up in the next few weeks. This should be the best version of us, and we got to go out and prove that.
How big a deal will it be, or how, I guess consequential could be another word I could use, will, Chris and Klay's role be not only in playing, but just accepting like what the roles are? And I think they're cool with coming off the bench and playing minutes. I mean, the time will come when maybe they won't close a game. Somebody else will close a game based on who you're playing, score, how you're playing during that game. How consequential will that be in terms of, everybody learning how to like deal with maybe a little bit different role, and sometimes your role may be a little different from game to game? Right, yeah. And Chris and Klay will be really important examples for the rest of the guys. And but I've been so impressed with this team all year, and frankly we didn't have this dynamic last year where there was a lot of unhappiness, and a year ago we didn't have guys who really were embracing roles. This year everything has been much cleaner. I think everybody understands that in order for the team to function at its best, everyone has to be ready, but also embrace the fact that they're not always going to play. And so we have a really mature group. I thought Moses really defined that last night. He's been out of the rotation, and then with Wiggs' absence, Moses starts, makes some really key plays and big shots, and he's just so professional, and that's how it's going to have to be with the whole group. Just because we're very deep, but we don't necessarily have a clear top five that we're going to go to down the stretch of every game. So we got a lot to sort through. Would it be fair to say that your coaching style is kind of informed on, I mean, we know you Lute and Phil and Pop and the guys you played, Lenny and guys you played for, but also informed by your role as a player, as a role player, and you kind of saw how that impacted, like how role players and everybody being in it for the team and the team's success kind of helps build a winning team. And that's, if you want to be a winning team, you got to have winning basketball players making winning basketball plays. We get all that. I sound like Madden there. Right. You got a winning basketball player, winning anyway. But you also got to embrace it. Like I got to embrace the role and embrace the team. It seems like, I mean, I try to say that. I don't know if I've ever asked you that, but it seems like your coaching style is kind of, informed a lot on who you were as a player and how kind of you viewed a team. Yeah, I mean, I think that's accurate. I mean, I was, anywhere from the 7th man to the 14th man throughout my career. And so I can really identify with all the guys on our bench, and I know how important it is for all of them to feel empowered and to feel important and part of the process, because there were times when I did and times when I didn't, i.e. when you and I were members of the Magicians in Orlando. Yes. I might as well have been the ball boy there, and it just didn't feel great. So but I'm definitely a product of my experience with Pop and Phil. Those guys just had a knack for making everyone feel crucial, and that meant sometimes, just throwing guys out there, and even if they weren't part of the rotation, like making sure everyone knew they were going to be needed, they were going to be necessary. And so, that's how I feel about this team. Everyone, every single guy, down to our Santa Cruz guys, Lester and Guy on the road trip recently, they every single guy has helped us win games. And then in turn, when they haven't been in the rotation, they're on the bench and they're cheering for everybody, bringing great energy. So I love this team. It's got really good chemistry, and everyone has bought in. And as you said, it's going to be Chris and Klay kind of being the example for everybody else the rest of the way, because two Hall of Fame guys coming off the bench, that's pretty rare. No doubt.
Talking to Warriors head coach Steve Kerr here on the UMA guest line. I want to talk to you about, you mentioned Steph just not shooting his best last night and in the last couple of games. I want to ask more about the mindset of when you go through a struggle like that, like a slump or a shooting slump, because we played a soundbite of his from, Tom, was it a couple of games ago, 2 nights ago or 3 nights ago, where I thought it was great. He was asked about being tired, then he was asked about his shooting slumps and where his numbers have been, and he said, well, that's why they're called averages. And I thought, man, what a simplistic, it's such a simple thing to bring you back to like square one, but I just want to know about his mindset and how you get, it's like shooters shoot their way in, you got to shoot your way out, but I thought that was a great sort of baseline for a way to go forward with his shooting slump as it is right now.
I think it's one of Steph's superpowers, really, is the ability to play through and past tough spells. And, he's really a rhythm shooter, and when he gets his rhythm, it's obviously something you can see and feel. And then occasionally he falls out of rhythm, and it happens several times a year just based on, fatigue and as he said, the averages. But he never loses faith, never loses confidence, and takes such good care of his body that he just knows that, there's just times in the year where he's got to play through stuff, and that's what he's going through right now. We've had a ton of games lately, so I do think there is a fatigue factor. He's not going to admit it, but I like it. I like the fact that he knows that he's supremely confident and that he's always going to come around during a bad stretch.
Do you feel the need to stress to the team, like, how important these games are? The veteran leadership kind of understand, I'm sure they do, that these aren't playoff games per se, but you could put them somewhere between the importance of a playoff game and a regular season game, and that you put yourselves in a hole early on that you can't really afford to backslide right now if you want to get to where you want to get to. I mean, 6 is an outside possibility. Home play-in game would still be fine. I mean, what you want to avoid is the road play-in game, because the 4 teams in the play-in in the West, it's going to be ridiculous, and it's going to be really hard to win 2 games. Not that you couldn't, but you'd rather not take that path if you don't have to. Like, do the veteran guys, like, I mean, do they just kind of say, hey, like, we got to tighten up and be, really focused on these last 26, 27, whatever it is, games, or do you kind of throw that out there to them as well?
We talked about it the day we came back from All-Star break. We showed the guys the standings. We talked about 6 as the goal, and if not, let's do as best we possibly can just to give ourselves the best chance, in the play-in. So the guys are aware of it, and I think they know that every game is important. And biggest thing is I think we're in a pretty good place just with the way we're playing and kind of the rhythm of the season. It feels like we're catching momentum, and so everybody is feeling pretty good about things. We just have to make sure we keep getting better with every possible detail. I thought, we watched some of the clips from our Denver game yesterday before the Washington game started, and our transition defense was just really bad, and it's an area that we have to improve in, and that's something that we just have to keep working on every single day. It's been one of our weak spots all year long, and if we can clean some of that up, then we feel like we can take another step forward.
Let me ask you this, because it's something I noticed, and it may have been against Denver. And against Denver, you can't be slow in transition, because if Jokic gets the rebound, he just fires it right by your ear, and you got to get back, you got to turn your head, you got to be aware. But a couple times I saw, and I know you guys emphasize offensive rebounds more this year, but sometimes you'll see a guy, I think a couple times, maybe it was against Denver, the top guy, maybe it was Pajemski, who always wants to go for rebounds. He dove from the top, and then the weak side wing also dove to get an offensive rebound. And I'm thinking, well, I mean, one of those guys has to get back. You can't have both those guys come in. How much of that is just understanding, look, we want to go for offensive rebounds, but there's certain positions on the court that I just can't. Like, I feel like I have a good lane here, but I still got to get back because I'm responsible for anything in transition. How much of that is just being focused and cognizant of when to go for offensive rebounds and on what position of the court you can go for them?
Yeah, I mean, it's something we've really looked at hard. We have been going for more offensive rebounds this year, and we have been really good creating second chance opportunities. But you got to find the right balance, and a lot of times it's just court recognition. If you see your teammate go in, and then maybe, from whatever spot you're at, you've got to go back. And we show these clips all the time, and what we've found, though, is the biggest thing are the stays, where you don't do either. You don't sprint back and you don't crash. And those are the killers, and those are the ones we're trying to eliminate. Brandon has obviously been an amazing rebounder for us. He rarely stays. Like he goes, he goes before everybody else goes to the glass, and that's why he gets so many offensive boards. But we got a lot of guys who are staying and just sort of drifting, and then you do that against Denver, and it's just too late because, like you said, Jokic just throws it by your ear, and they're laying it in at the other end.
I got an idea for you. If you want to, you can put these up next year during training camp. No loitering.
I like it.
You can get a bunch of those signs. No loitering. Either you're going or you're coming, but you're not loitering. I hate loiterers. They just stand. They're like lollygaggers. They just stand around and take up space.
And lingerers
so
too. Lingerers are bad too.
Yes, get like 5 of those like signs, those no loitering signs, and stick them up in the practice facility.
Yep. And then maybe a sign that says no shoes, no shirt.
No dice.
No dice.
No dice.
What happened to your shirts, Piccoli? I saw it when you had it in. Something happened to him, man.
I thought that's where you were going, Steve. I was like, oh, he's going Spicoli on us now, is he?
Well, I was going to eventually going to get.
Okay, sorry.
I'm sorry, we beat you. We did. We stepped on your punchline. Is
too
what
excited.
We did. Yeah. Oh man! So what do you got going on in New York today? Anything fun? I mean, not like you haven't been there.
Yeah. I love coming here. But today, nothing. We had the day off, and I've been just getting some rest. I'm going to go out to dinner tonight with a friend of mine from high school, and then and that's it. Pretty, kind of lay low and get ready for the game tomorrow.
Nice.
Very nice. Well, we'll let you run. We always appreciate the conversation. It's been fun watching you guys play. Been playing some really good ball lately. Once again, congrats on the contract. And I should ask you this because I know people want to know this. The 2 years you signed, was that kind of the plan to line it up with Steph and then kind of figure things out at that point?
Yeah. I think just based on where the team is, I think I felt comfortable with that. I think Joe and Mike felt comfortable with that, and I want to say too, Mike is just phenomenal. I didn't think that Bob would be replaceable. I mean, Bob was such a great partner and friend, and he mentored Mike the last few years, and Mike is phenomenal, and that's another factor for me. Just really wanting to work with him. He's so smart, and we really see the game the same way, and he's doing a great job. So I'm excited to be, working with Mike and Joe and the whole group for the next couple of years, and then I think we'll have a much better sense of where our team is at that point. But it felt right for everybody, and then we got a good chance to make a good run here this year and the next couple. So let's go for it.
Oh man, damn, Bob, sorry. Out with the old and with the new.
Yep, sorry, Bob. You were replaceable after all.
Yeah.
Dang.
It's really Combine, right? Yeah.
Who would have thought Combine guy's gone?
Combine
to see
Bob,
you.
right.
Have a good night, New York, Steve. Best of luck the rest of the way on the road trip, and I'm sure I'll be talking to you soon.
All right, sounds good. See you guys. See you,
Steve.
All right, Stevie, take it easy, man. That's the head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Stephen Douglas Kerr. Coming up more of Copes and Tolbert here on the Sports Leader.
according to Susan Slusser, there might be a 50-50 chance Blake Snell is in the mix to join the Giants. There might be a 50-50 chance. More on that story trending, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
All that jelly and no toast.
This hour of KNBR is sponsored by Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit us today at goldenstatelumber.com and by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers.
Play KNBR at your pad on your Apple HomePod. Tolbert and Copes now continue on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes back with you on a Wednesday evening. Fun conversation with the head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr. He did, Tom, in that conversation. We asked him about Steph Curry and it's all about averages. And to me, I love that he said that's Steph's superpower. Like that Steph, I would say that you can pick out very few moments in Steph's career. I mean, we all know about the mouthpiece throw. And that's like the most egregious behavior Steph ever showed on the court. Remember his mom was like scolding him after, which was kind of funny. So you got upset about it. But for me, that's always been like Barry Bonds had that mindset. Like they would shift. People forget that they eliminated the shift in baseball. Barry Bonds saw the shift every single at bat. If there was not a guy on second base, he saw it every single at bat from like 2001 through his retirement in 2007. They would play him with a guy in shallow right field. They'd shift over the third baseman to shortstop. They were playing that same exact shift for a decade almost against Barry Bonds. There were times where he would hit rocket line drives right at the guy standing in right field and he'd catch it. And Bonds' demeanor like never, ever changed at the plate, almost ever. And I remember hearing comments from him saying, I did my job. My job was to go out and hit the ball hard, and just because somebody's standing there doesn't change what my job is. I can't do anything about that. They're going to make the play. They're going to make the play. My job's to hit it hard. Yep. Steph Curry's job is to shoot. Shoot or shoot. That's what he does. And his job is to shoot at the percentage and at the rate at which he's done so. He continues to do so. The fact that he can bring it back to that baseline, that's why they're averages. You said it earlier. He's not going to shoot 42% every game from deep, but when it's all said and done, he'll have some 10 for 11s and he'll have some 4 for 16s. And there'll be more 10 for 11s.
That's it. I mean, there's really nothing else to get into.
I'm good. I'm glad we figured that out.
You got it.
That's why they're called averages.
Exactly. We'll play that for 4 minutes.
How about I throw this one at you? I told you this earlier. There was a note I wanted to get to from the NBA. So we do our tips and picks on Fridays, and I got one play tonight that's looking pretty good. My Pacers against my Pelicans. My Pelicans got me a win last night. Hoping for my Pacers to cover tonight. Looking good so far in the second quarter. Anyway, over-unders in the NBA. Coming into today, there have been 51 games played across the league since the All-Star break. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
How many unders do you think I've hit in those 51 games?
51 games played. I know, and the only reason I know this is because my buddy told me.
Okay.
No, he didn't tell me how many, but he told me a couple days ago all 11 games went under.
So last night,
I know it's going to be a high total.
Last night unders were 10
40.
and 1. Okay, almost. Yeah, last night unders were 10 and 1.
Jeez.
In 51 games entering tonight since the NBA resumed play since the All-Star game, 39 and 12 are the unders. 39 of the 51 solid. Hit unders.
That's solid.
What?
Bang the unders, fellas.
Yeah.
And ladies.
But now that you said it won't happen.
No, well, that's why I said it so everybody knew to hit the over tonight.
Because I saw a stat come across Twitter feed that Minnesota, the Golden Gophers, were like 23 and 4 against the spread. And I mean, just an insane number. Next game, Nebraska beat the crap out of them.
Remember,
because as soon as everybody finds out about something,
everybody
it's over.
hammers it. Yeah, well, they squeeze the juice out of it.
Like now that you said it, everybody should bet the overs. Because now the people know about it, so you got to bet the overs now. I wouldn't advise it, just betting the unders because they've been hot, and I certainly wouldn't advise betting the overs because, well, hey, now you know about it. Bet the overs. So, anywho,
yeah. I remember. Well, is there a trend like that out of breaks? Have you ever seen anything? Do you follow any trends like that with the NBA? There are baseball trends that are easy to follow because they're daily and they go over. I mean, the sample size for baseball is a good one, right? Because you can track teams for a long time, and the road back to home things frequently come into play, the human element and all that. That's stuff people pay attention to. But I don't know, out of an All-Star game, there's been like the scoring is way up in the NBA. You were just asking Travis Schlenk if they eliminated the three-pointer coming into next season, what would happen?
Everybody would just freak out.
He was right. I think he's right. He said they'd still shoot him because sometimes they think that's their best shot.
27-footer for 2.
Yeah. What's that field goal percentage from 2B? Just averages.
That's all it would be for 2. I gotta say, 'cause I tell you, I don't usually respond to the YouTube thread. I read it though. I read it, and I don't know this person's name. I just happened to catch it. Was wondering why I didn't ask Steve about Andrew Wiggins and his availability and why he wasn't playing.
I got one word. It's the lead word on why he's out.
Let me help you out with this so you understand. Let me break it down for you like a little child here. Steve, why is Andrew Wiggins not playing? Well, personal reasons.
Personal reasons.
Well, can you get into it more? No, Tom. They're personal reasons. But Steve, there's got to be something more there. Tom, what did I just tell you? Personal reasons. He'll be back when he's ready to be back. Thank you, Steve. Thanks for asking the question, dumbass. There. That's how that interview would have gone. I hate when people, you got to ask the tough, we get it all the time with FAR, ask tough questions. And I get it. Sometimes they're warranted. But don't be a dummy, okay? Don't be a 5-year-old.
Okay, well,
don't be like a child that I have to explain something to you that you can't figure it out on your own. They're personal reasons. Personal. Look it up. I know I don't have a dictionary on me, but I'm pretty sure that's in there. That'll explain it for you. That way I don't have to explain it for you. So there may be reasons I don't ask something. Maybe I forgot something. That I did not. I did not forget about the personal reasons. I knew he was out. Although I did say they're all healthy, and I was right. They are all healthy, but Wiggins wasn't.
It's like the people who are waiting for us to
playing.
get Kyle Shanahan. We're waiting for a gotcha. I'm like, we have a great relationship with him because we learn things from him and we converse with him. This goes back further with you and Steve. Well, let me ask you this. Let me.
Yes.
I'm a professional, Tom. So I know you'll take
You
this
are.
seriously
You are a
from me.
professional.
I'm a professional.
Yes.
So have a little respect for what I'm going to ask you. Okay, a little bit more than San Jose Jazz fan 3.
Was that who it was?
I don't know. I just looked down and saw that name.
Big Laurie Markkinen fan. But then again, so am I. Bear down. Let's go.
So while you're not going to ask Steve that, and I get that, I wouldn't have asked him that too because I know what the answer is. The answer is not, and we don't get anything out of, we put him on the spot. But from the perspective of last year, we did not see Andrew Wiggins for a long time due to personal family reasons. It's the second game now. I'm not saying this is any of the same. I'm not saying that we're looking at the same stuff here. Or it's the same situation. We don't know, and it's not really of our concern. It's a personal matter. But does that creep? I wonder if for fans that creeps into their head. If that's the reason. I think that's why fans want to know.
Well, it absolutely might. But look, just because you want to know something doesn't mean you're going to know something. I mean, again, it's personal. And they didn't comment on it last year when Andrew Wiggins was missing. I think that was an outside source that was talking about it was his family or whatever. I mean, there was other like really goofy speculation that went on. I mean, just like crazy stuff. And look, it's personal reasons. As you said, it's right there. Personal. And if it's personal reasons, then the team, I know they're not going to talk about it, and I don't really care. So it's personal. We'll be back when it's not personal anymore, and it's not a matter anymore. So that's just what it is. I mean, there's a lot of things you wonder about and you want to know. Doesn't mean you deserve to know or you're going to know. And when it's personal reasons, that's just it is what it is. Wiggs will be back when he's back, and I know it was frustrating last year because people are like, well, when is this going to end? When is he coming back? I mean, let's go. They want him to play. I took my cue from the team. Like, hey, look, we're respecting his privacy. He's dealing with something. We wish him the best. There was never anybody on the team that I can remember saying anything other than that. Like, yeah, we're frustrated he's not back. And, we want him back as soon as possible. No. It was, we respect him, and he'll be back when he gets back. And we hope everything's good. Hope everything's all right. Man, that's what it was. So as far as I'm concerned, that's just, and maybe I don't care enough about certain stuff. I just don't. Again, even if I did care, it wouldn't matter if I asked about that because I already know what I would get, and I would get is it says it right there, and I'd be like, oh yeah, if I would have read that personal matters, I would have known that. So, look. I know, I know you think you're entitled to certain things. You're not. Just like you're not entitled to run on the court at a game or a field after the team wins.
Well, in a college game, you are.
You know, you're not.
That's
you
not
do.
That's not what I heard.
You're not entitled to go out there, but you do go out there.
I think I can hip check
Anyway.
players if I want. If I get out there,
I never had to deal with that.
No
we're
court
number
storm
one
when
in the
you played?
nation.
Well, you guys never got upset?
I don't think so. Like, we played it in New Mexico and they beat us. They had to have stormed the court, I would think.
Come on, who was there?
They got to review it.
The running Rebs were good then, huh?
No. New Mexico, the Lobos.
Oh, the Lobos. Excuse me.
They weren't good. They were like just okay, but the Pit was brutal to play in. It was tough.
It's a good name for a place, the Pit.
We sucked. I forgot my shoes. That was just
Dude,
bad.
You guys are the number one team in the nation? You forgot your shoes?
I did. I had to borrow Bergie's.
No, dude.
Yeah.
What'd you put up? I got to find the numbers.
I told Bergie, I go, bro, you were 15. Give me your shoes. And the coach goes, give me your shoes.
Give me your shoes. Tolbert's playing.
Bergie wasn't playing anyway. I don't know if I gave him some Vans or something, like he was wearing Vans. No, he wouldn't wear Vans.
Slides on the sideline.
But yeah, I didn't have my shoes. I was like, I couldn't believe it. And that felt like a doomed trip. Like,
seriously.
We had to have been
really
like,
look at a man's shoes.
14. Thank you.
That was
we
a
had to
great
have been
pull by
like
Tim.
2 touchdown favorites or something, and we lost to those guys. I mean, everything was off. It was just a bad game. I was horse crap that game.
So this was the year you guys went to the Final Four?
Yes.
What year was that?
Yeah, that was one of our losses. We had like 3 losses. That was one of them.
What year was it? 88? 88. I want to see what Tom did this game in Bergie's shoes. Wow, and they did not storm the court, the number one team. But that was happening back then, right? Because the Valvano play, that's one of the most famous ones.
Yeah.
He's running, and that's, I mean, that had to be a thing already at that point.
Maybe they did. Maybe we got off. I mean, there was no incidents. Let's put it that way. Like, we got off before anything happened. But I don't remember.
You guys went 35-3.
Yeah.
How about that? That's a hell of a run.
We were pretty good.
Craig Bergman sitting down there at the bottom of the roster, 0.8 points a game. Bergie
got his shoes. Give me those shoes.
I just want to get Tom's. I really just want to find out. I'll get you the numbers for that game. I just want to find out what Tom did.
It was garbage.
How often do you really look at a man's shoes?
Good luck finding a box score from that game. Do they even have one?
Oh, yeah, I can find one. How often does Tom really find a man's shoes? I'll get you the details on Tom's performance in the game where he forgot his shoes and then lost at New Mexico. I found it against the WAC. You lost by 2. First loss of the year. You guys were 12-0. Oh, dude, you know why? It was January 2nd. You were hungover.
Well,
you were still hungover.
There was speculation between Craig McMillan and Bergie that I had a bad day on January 1st, and they're like, oh, Tom wasn't focused.
You forgot your shoes for the travel. I would say so.
No, the shoes were in Tucson waiting for him.
The shoes were in Tucson when Tom got back. How about this?
That wasn't a fun trip.
This is one that's sort of fun every year. We haven't gone through this yet. The NFL does their player reviews of organizations, where they run through the team's travel and the team's facilities and the medical staff and the food they serve the players. And they rank all of the teams based on the averages of the grades that the players in the organization give that team. Mm-hmm. The team that was first in the NFL this year in overall performance, who won the Super Bowl, finished dead last in terms of ownership.
I know.
It's wild. Where did the 49ers stack up? And if they were going to review my job here at KNBR, where would Tom have it? We'll do that next on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. That's right. Unders are hitting big. Basketball's going big. And that's why you got to get to Underdog Fantasy. It's the best place to play fantasy sports this basketball season. And while there's games going on tonight, games tomorrow, Warriors are back in action out in New York. You got to get in on Underdog's new Pick'em game. It's where you pick between 2 and 5 players from at least 2 different teams. You select higher or lower on the player's stats, and if your picks hit, you can win 100 times your money in a single game. It's legal in California. Ton of fun to play along as you watch the Golden State Warriors. Underdog is easy to play. It's even easier to get started. All you got to do is go to the app, Underdog Fantasy, or go to UnderdogFantasy.com. That's the website. Sign up, and when you do, use the promo code, like you're listening right now, KNBR. They'll match your first deposit up to $100. Plus, they'll give you a mystery special pick to use with your first pick 'em entry. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code KNBR to get that first deposit of $10 or more up to $100 matched, and you get the special pick. There are stipulations. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Are you concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Wednesday evening here. Kerry Crowley will be with you at the top of the hour, back for a little sports phone KNBR. He said he's going to get us some Giants today as well early on, and then got plenty to get to a little bit later in the show. But Kerry Crowley back with us at the top of the hour for some sports phone KNBR. You got no Dubs tonight, but you will tomorrow. So John Dickinson and our guy Greg Silver back tomorrow with some Dubs OT following the Warriors and the Knicks. And I know Greg Silver is stopping by Kerry Crowley's show tonight, so if you need your silver fix, not Mike, Greg, you can get it tonight on Sports Phone KNBR. The 49ers are continuing their defensive coordinator search, though it does seem to be winding up. We talked to Matt Mayoko on Monday, that podcast available on KNBR.com, and he says that Kyle Shanahan told him that the expectation or the thought is that this process will be wrapped up by the end of this week. So the 49ers have now done a couple more interviews. And by the way, it's Matt Barrows and who was the other? Was it Matt Barrows and Lombardi? I know Matt Barrows. Mike Silver, pardon me. There's our Mike Silver. They were the two saying that their belief, or that they think
Matt Barrows.
Thank you. They think the favorite in the clubhouse to get this job is Brandon Staley. You and I both were like, all right, okay. And the other part about that, too, is Kyle Shanahan has competed against Brandon Staley, right? He was the defensive coordinator for the Rams for a season before he got the job a couple of years back for the Chargers. So the 49ers interviewed another candidate for their D.C. job, David Merritt. He's a D-backs coach for the Chiefs. They also finished up their interview with DB coach in-house Daniel Bullocks. This may not be a reliable source, but according to Twitter account 49ers and NFL News 24/7. Does that sound legit to you? 49ers and NFL News 24/7.
Totally.
I don't know why it wouldn't be legit. Kyle Shanahan reached out to, this was a headline today on Twitter. The report is that Kyle Shanahan reached out to former Patriots head coach Bill Belichick to gauge his interest in the D.C. spot, and the report is that Kyle did it out of respect. You know why? It was out of respect.
That's right.
So I don't think Kyle would do that out of respect. I think he'd do it because he was the best option if he thought that was the best option. I don't think football coaches are in the business of just like, yeah, but that's what you're supposed to do. You know, I think football coaches are in the business of, if he's the best guy, we want to interview the best guy, if he's the best fit. Kyle said that they think schematically they need to get something that's a better fit for them now, which is why they've moved on from Steve Wilkes. So there you go. That's where the 49ers stand.
What if you call somebody and offer him a job just out of respect, and he goes, yeah, I'll take it.
He calls your bluff?
No, just kidding. Click.
Yeah, it is funny.
Hello?
Derek said in my ear, isn't it more disrespectful to do that?
Yeah, absolutely. You know what it's like? It's like at the end of the game not trying anymore when you're winning by like 20. Just like, when you get here, take the ball. Go ahead and lay it out.
Go ahead. Where you guys got it. Yeah, pat him on the head.
I feel better. Just keep playing. Like, just keep playing. And if you kick our ass, kick our ass. Again, I don't need you shooting under the if you get the ball with the shot clock turned off, you don't need to shoot anymore. But before that, keep playing. Don't just give up. Like, that's the worst. Like, they're just, yeah, we feel so bad for you guys. We're just not even going to shoot. We're not even going to try anymore. Like, that's the worst.
Yeah, you got to do it like Kapler and steal when you're up 6. Drop bunts down and steal when you're up 8 in the 7th. That's what you should be doing.
You guys just don't even care.
Try hard.
Like, you're not. You're so not concerned with us that you just stop trying. That's the ultimate slap in the face. Like, yeah, just keep trying. Just keep trying, please.
Let's get into some of these report cards for the NFL.
Yeah, the
some
report
of these
cards were kind of shocking.
What did it surprise you? What? I mean, I told you the Chiefs were last overall.
The Chiefs ownership surprised me.
I'll tell you what, Lamar Hunt, I'd have kicked his ass too. I wasn't Lamar Hunt because I'd have ranked him 33rd. There you go. For the second year in a row, the NFL Players Association announced their player report cards on how they grade the organizations. So the 49ers got pretty damn good grades across the board.
They did.
Except they did get a C for their training room. Is that graded on by the fans? The fans.
They got a couple C's.
The fans vote for the training room. I'll get you the rundown here on the full grades. They got a C last year in their training room as well, according to Tim. So I'll get you the 49ers complete grades here as they stack up for 2024 per the Players Association. So the 49ers ranked
those.
They ranked 6th overall. I got them in front of me, yeah.
Okay.
They ranked 6th overall over the 32 teams. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I'll take that on average. So here's the breakdown.
Yep.
Treatment of families They were ranked second of 32 at A-.
That's very
That's
good.
as good as you can get,
Very
except for
legit.
one other team, whoever it was. Food and cafeteria, A-. That was ranked third overall.
Vikings.
That was number one?
Vikings were A. Cowboys, Dolphins were A-.
Wait, this is for
along
what?
with the Niners.
For
For
what?
treatment of families.
Oh, okay.
So those were your 4 A's. Vikings were the only ones with a straight A, and then the Cowboys, Dolphins, and 49ers all had an A-. So, yeah, they're top 4 in treatment of families.
That's just the Great White North love. You know what I mean? That's a little Fargo love.
Minnesota got a lot of good grades. The players there must love playing.
Nice
for
people
O'Connell.
up there, dude. Nice people up in Minnesota. Don't
That's
you?
right,
know?
eh?
That's North Dakota, I know. But
Yep.
locker room, Niners got a B+. Nutritionist and dietitian got a B+. Those are both ranked 8th and 7th, respectively. Training room, C. That was ranked 24th. Their next one is ranked 21st. It's B-. That's training staff. Now, this is something that has been a point of contention with fans over the last few years. Health of the roster and why is the guys get hurt so much? People constantly talking about that. Seemed to me this year the Niners were pretty damn healthy throughout the year. You're always going to have a few go down. I know Hufanga went down. I know they lost Trent at one point, Debo a little bit. Guys get banged up. It's just what happens. McCaffrey got hurt at one point. But overall, I thought they were pretty damn healthy. Weight room, they get a B+. That's 11th. Strength coaches, B+, 16th. Team travel, interesting. C+ and 13th.
They're tired of that damn Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, they're like, if I got to go to the Greenbrier one more time, dude, in West Virginia for 3 weeks.
They're like, bro, are you kidding me with this? Can we get something else in here?
I wonder what plays into travel.
I don't know.
Is it like location you stay? Is it facilities? Is it that the Niners maybe, is it that team, are they flying in too late for Steph? They want to have more time. You know what I mean? I wonder how many factors play into what travel means.
Yeah. I'll give you a real quick, and I'm going to clean it up a little bit, but I got to keep the word because it has the impact to it. So we used to have, we flew the Amway jet when I was with the Magic, we used to have like steak and I mean pork chops and basically whatever you wanted. They did a good job of really getting nice meals on board so we could eat properly, have good food and everything.
Yeah.
I can't even remember who it was that said this. Because our trainer, Dave, was like, so he'd stand up and go, hey, what do you guys want next trip? What do we want for this? We got some fillets for this trip. We got like a pork roast for this trip. Maybe some chicken. And it wasn't like just chicken. It was like a chicken meal or something, like chicken and pasta or something like that.
It's
so they were like all good meals. We're like, everybody's like kind of going, okay, the fillets sound really good. And then somewhere out of the back, somebody goes, could we just get some cheese and crackers up in this biatch? I'm like, well, buy your own cheese and crackers. What are you talking about? Like, we're talking about like actual meals, like fillets and like really good food, and you want cheese and crackers. Are you serious?
You know all the cheeses?
Yeah, I don't think he knew any of the
all
cheeses,
the cheeses.
to be honest with you.
What in
cheese? Yeah, we want fillets. No, just give me some cheese and crackers. Yeah, bring your own cheese and crackers.
Tom said, bring me some Pop-Tarts and a quart of milk from the back of the plane.
Oh,
okay,
definitely.
You're an honest guy in general. I don't want to put you on the spot entirely. But you played for a handful of organizations. I don't believe anybody's still like involved or owning these organizations that you played for. Do you remember the toughest time you had with the team in terms of some of this stuff? Like when you played, was it the Clips? Because he's Sterling.
Yeah, Sterling was the worst.
Okay, so
Sterling was the absolute worst. I love Fitzgerald, the owner of the Warriors at the time. He was fantastic. But if you were to now this is on like late '80s, early '90s.
Yeah,
the Warriors training room weight room was garbage. I mean, we didn't even have hardly a weight room. It was the size of a closet, basically. But I don't know if the other teams had much better.
The guys work out this way. They didn't work out like this back then, right? Now it's
a different time.
Yeah.
Locker room was okay. Again, I'd have to go back and look at other locker rooms. The Bulls locker room was brutal. Celtics was the worst. Celtics visiting locker room was just it was like, where are we, Shawshank?
That was on purpose. That was on purpose, though. That was not by accident, though.
You could be right.
I'm pretty sure that they make that.
It was hot. The showers didn't work.
That was on purpose. I think that's all. I think that's all gamesmanship from the Celtics at the old Boston
we
Garden.
have 2 shower heads at work. That's a problem.
They used to crank up the heat when it was like hot playing the Lakers, or they turn off the you can't be comfortable, which is
I'm like, this isn't college. We're not going home with our uniforms on, okay? We want to take a shower before we get out of here. Like, I don't want to put my clothes back on all sweaty and take a shower at the hotel.
You know where the weight room is?
Are you telling me in 1988 when you guys were the number one team in the nation, you were leaving games with your jersey on? That's like a high school thing.
I think yeah.
Damn. Lute said on the bus.
Some arenas we did. We just went back and took a shower. Yeah. That's college, baby.
You didn't shower with your jersey on like Barkley did?
No, I did not do that.
Yeah, I was going to say you wore Bergey's shoes into the shower.
Yeah.
Get fungus on the shower shoes. Okay, I'm gonna run down with you here, Tom, on the Clippers when you played for Don Sterling.
Okay, yeah, just give me the categories.
Okay, treatment of families when you played for the Clippers. All right, F. Food and cafeteria.
No cafeteria. None of it. No teams had cafeterias.
But post-game food, post-game spread?
Didn't have that either.
What?
No, nobody had. No, you went in and you showered and got the hell out of there. You had a beer. I'll give it a D+ because they actually had alcohol, which was cool.
Okay, all right. So food and cafeteria was booze. Tom gives that a D. Nutritionist and dietitian. Did you have one of those, Tom?
No.
Yeah.
No.
You're getting taped up while you're eating Pop-Tarts. I didn't think so.
Tom, you're going to need some more Pop-Tarts?
Yeah.
Very good choice.
Yeah, good choice,
Nicely
dietitian.
done.
How about the locker room with the Clippers?
I mean, they were all about the same.
You shared staples,
by
yeah?
today's standards, they'd all be Fs. But back then, we didn't know any better, so I'll just say they were Bs. I mean, they did nothing special, but they're fine.
Were you guys sharing the arena then?
Oh,
because they were at the Forum forever. The Lakers were, but then when did they move?
No, we
to,
played at the sports arena.
You guys were at the LA Sports Arena.
Or as I like to call it, the Forest Lawn Sports Arena, because it was a morgue. Literally was. Nobody was there. No. If you sneeze on the bench, somebody would say "bless you."
Yeah. That happened to me one time. I yelled Yuri Welsh's name from the stands once, and he turned and looked at me during a timeout, and I was like, "There's nobody here." Yuri Welsh and
Where would
Bobby
showers
Sir.
come under? Like, what? I don't know. Would that
That'd
be?
probably be locker room. I think showers are probably locker room.
Okay, because with the Clippers, I took a shower one time, and they didn't have any towels to dry off with. All they had was like hand towels. You pat yourself dry. Just kind of pat yourself. And oh, by the way, when I was in the shower, completely naked, as most people are in the shower, no soap. So I had to walk from the shower to the bathroom to get that pink granulated crap. And that's what I washed with, pink granulated soap, hand soap. Didn't feel good.
It still smells good,
though. On the skin. Yeah, I don't remember. I was just hurting. I had abrasions all over my skin.
Jesus. Did you get yourself a bar? Some Irish Spring? Maybe a
There's
Dove?
Nothing. Needless to say, unfortunately, with the pink granulated stuff, I stayed away from the nether region.
You stay away from the nether region.
Sandpaper.
Yeah, I gotta tell you, you and you'll call yourself out for the old man yells at cloud or the get off my lawn moments. Yep. I thought just the game was tough. You guys were you were scrapping to survive.
Yeah, but most of us had towels. Just the Clippers didn't.
Well, you played 82, right?
Clippers didn't have towels.
Clippers didn't have towels. They did have booze, and they had the granular soap that you'll get at when you go to the Paragon for a show. It's like the powder soap that's rubbing on you.
Where it's got that little silver arm underneath it. You got to go. You got to
scraping the skin off your hands, dude.
Oh, it's so bad.
How about the training staff?
We had one
guy.
Keith was good. I'd give him an A. I like Keith. Keith was really good. An A with the Warriors. Tom Abdenauer was
shout out
awesome.
Tom Abdenauer. Yeah,
yes,
shout him out.
He was great.
I think his brother's the first ever trainer to go to the Hall of Fame from the Pistons.
Mike
Abdenauer.
So I guess they did have a Hall of Famer on that team.
I guess
him and Ben Wallace.
Ben Wallace and Mike Abdenauer. Just like the Spurs had Steve Kerr and Manu Ginobili potentially. Okay, how about weight room? You said the weight room's like a closet, right?
Yes, it was terrible. All of them were terrible. Nobody had a good weight room back then.
You know where the weight room is?
Your strength coach was...
What are you talking? What weight room?
Your strength coach was your training staff, right?
Now, your weight room was... I mean, yeah, that was you. Although Mark Grabo was our strength and conditioning coach. They just called him a trainer back then. Mark was awesome. You know, Mark was super cool. I kind of feel bad. Mark, if you're out there listening, I probably owe you $20 or $30, whatever we bet. We were in Dallas one time, and I bet him he couldn't do 50 pull-ups. And we're talking like pull-ups.
Like actually a chin above the rim.
Reverse arm. We're talking like real.
Like military.
Men pull-ups like that I can't do. And women out there, if you do them, you're a woman that can do men pull-ups, and God bless you, because I couldn't do them. I couldn't do 2. I did 1 and I was toast. Anybody that can do those is a badass, period. So he said he could do 50.
And you didn't pay?
Get out of here. I go, you're not doing 50. Well, I didn't pay because he got 49.
Oh, dude. Well, he lost the bet. Does he owe you money then?
I go, sorry, the bet was 50. No, I didn't. He didn't have to give me money. I just told him, I go, I'll give you $50 or whatever it was. Could have been 100.
Dude's gas. You're like,
can't do
tough
50
break.
of those. Get out of here. And he was just ripping through these things. I was like, oh my gosh, he's going to get 50. And then, it started getting tough around 45, and he got to 49 and didn't get it. And I always felt like, God, that was so close. That was still super impressive. I should pay him just like that was awesome. But then the other side of me was like, yeah, well, the bet's a bet. He didn't get it there, so you don't get your money. And I didn't give him his money.
Yeah, sounds like you didn't. And
you gotta have principles, don't you?
You do. You got to. A man's got to have a code, Tom.
I mean, you got to have a code.
You didn't set it at under 49.5. You set it at 50, and my man lost.
Set it right at 50.
So you know
Sorry.
what? We'll give Mark the grade A training grade, and we'll keep the cash.
Yes, he was great.
Leave
awesome.
the grade, take the cash. Okay, so then we'll go one. Was a couple more here. So we said strength, team travel. How was travel with the Clippers?
Team travel with Clippers was fine. Yeah, that was good. That was by that time we all had private jets. So yeah, I had no problem with I'd say A. I think most teams in the NBA were A at that point.
Private jets, but no towels. Head coach, who was your coach there?
Bob Weiss. Bob Weiss gets a, what are we grading him on?
Kyle Shanahan was given an A.
Have beers with, or a guy that could coach?
Kyle Shanahan was given an A as a coach. It's probably all across the board. Do you like playing for the guy? Like, we've all had bosses where we go, I like that guy.
I'll give Bob Weiss a D. Because I don't want to give him an F because he's a really nice guy.
There you go. We'll work with that.
Matty Gukas, Orlando, B. I mean, D. Maybe a C minus. I mean, he was okay.
Nelly A.
Nelly was the only guy that I played for that was an A. Him and Lute were the only 2 A's that I played for.
You dumb bastard. Dumb
bastard.
So you call your buddies. And then ownership. Yeah. Sterling, what do you give him?
You dumb bastard.
Is there anything less than an F minus?
For life. That's all you got to know is that was what was said by Adam Silver.
I mean, if whatever the lowest grade is, take the one beneath that and give that one to him. He was brutal. I mean, I can't even tell you how bad an owner he was. Fitzgerald was great. I don't even really know the owners for Orlando. Charlotte, Shin had to be a D. I mean, he was brutal too.
This is good, yeah.
Because he expected everybody to, I want you guys to put your hearts on your hand over your hearts for the national anthem, like or whatever. I'm like, what? I know we're in the Bible Belt hill, but not Bible Belt. But let's go. So you know what I would do? My own little private protest.
This is Tom's Kaepernick moment back in like 1993.
Yes, that nobody was so subtle that nobody caught on to it. I did it with my left hand.
Oh, got him.
Yes, I know.
It's not over my
huge,
heart.
Huge.
Oh my God! That's insane. Look at you old rebel, you. You're lucky you weren't suited up, or they would have noticed you, and they would have taken you out.
That's a good point.
Just like
That's
Kaepernick,
really
nobody
good
noticed
point.
till he put on the jersey when he was hurt for those first 3 weeks.
I know.
Not a big deal. So it sounds like you've got the Clippers at bottom of the league. If you were to run through. However, I'll give you this credit.
Huge gap between them and the next team.
And I knew this is where you were going. Anything that you graded based on a person you knew, you graded it higher, which I like. That you were, outside of Sterling, you're like, dude, that guy was a good trainer. That wasn't a great coach, but great.
Yeah,
dude.
Keith was a really good trainer for the Clippers.
That's very cool. So 49ers overall finished 6th. The Clippers finished dead last in Tom's rating. Number 1 rated organization were the Miami Dolphins, and the Commanders were graded as the worst. I thought the Chiefs were the worst.
Well, no, the worst owner.
Oh, ownership was.
They
Chiefs.
weren't worst
Excuse
overall.
me, ownership overall. It was the owner that was graded the worst. Commanders were graded as the worst overall. That makes sense.
Yes.
that plays. Andy Reid was the number 1 coach in football. Josh McDaniels rated last.
Yeah, I think
I'm not even playing.
Graded
He's
that
I don't even get
for not Pierce, because Pierce wouldn't have got that grade.
That's
but
tough.
McDaniels definitely.
Stephen Ross, Dolphins owner, was the best owner. You think the guy who cheated?
Really?
You think the guy who I'm kidding.
Dolphins, they were pretty good across the board then.
Dolphins were good across the board. He was rated as best owner. Clark Hunt of the Chiefs rated the worst. You're damn right he was. And we'll leave it there at that. We'll leave it there. So the Niners, 6th overall, great head coach, great ownership. Sounds to me like the worst things for them going are the training rooms. Which I can't speak to that. I'm not in there. I don't lift. Not with them.
No.
There you go.
I don't know.
By
I
the
was
way-
thinking of something else. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I
no,
was
you
thinking
were
of a joke.
clearly you were thinking of a
No, I
joke.
was formulating a joke
This
and
guy.
wondering if I could make it like palatable. I can
Think
make
about it. Think about it and bring it back for Kerry Crowley, who's going to join us next. You got the
Jerry will
joke?
like this one. I'll run it by Tim and Derek, see what they think.
Tom has a joke. Stay tuned. We'll see what Kerry Crowley's got going on next on these sports.
Tom
Today.
has jokes. And like, you can't ask somebody to eat a crap sandwich and then they eat the crap sandwich and then they turn out smelling like roast beef. I don't know. That's stupid.
According to Matt Barrows and Mike Silver, they're anticipating that Brandon Staley will become the 49ers' next defensive coordinator. We'll see if that's true. More on that story trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Now, you know Steve, tax expert here, but Steve, there's times where I go to a restaurant or a store and I'm like, I want this, I want this, I want this. They say, no, we don't do that. I'm like, I thought the customer was always right. What do you do when you're trying to serve somebody who's looking for a little extra help?
We try to do more than he's asked for if we can. And the past few days, one of your listeners called and said he owed a whole bunch of taxes, he couldn't pay him, and he just wanted me to do a monthly payment plan for him. And, most firms would say fine, and they would do it, and that would be that, and he'd pay the taxes over a period of years. But I said, wait a minute, we do this with every client. Talk to me. Why does the government say you owe the taxes? What are the facts here? I talked to him, I listened to him, and here's what I said. You don't need a monthly payment plan. You don't owe a penny of taxes. I'm going to contact the IRS for you, but not to make monthly payments, to say, my client doesn't owe these taxes. Here's why. Correct your records. He owes you nothing. That is what we try to do because we listen to people, we talk to people, and if there's more that we can do than they've asked for, that's what we do, just like this listener.
Thanks so much, Steve. Let Steve Moskowitz take care of it for you. 1-888-TAX-STEAL or find him at MoskowitzLLP.com.
All right, time to wrap this thing up. Hand it off to Kerry Crowley. Somebody on the thread, I got to answer this question because they asked if the Clippers used to practice at a junior college back in the day. No, but the Warriors did. We practiced at Alameda Junior College back in the day. The Clippers didn't practice at a junior college. We practiced at a YMCA.
Dude, no, you didn't.
I kid you not. It was the Inglewood YMCA?
Inglewood?
God, Inglewood?
No.
I think it was Inglewood YMCA. I know it was a YMCA. Dude, we pulled up in the lot, like where everybody parks. Everybody, you should have seen that lot. It was Beamers and Mercedes.
You had a private jet to fly, but no facility to practice in, or towels after the game. By the way,
bro,
it
was the worst. No. Of course, there were no towels at the YMCA. There were no showers. We actually practiced like hard for 2 hours. Thank you.
It's the Clippers,
and then got in our cars, sweaty as hell, and drove home.
Dude.
Just dripping sweat.
Did you guys have to practice like wide ways on the court, like the short way where you run? Like,
no. We were the only ones on the court. It wasn't that bad.
The YMCA.
It wasn't like, yo, I got next. Hey, look, Billy from Monrovia wants to jump in here and get a run. All right, cool. Let's get him in.
Lace him up.
No, we had the court to ourselves. But it's like, are you serious? Like, we're an NBA team, and you hope practice is over by the time the sun goes down, because in that part of town, you're like, bro, we got to get out of here. we got a jet. We hope all the lights are green. You want to be stopping around here. Yes, I think it was the Inglewood YMCA. That sounds right. Again, I could be off on the city, but I know it was a YMCA. And the Warriors, we practiced over at the Alameda JUCO. Funny story, going to practice, I was late for practice one day. Anybody that lives in Alameda knows it's just across town. It takes forever to get there.
Oh,
there's lights in here.
You might have a drawbridge.
So yes, I got pulled over for speeding.
It's not a light.
In my IROC, trying to get to practice on time, and I was gonna make it. I think I did make it. So I get out of. I'm sitting in the car. The officer comes over to me, and license, registration, all that. Kind of looks at me, and then somebody else walks over. I thought it was another cop. Came over in the side passenger window, and he goes, "Yo." He goes, "Hey, that's Tom Tolbert." And I look over. You'll never guess who was along for a ride-along. Mark McGuire.
What? Mark McGuire was on a ride-along?
I kid you not.
He tapped on the window on the other side?
I knew him a little bit because I used to go over to the clubhouse before A's games. I'd mess around in there when I went to A's games.
We got way more stories we're gonna have to get into here.
So yeah, he was like, "Hey, that's Tom Tolbert," and I looked over and he was like looking in the window. I go, "McGuire, what the hell? What are you doing here?" He goes, "I was along for a ride-along," and the cop goes, "I was just messing with you. You're good." I go, "Good, because I got to get to practice," and I took off.
That's bizarre. Mark
That was
McGuire
hilarious.
leaning in. He's like, "I know who that
Leaning
is.
in.
I stuck
Leaning
a needle
in.
in his butt. Yeah, I know that." Yeah. What was it? Derek says, was it for a movie he was doing? What was he doing on a ride-along?
No, he just, I don't know.
I don't think he had a film
if his
career.
brother was a cop. I know Dan was a quarterback, San Diego State, Seattle, all that. But I don't know if he was just like interested in that stuff or whatever. But not that I know of. It wasn't for anything other than, I just want to go do a ride along and see how those things go. So yeah, he was there. That was kind of shocking, getting pulled over for a ticket, and then there was Mark McGuire on a ride along. So
you know what he said? He goes, "Do you know how fast we're going?" And Tom said, "I'm not here to talk about the past, man."
Look, I'm not here to talk about the past.
I'm not here to talk about the past.
I would just like to get to practice, if that's okay with you two gentlemen. That's fine by you. Yeah, he actually wore. I gave him some. We didn't wear the neoprene pantyhose like they do today, but we had neoprene shorts. I can get into that sort some other time. But anyway, I gave him a pair, and he goes, "Yeah, I'll wear them at the All-Star game. Wear them for the home run derby." And then Jeff Kent wore the bug shorts that I had from Loudmouth Golf. He said, "If I make the All-Star team, I'll wear them." So he wore them for workouts and stuff like that. And I won't tell you what he said when I asked him, because you can imagine Jeff Kent, what he said. I go, "How'd the shorts go over?"
Well,
I'll leave it.
let's leave it there. Yeah,
I
do want you to text it to me.
Go ask Tim.
I would like you to text me.
He'll play it for you.
Do you have this audio, dude? Please don't play it now, but save it for me. I want to hear it.
Enjoy the game more.
Let's put it this way. It's pure Jeff Kent.
I bet you it is.
It is pure Jeff Kent. What's going on, Kerry?
What's up, dude?
Not a whole lot, just listening to Tom talk about his time interacting with the fan-friendly, fan-favorite guys,
All good stuff. All good stuff. Oh, man. Some of these times you get to a certain age, you're like, oh, yeah, I remember that, Steve. Forget about those stories. But now that we're talking about it, the McGuire ride-along
was really funny.
That's perplexing to me. You got to be so bored to want to do a ride-along when you're a professional athlete.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe you got to drive.
You could be Shaq and just become a cop.
Yeah, that's true.
How fast you were going, hey, big fella?
Oh, my goodness gracious. What do you got going on tonight?
Well, that's a great question, Tom. Just back from the NFL Combine in Indianapolis, which first time, last time attending the Combine. Do not plan to go back. And I know that the event hasn't really started yet, but it's fine. And so we won't talk about that. We'll talk about the winless San Francisco Giants and, everyone pressing the panic button 4 games into Cactus League play. Golden State Warriors headed to the Garden tomorrow night. And then 49ers defensive coordinator hire, how they use their first-round draft picks. So no shortage of topics to get into over the next 2 hours and 55 minutes or so.
Here's something we'll have to do. I'm going to come up with a number. Before the regular season starts, and I'll let you guys wager on it. I'm going to get arrested for being a bookie here at KNBR on air.
Yeah.
Probably not advisable, but I'll set an over/under on where I think the Giants will finish in runs scored in baseball.
Total runs scored, or where they place?
Where they place,
like 15th in the league or 14th, like something like that. Okay.
Something like that, exactly. We'll go all 30 teams, so it'll include American League too. I'll throw it a number, and I'll let you guys go over or under. I love when somebody makes a line on something and then they bet into it. I'm like, well, you can't bet into your own
set
line.
Set the line and then bet it.
What are you, a dope? I mean, what? I'm going to set the line at 2, and I'll take the under if I can do that. Can I do that?
Every wedding I attend, I do over-unders on, first dance, how long it takes to get down the aisle, that sort of a thing.
We do that
and
too.
Everyone's like, well, what did you bet? I'm the bookie. I can't bet.
Yeah, exactly. I can't bet.
So confused when I'm setting these lines. I don't have any skin in the game here,
People don't get it. Oh, you're going to love this, though, Kerry. I got 2 wagers on air yesterday.
That's good.
I got one where I'm under 88.5 Giant wins and over 69 Giant wins.
Yeah, that's
a
completely
19-game middle.
69.
Yeah, I think I'm looking pretty good.
Yeah, I'd say so. That's exactly. I probably in that range right now, unless Logan Webb goes down, in which case they're going to win about 48 games. So
easy.
just saying.
Hey.
Don't you put that hate on me, Ricky Bobby. Don't you wish that on me. The best was the guy who bet Tom for was it the over wins? Or was it it might have been the under wins.
Oh, the guy that went 82 and a half.
This guy lives in Palm Springs, right? Kerry, and he's like, all right, well, Tom, you got to come down. If I win, you got to come down to Palm Springs and drink with me. If you win, I'll come up. Pebble Beach. You're not Palm Springs. Pebble Beach.
Pebble Beach, yeah. You want to go to 805.
Sorry. He says 805.
Tom's going to go hop in the car for 11 hours.
Beach. It was still pretty far, right? Pebble Beach. Yeah. Tom's like going to San Leandro. He's not going to Pebble Beach. But the guy goes, all right, so I'll go to Alameda then, Tom, if you win. And then Tom goes, well, I'll go to, how about San Ramon? The guy goes, I can go San Ramon. We're like, dude, this guy got hosed on this bet. Tom got and first he said 81 wins, or was it 83 or something?
82 and a half.
Then he goes, you know what, I'll go up to 88 and a half. Tom goes, okay, and you'll go to San Ramon if I lose.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay, no big deal, dude. So,
guys, too excited to have a drink with Tom.
That's right. Winner, chicken dinner, as I like to call it. Kerry, have a great show tonight, my friend.
Thank you, gentlemen. Have a good one.
Right.
You too, brother.
All right, Kerry's going to be with you right up until 9 o'clock. That's a great idea. Wedding gambling.
Oh, it's great with your buddies. We did that at my friend's wedding. One of my best friends. We were betting on whether and we'd known them both since high school. We're like, who cries first? We had one, and dude, my buddy Devin is notorious for he's bought the same pair of red Vans 100 times, lace-up red Vans, bright red, and he wears them with things that don't match. So we were and he's a super fitted guy. We were going, dude, at what point in the after party? I offered this prop. I said, what are we setting that Devin throws on the red Vans prop? It's set pretty high at plus 600. I took it. Didn't hit. I let somebody else set the line. Everyone's like, ooh, that's a good prop. That's a good prop. He's definitely going to break him out. Never did. But if you're going to a buddy's wedding, always fun to set the line.
Oh, yeah, that's a great idea.
Down the
Makes it
aisle's
go by.
good.
Makes it go by.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Corinthians,
interesting.
are they going with that read? You know what I mean? Love is
Yeah, I don't think
patient.
I'm going to any weddings at my age anytime soon.
I'll get
except
you in
I
on
could
some
have
action on my buddies.
kids' weddings.
Jimbo Kincaid
Yeah.
getting married soon. I'll get you in on some of his action at the wedding, dude. How about that?
Yeah. Let me know.
All right, dude.
I'll definitely pitch in for that. All right, let's thank our guests and hand it over to Carrie. Today we went basketball. Travis Schlenk, the VP of Player Personnel for the Washington Wizards, good friend of mine, and Steve Kerr, head coach of the Dubs, joined us today as well. Thank you very much to Derek and Tim. Great job today, fellas. As always, Copes, I will see you tomorrow.
See you then, bro.
All right, man. Kerry Crowley, up till 9 o'clock. Stay tuned right here on The Sports Leader. Take it away, Derek.
Oh, my God. Oh! Shut it down. Let's go home.
It's time for you to sound off, for you to speak your mind. The show is for the faithful. Touchdown! Dub Nation.
Bang! Steph Curry again.
And the seam heads that bleed orange and black.
Good man!
This is Sports Phone KNBR. Sponsored by Industrial Metal Supply on The Sports Leader. Check the live stream on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
We are back. Kerry Crowley hanging out with you until 9 o'clock this evening, live and local here on The Leader. Talking Giants, talking 49ers, talking Golden State Warriors. End of February. We're a month out from opening day. Kind of in that middle portion of the sports calendar when it's too early to really think about the NBA playoffs. It's too early to get excited about the NFL draft. And it's still too soon to think about the opening day lineup and that first week that you'll see from the San Francisco Giants rotation. But nevertheless, that is a subject that we will definitely get into this evening here on The Leader. Want to talk a lot of Giants baseball in this first hour. We'll probably talk 49ers in the 7 to 8 o'clock hour. We'll talk about the defensive coordinator search and where the 49ers should spend their first-round draft pick. Should they trade up? Should they go defense, offense? I think it's got to be a lineman, but we'll give you the opportunity to dial in later on this evening. 415-808-KNBR is the number. And then 8 o'clock hour, the Dubs coming off a win over the Washington Wizards. No, it wasn't pretty. No, Steph Curry did not shoot the ball well, but hey, you have to win on the road, and you cannot lose to the Washington Wizards, who are somehow end of February sitting at 9 wins on the season. Jordan Poole is coming off the bench. I don't know how any of that is possible, but we'll have some good guests for you in the 8 o'clock hour. Greg Silver going to join me. Jordan Elliott of NBC Sports Bay Area will stop by. So 6 and 7 o'clock hours are all about you folks here on The Leader. And I kind of want to start off the conversation with this subject, and then after the first commercial break, we'll open things up to calls. I wonder, a month out from opening day when the Giants take on the Padres, what's your confidence level in this team right now in its ability to make it to the playoffs? And I think if you ask that question in a vacuum, you might say, well, they have no starting pitching, they didn't do enough this offseason, and you're probably not that confident if you're looking at what's transpired during spring training so far. You know, the Giants haven't won a game, and yet spring training results are meaningless, but I don't think it speaks all that well to this team's depth at the moment. And I think that pitching is a serious concern for this team. You trotted someone out there today in Spencer Howard, who gave up 2 runs against the A's in the first inning, and he is now theoretically competing for a job in this Giants rotation, or at the very least on this Major League pitching staff. And so definitely want to get into that subject, because while I don't feel all that optimistic right now about the Giants' ability to be a postseason team, I do think that the National League is so muddled in between, the bottom ranks where you look at the Colorado Rockies, you look at, maybe the Pittsburgh Pirates, although they've got some prospects on the rise right now, and the very top where it's just the Dodgers and the Braves. Then you've got a bunch of teams, 4 in the Central, 3 in the West, most of the East, that could legitimately make a claim for the final 4 playoff spots. And so I think if the Giants were to go out and to sign a Blake Snell, who they desperately need right now and who they have once again been rumored to be connected to, because the Yankees, of course, are rumored to be connected to him right now. And so Scott Boras, doing what he does, often likes to use the Giants as the second team, as motivation to bring up the contract for another squad. We've seen this song and dance before, but I don't think it's just Blake Snell. I think that Matt Chapman is also in the mix for the San Francisco Giants. And if they were to sign one or both of these players, it's just dramatic what it would do to my confidence level in this Giants team moving forward this season, because the National League is so mediocre. And it reminds me a little bit of the Eastern Conference in the NBA right now, where you've got some really great teams in the Eastern Conference, the Boston Celtics at the top. But after that, there's just this big drop off. It's not like the West, where you've got insane depth right now, where you've got the Warriors and Lakers both playing incredibly well, a combined 15-5 over their last 20 games, and yet they're the 9th and 10th seeds in the West, and those are rosters just layered with stars. And so what is your confidence level in the San Francisco Giants' ability to be a playoff team, and how much would that change if they were to sign a Blake Snell or a Matt Chapman? Or are you just over the rumors? Let's be honest. Feel free to dial in tonight if you're completely over the rumors and you're someone who's like, wake me up when it happens. Wake me up when the Giants finally do something, because I think that is a completely legitimate way of looking at this Giants franchise right now. Honestly, it's a completely legitimate way of looking at any Major League Baseball team right now. I think that baseball, I've talked about this many times before on KNBR, baseball is going through an identity crisis. I think that baseball is at a crossroads. It is at a point where it could precipitously fall off the map if it doesn't do more to engage younger fans, if it doesn't do more to have owners who are just determined to win. I think, look, the NFL Players Association report cards came out tonight, and some owners got an F-, and some teams were just completely trash. But I really do believe that in the NFL, every owner wants to win, or for the most part, even if they're terrible decision makers, they're trying to, within the next 2 to 3 years, put together a team that has a ability to make a deep playoff run or even make it to the Super Bowl. Whereas you look at Major League Baseball, and I really do question what these owners are doing and if they're dead serious about being aggressive and competing. And so we'll talk about that. We'll talk about the Warriors. We'll talk about the 49ers as well this evening. I'm Kerry Crowley, the show's Sports Phone KNBR. We are just getting going here on the Leader. I want to remind you that Sports Phone KNBR is presented by Industrial Metal Supply, online at industrialmetalsupply.com. It's metal made easy. Back on the other side, you're listening to KNBR 104.5, 680, the Sports Leader.
American Canyon, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, American Canyon Sports Leader.
According to Matt Barrows and Mike Silver, they're anticipating that Brandon Staley will become the 49ers' next defensive coordinator. We'll see if that's true. More on that story trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Sound off on the sports leader. Sports phone KNBR keeps rolling right here and on the all-new KNBR app.
The ground ball hit sharply to third, over to his right to backhand it. Here is Alvarez with the long throw to first, in time for the out, and the ball game is over. The Athletics have beaten the Giants today in the Cactus League. The final score, Oakland 7 and the Giants 4.
We are back here on Sports Phone KNBR. Kerry Crowley hanging out with you until 9 o'clock this evening. The Giants still winless in Cactus League play, 5 games in. Does it mean anything? I tend to think the answer to that question is no. I've, of course, covered this Giants team as a beat reporter, covered a lot of Major League Baseball in my life, and I think that the number one thing you find out during spring training is where a pitcher's command is in the second, third, fourth appearances if you're a starter, and if you're a reliever, you really just need a couple good appearances the last time out. I don't think that I've learned a whole lot from watching hitters through the years in spring training, and specifically last year. Look, last year I was not down in Scottsdale for the majority of the time, and I think that the standout during spring training was Bryce Johnson. He brought this element of speed and excitement to the San Francisco Giants. I think he had like a 360 batting average at one point, or maybe even finished the spring like that. And the opening day roster rolls around, and he's left off the opening day roster. And we all know, I mean, any of you who followed the Giants closely probably had the idea that Bryce Johnson was never going to be a significant contributor for this organization, but he goes out there last spring and lights the world on fire, and you think, okay, maybe this is different. And all of that is to say, players can have great springs. Players can have terrible springs. And at the end of the day, I don't think much of it matters. Yeah, would you like to see the Giants win a game or two? Sure. I think that that's important. To me, you know, they lost 11-9 to the Angels the other day. They came back from a 7-0 deficit, and some of their young players had big moments in that game. And I think that you take away the moments, you take away, a pitcher's command, and if he's landing a new pitch in a certain spot, those are the things that you look for during spring training, and it's really not about the results. Now, with that being said, I think it's worth noting the results right now, because the Giants in their last 3 games have given up 11 runs, 10 runs, and 7 runs. And in their first game of the spring, they gave up 8. And that's not to say that I put a whole lot of stock in these results. And that's not to say that, all of the arms you see right now who are giving up the runs are going to play pivotal roles for the San Francisco Giants in 2024. What I will say is I came into spring training with major questions about the way that this Giants pitching staff was assembled. I think that Farhan Zaidi, and in turn Giants ownership, has taken a generational gamble with this Giants pitching staff. Because when was the last time you saw a rotation filled out with 3 rookies or pre-arbitration eligible pitchers in Kyle Harrison, Tristan Beck, and Keaton Wynn, and another pitcher in Jordan Hicks, who's never been a full-time starter at the major league level? And I know that I've harped on this many, many times, and, those of you out there who've listened to this show a lot are probably sick of the topic, but we're now a week into spring training games, or almost a week into spring training games, and the pitching situation has gotten more dire. Keaton Wynn has not pitched in a game because of an elbow issue that set him back a week. Tristan Beck, back in San Francisco, not down in Scottsdale because of a hand injury. And now the Giants are looking at auditioning players for major league rotation spots who were their depth. These were guys who were not supposed to come up until June, July, August, in the best case scenario. And now we're talking about opening day, and now we're talking about the first few weeks of the season, and now we're talking about a Giants team that, if it doesn't get its act together, and I mean not the players, but the front office, the coaching staff, ownership, anyone in a decision-making role here, if they don't get their act together and address the dire need for starting pitching, then I think that they're going to pay a heavy price in the months of April and May. I really do. You can look forward to Alex Cobb and Robbie Ray coming back. And those players could be major difference makers for this pitching staff at some point. Maybe they're exactly what the Giants need. But if you fall 10, 15 games below 500 the first 2 months of the season, it's not so easy to fight your way back out of that. It's not so easy to play 600, 650 ball the rest of the way. You know, everyone wants to point to the Washington Nationals of 2019 who go 19-31 in their first 50 games of the season and say, you can get off to a bad start in baseball and you can completely recover. But I don't know that the Giants have the lineup to hit their way out of a rough start. I think, if this team hovers around 500 and then gets Cobb back and then gets, Robbie Ray back and Carson Whisenhunt emerges at AAA over the course of the season and he becomes an option, that's great. It's probably exactly what the front office envisioned when it put together this plan. And maybe everyone is just smarter than us. Maybe everyone's smarter than those of you who've called in and expressed the exact same feelings about the way that the Giants have put together this starting rotation. But it's one heck of a gamble right now. And the way that I've seen it during spring training, 5 games, 4 of which the Giants have given up at least 7 runs, you give them 2 weeks, you give them 3 weeks. You don't really judge what a pitcher has until the end of the spring. But collectively, it's not exactly the most inspiring look at this team's depth. And it's depth that is already being tested, and it's depth that the Giants are going to have to consistently dig into, because here's the other secret about relying on Jordan Hicks, Kyle Harrison, Tristan Beck, and Keaton Wynn to fill out 4 rotation slots. You absolutely need 200 innings from Logan Webb. No one feels more pressure on this Giants team to deliver a great season than Logan Webb. I know that Jung-Hoo Lee just signed the $100+ million contract. I know that Jorge Soler is looking to make a great first impression. No one is shouldering the load, shouldering the burden that Logan Webb faces right now. Fair or unfair, he is shouldering a huge burden because of the way that the Giants built this team. And I look at Hicks and Harrison and Wynn and Beck, and I say, in the best case scenario, are any of those pitchers giving you more than 150 innings this year? Remember, Logan Webb gave the Giants 216 last year. You got to cover about 1,450 over the course of a major league season. This is a team that desperately needs a Blake Snell, a Jordan Montgomery. And I know, I've heard from so many people on the text line, on the phone line, hey, Blake Snell, outside of his 2 Cy Young seasons, hasn't been that good. He's been inconsistent. He's not someone worthy of $30 million annually. He's not someone worthy of 6 years on a contract. But at this point, the Giants are running out of their own options. They're running out of quality major league caliber pitchers in the first week of spring training games. Where does this end by late March? What does the rotation look like on opening day? And yes, they can patch things together with bullpen games at the outset of the season. You can actually get through the month of April with a lot of bullpen games because of padded days off, because arms are fresher. But it's a gamble of, I don't know, in my lifetime, unprecedented proportions. And I think that the really cool thing is, if it pays off, it's going to be a heck of a season. It's going to be so much fun because you're going to see pitchers whose names that you've barely started to hear light up the radar gun, put zeros up at Oracle Park, and make things incredibly fun for the fan experience. You're going to be sitting at home, and all of a sudden it's July 15th, and Hayden Birdsong's going 5 innings of 1-run ball, and you're going to say, what? Who was this guy? Where did he come from? But if things go south, if things go poorly for this team, we're all going to look back at the conversations that we had at the offseason, the conversations that we had on the Hot Stove Show, the conversations that we're having at the beginning of spring training, and saying, everyone could see this. Everyone could see that the Giants didn't have enough pitching. Why didn't they do more to address it? So at some point, they either A, will sign someone. Maybe it's not Blake Snell or Jordan Montgomery. Maybe it's just Michael Lorenzen or Zach Greinke. I don't know. There are free agents still out there who can take down innings for you. And those innings might look more like Jeff Samardzij's innings than they do Logan Webb's innings, but nevertheless, the Giants need innings. Or B, they let this ride out, and we see one of the most fascinating science experiments in Giants history. I don't know that that's necessarily what you want, but that seems to be where we're headed. On the other side, talking a little Giants baseball. Your calls. 415-808-KNBR is the number. I want to ask you your confidence level. 1 through 10 on if the Giants can be a playoff team. Not compete with the Dodgers, not win the National League West. Just be a playoff team. Be one of the best 6 teams in the National League out of the 15. Because, let's be real, there are other teams in bad situations too when it comes to a pitching perspective. There are other teams that have a lot of work to do with their lineup. So where is your confidence level in this Giants team now that spring training has begun and now that we are a month away from opening day? I'm Kerry Crowley. The show is Sports Zone KNBR. You're listening to KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
Speak your mind on the sports leader. Sports Phone KNBR keeps coming at you. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
We are back here on Sports Phone KNBR. Kerry Crowley rolling with you until 9 o'clock this evening. We're just getting going talking Giants baseball. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Give us a call. Share your thoughts on a Giants team that, in my opinion, desperately needs some pitching. The Giants have not yet won a spring training game. And look, I said, don't put much stock in the results of spring training games, especially until late March. Don't put much stock in even individual performances. But collectively, I haven't been truly inspired by the displays of depth we've seen from this Giants pitching staff yet. And so I'd love to get your thoughts on where your confidence level is in this Giants team with a month to go until opening day. We're going to open up the boards and head to our friend Bob in Clovis. Bob in Clovis, you're on Sports Phone. Bob, how you doing this evening?
Hello, Kerry. How's it going? Haven't talked to you since last year.
I missed it. How are you?
Busy. You know, going to be doing a little bit of barbecue and a little bit of everything. But I think, you know, at the beginning of your show, your monologue, I think you hit it right on what you're talking about. And I think right now the Giants are in a dire strait. They need to find some veteran pitching, and if they don't do it, come April, March, April, we could be, like you said, we fall behind, and you fall behind, and you fall behind. And it's not, we don't look good. And honestly, my confidence in the team and the way the Johnsons run the show. Farhan is just one of the puppets, and he's just one of the players. And so the Johnsons run the show, and the way they've kind of bled everything off. And, when they said to save money, when they turn around and they talk about how they saved $7.3 million by off and Stripling to Oakland.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to reinvest that money. You got to reinvest that money. And look, they did sign Soler, but Bob, you've got to invest that money in pitching too. Like, it can't just be one other player. That had to be, you're saving some money with Ross Stripling so that you can go out and you can make a splash. We need to see the Giants at least add one more player, right?
We need to pick up a Montgomery and possibly I think he'd be real. I think, and everybody I talk to that are my Dodger friends and, and the Phoenix friends and all these guys, I think we ought to pick up Bauer from the Dodgers.
That's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. So look, he was.
No.
Look, you don't want anyone with legal troubles on your team, and I don't know. I think Urias still has a case open. You don't want that sort of a thing. That's just. You can see it become an issue. It's not going to play with the fan base. It's not going to play, nor frankly should it, with ownership and the front office. The Giants aren't going to take on anyone like that. So you can throw every other name out there, but it's not going to be Trevor Bauer or Julio Urias. It's just not.
Yeah, but then you got, like you say, he can burn some mileage, some innings. Greinke.
Yeah, I mean, look, he was awful last season. He was terrible. I think he went 3-15 with a 5 ERA. But he can soak up some innings for you, right? I mean, that's what this team needs.
And even possibly, a Syndergaard.
Yeah, I haven't seen if he's signed anywhere, but I like Michael Lorenzen as kind of a someone who's still out there and can still give you some quality innings. He threw a no-hitter last year, but I still think the Giants have money to spend, and it should be on Blake Snell or Jordan Montgomery. It should be at the very top of the market right now, because you look at their payroll and you look how far they are under the first luxury tax threshold, Bob. I think there's no reason not to just bring in the best possible upgrade for this team.
Oh, I 100% agree. And like you say, the key with spring training is to get out of spring training and not have too many boo-boos.
Yep, absolutely.
Too many people hurt that you've got to, like we're all talking about waiting for Cobb and we're waiting for Robbie Ray. And you know what? They waited for, everybody waited for Cueto when he came back from the Tommy Johns, and he didn't bounce back as fast as they expected.
Yep.
So, Robbie Ray maybe he may not bounce back. It's hard to say, but Cobb, he's a workhorse. I think he'll be fine. But we can't wait for July.
Yeah, I fully agree with you. Thank you for the call, Bob. I appreciate your thoughts this evening. Good stuff. Giants fans, 415-808-KNBR is the number. Taking your calls, your thoughts, your confidence level in this Giants team right now with a month to go until opening day. Not to win the West, not to compete with the Dodgers, just simply to be a playoff team. Can this Giants team, as it stands, be a playoff team? Where do you rank them 1 through 10 right now? 415-808-KNBR is the number. Steve in Albany. Steve out in Albany. You're on Sports Phone. Steve, how's it going this evening?
Hello, my friend. It's great to hear your voice on the air. You're doing a great job. And
thank you. I appreciate that.
So here, I'm hoping you can provide some insight into this question I have, and I think it kind of dovetails into your question about what's our confidence level.
Yeah.
So a game I kind of play before the spring training starts is I look at the 40-man roster and I think, how are they going to whittle this down to 25 or 26 guys? Are they going to keep 12 pitchers, 13, 11? How many position players are going to be? And then you look at it and you go, wow, there seems to be a lot more than 26 major league capable players on this 40-man roster. How are they going to figure out who they're going to keep, who they're going to cut, who they're going to trade? And then you got free agency. They might add more people. So then spring training starts, and I listen to the games, part of the games, look at the box scores, and it's not just these 40 guys. There's like 15 at least more guys who I never even heard of before.
Yes,
who are probably like single A or double A players getting a cup of coffee. And I'm thinking, why aren't they playing the players on the 40-man roster to figure out which of those guys are going to make the team? Because they have to make the decision at some point.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Steve, here, let me walk you through. Let me walk you through how this process works. So, the first week of spring training, you're going to mostly see pitchers go 1 to 2 innings at a time, and you're going to call on the final innings of games be the guys who are in single A or double A or potentially even triple A who don't have a shot of making the roster. You're just building them up. By the middle of spring training, you'll start to see those guys who are in single A and double A. They'll disappear from the dugout. They'll head off to minor league camp. They'll go serve their purpose and get ready for the season over there. And then by the end of spring training, the reality is the Giants already know about 21 to 22 of the guys who will be on this opening day roster. And so the final week to 10 days of spring training is just determining the last 4 or 5 spots. And so it's a gradual buildup for all these guys, but that's kind of the way that this whole process works.
Got it. Because I don't remember ever seeing this many players before in spring training.
It's just every year it's jarring during the first week, but I promise you, even by Sunday, the dugout will look a lot more quiet. You won't see Logan Webb having to shake the hands of 75 teammates like he did his first day out.
So I guess I would say if depending on who they pick to be on the 26-man rosters, I can't really say for sure because I don't know who's going to be there, but let's say they pick the guys that I hope they pick, I would say a 7.
Okay, a 7 for your confidence level to be a playoff team. Explain to me, Steve, why you think that the Giants have the potential to make the playoffs right now, because I understand the optimism. I might share in some of it. What gives you some hope this year?
Because I think, I'm hoping that what I consider to be the 6 or 7 top available starters, of those top 6 or 7, 4 or 5 of them are going to be decent pitchers.
Okay.
And if we wind up with Wynn and Beck both like tragically hurt and out for 2 months, and then somebody else gets hurt on top of it, then all bets are off.
Yeah.
And I'm also hoping that they're going to pick up Montgomery or Snell or both of them or somebody else to add to the pitcher. As far as the position players, I feel like we've got more than – there's going to be some what I consider to be decent players are going to get cut or traded or let go. So I think if we have good starters, I'm not too concerned about middle relief and the back of the bullpen.
Yeah, I get that. The bullpen has the potential to be the strength of this Giants team.
Yeah.
I'll give you that.
So I think if Harrison and Webb and we get 2 more, even if it's like maybe somebody out of the blue like Whisenhunt, how do you pronounce his name?
Yeah, Carson Whisenhunt or Mason Black, one of those guys coming up from AAA. Yeah,
one
absolutely.
of those guys comes and appears during spring training. We say, yeah, that guy can do it. At least pitch 5 innings. Then I think we're in good shape.
Okay, good stuff. Thank you, Steve. I appreciate the phone call. Good stuff on your end. 415-808-KNBR is the number this evening, folks. We're just getting going here on Sports Phone. The question that I've thrown out to you right now, with the current state of this Giants roster, what's your confidence level that they can be a playoff team? I'm not saying that they need to compete with the Dodgers right now. I think that's unrealistic, and we all know that. I don't think they'll compete with the Atlanta Braves, who are in the top of the National League class as well. But there are seemingly 4 open playoff spots, and one will be, of course, claimed by the team that wins the National League Central. So that would leave 3 if the Dodgers do indeed win the West. What's your confidence level that the Giants can be one of those 3 teams? Rank it on a scale of 1 to 10. On the other side, I'll give you my official answer to this question, and we'll take more phone calls. You're listening to Sports on KNBR. Kerry Crowley hanging with you until 9 o'clock this evening. KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
Their first of this East Coast road trip with a win last night over the Wizards, 123-112. There's more on that story. It's trending, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Giants fans, this is your hub to have your voice heard. Sports Phone KNBR. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
We are back here on Sports Phone KNBR. Good conversation, some good calls so far. I love talking Giants baseball here on KNBR, and I promise 7 o'clock hour, we will get into some 49ers football. We'll talk about the DC position. Should the 49ers hire Brandon Staley, who obviously struggled with the Los Angeles Chargers and former Los Angeles Rams assistant under Sean McVay? Or should they stay in-house and hire Daniel Bullocks, or maybe someone else who is coming to mind for you? So we'll talk about that around 7:15, 7:30 this evening. I want to keep the conversation focused on Giants baseball just for a little bit longer, because I know that we do have some calls on the board. Some texts have been flying in. Giants winless in spring training right now. But again, I said this at the outset of the show, and I will say it one more time. Don't put too much stock in spring training results, especially the early ones. If you get to the middle of March and the Giants have won 1, 2, 3 Cactus League games, yeah, that's trouble. If you get to the end of March and no one's hitting the ball and the pitchers are still giving up 7, 8 runs a game, yeah, that's trouble. First week, look, it's mostly for young guys to get their work in. It's mostly for guys to just adjust to Major League pitching at the plate and adjust to trying to throw strikes again if you are a pitcher. So I did have one texter say, what's the next excuse? 40 games into the season? Are people going to be saying it's too early to judge? In fact, 40 games is the perfect time to judge a Major League Baseball team. Once the season starts, the lights are on, and I'm telling you, the pressure is on this year. This is a Giants team that cannot afford to miss the playoffs, which means that the month of April will be more pressure-packed than it's probably been around this franchise in a long time. You can't get off to a slow start. You can't hope that Robbie Ray and Alex Cobb save you when you come back. This is a Giants team that must prove, in my opinion, that it's serious about contending again. It must prove that it either A, gambled correctly, that these prospects in the farm system are good and capable of helping at the Major League level, or B, that it's going to spend, that it's just waiting for the price to come down on a Blake Snell, a Matt Chapman, or both. So 415-808-KNBR is the number. What's your confidence level in the San Francisco Giants right now to be a playoff team? Rank it on a scale of 1 to 10. Let's go out to Tani. Tani, you're on Sports Phone. Tani, how's it going this evening? You got us there?
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you doing?
Doing well. What's on your mind this evening, Tani?
Well, it's actually Jim, but
oh well, I messed that up. My bad.
Hey, if that's the worst thing that's happened, it's been a good day. My confidence level, if the roster stays the same as it is, and we don't get a major pickup and some depth in the pitching area here, I'm 100% confident we're going to be a below 500 team, probably 10 games below. We're not going to be able to compete with Arizona, San Diego, definitely the Dodgers. Then you got a lot of the teams in the Central that I think will be the two. I really think we're going to be competing with the Rockies for the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't think you're crazy right now, Jim, in saying that if they don't add someone, it could get ugly. I understand the pessimism. I also understand the folks who've called in with some optimism as well. But what if they do add someone? Where's your confidence level?
Well, if they can add some pitching, somebody's got an arm that's been in there for more than 100 innings. We got a lot of young arms out there, and it takes a workhorse to get through the whole season. Mm-hmm. If they can add a couple good arms, get some players back that can actually perform, and stir up that and shore up that corner with Matt Chapman. Love to watch him play as an ace.
Yeah.
Maybe not the bat they used to, but the guy is a phenomenal fielder, good footwork, good handwork, knows the game, good leader. I think that just adding him picks you up at least another 10 or 15 wins.
Okay.
I think that they would stand a chance of getting that wild card spot if he's there. If we don't add anybody, we're going to really be hurt, and the fingers are going to start pointing at upper management and Farhan again. I hope I'm wrong. I want to see us do well. And of course, once we get towards, like you said, towards into spring training, we'll kind of see where they are. And I believe we have to get off to, in that first 2 months of this season, we got to be close to 500 if we stand a chance. If we fall too far behind, it's going to be hard to dig out of that cellar, because you can never make up losses. You can only make up wins.
Exactly, Jim. I No, I think you speak for a lot of people. Thank you for the call. Good stuff. I think that it's imperative that the Giants get off to a good start. And the way that they've structured this roster to where they're betting on so many kids to help them out at the beginning of the season, it's almost the inverse of what you would expect from a team that has visions of making the postseason. And here's how I'll explain that. I think that a lot of teams come into the year saying, okay, we're going to rely on veterans early. And if a veteran signing doesn't work out, we'll call up a kid from the farm system, someone who's proved themselves at AA, AAA in the months of April, May, June, July, and they'll get their shot in August and September to help the Major League roster if the veteran doesn't work out. The Giants have set it up to where their veterans are coming off of significant injuries. Alex Cobb's coming off hip surgery at 36 years old. That's really difficult to do. Robbie Ray is coming off Tommy John surgery. And yes, so many pitchers have Tommy John surgery, but not 100% of them come back. And not 100% of them look the way they did before Tommy John surgery. And so the Giants have set it up to where they're betting on the kids who maybe could start the season at AA, AAA to be those reinforcements at the outset of the season. And that's what makes this such a interesting strategy. And maybe they'll look great. Maybe I'm completely off base here. And maybe the Giants will prove us wrong, me wrong, a lot of folks who analyze baseball wrong. But I think it's also well within reason to say, this team could be 10 games under 500. And if that's the case, like our last caller Jim just said, there's going to be a lot of finger pointing. And if the Giants fall out of contention early, you're going to hear it all season long. I think that the Giants have made a smart move in bringing in Bob Melvin, who can steady the ship and establish a new culture in the clubhouse. I really like the addition of Matt Williams as third base coach in helping these young guys transition to the major league level from AAA. I think that he did that so well over in Oakland with Bob Melvin, who of course helped so many prospects get up to the majors and then succeed at the major league level when Bob Melvin was the manager of the Oakland A's. I think the Giants are betting on that. But if their prospects aren't as good as the players that Melvin was dealing with in Oakland, there's only so much a manager can do. So I think that I'd love to hear your thoughts. What's your confidence level in the current Giants roster as it stands? Can this Giants team be a playoff team? Rank it on a level of 1 to 10. Let's go out to Michael in Mountain View. Michael in Mountain View, you're on Sports Zone. Michael, how's it going this evening? Michael, you got us there?
What I did? Yes, I'm here, Terry.
All right, there we are. How are you, Michael?
I'm doing okay, but I'm sick and tired of the Giants not picking up players, especially pitching, even though they're going to try to ride the ship because...
Oh, did we lose you there? Oh, we lost Michael. So I think the gist of his call was said in the first sentence that we got there from Michael, which is sick and tired of the Giants not picking up players, especially pitching. Well, I think that the Giants have picked up players this offseason. You talk about Jung-Hoo Lee, you talk about Jorge Soler. Those are two top-of-the-lineup guys. I mean, they're going to be hitting 1 and then 3 or 4 in the Giants lineup. And I like those signings. I like Jung-Hoo Lee. I like Jorge Soler. I think that Lee has the potential to hit 300. I think that Soler has the potential to hit 30 home runs. All has to go right for both of those players. But I do think that our last caller had a very good point about the state of the Giants pitching staff. Jordan Hicks is a big financial commitment at 4 years, $44 million. And it looks a lot better if he's a starter instead of an 8th inning guy. But we've never seen Jordan Hicks do this. So the Giants are testing something out here. And I think that it's just going to be fascinating to see how that 101 mile an hour fastball plays out of the rotation when you need to throw it for 4, 5, 6 innings at a time. Will the velocity creep down to 98? Will Hicks look more like an average major league starter as opposed to a high level major league reliever? We just don't know. And that's fine going into a season when you can say we just don't know about 1 or 2 players on your 26-man roster. I think the challenge for me is we're saying we just don't know about maybe 5, 6, 7 players on this Giants roster. And maybe we're saying that about a lot of players who are expected to play key roles. Typically you say that about the guy who's going to be, the 8th man in the bullpen or the 5th man in the rotation. Right now we're saying that about 4 slots in the Giants rotation. Their shortstop in Marco Luciano, their catcher in Patrick Bailey, who, remember, fell off at the end of last season. I think that Bailey will absolutely be a solid major league catcher, but oftentimes guys hit a sophomore slump, and he looked fatigued at the end of last season. So there's just so many questions about this team right now. We're going to head out to Dare in Santa Rosa. Dare in Santa Rosa, you're on Sports Phone. How's it going?
Hey, I'm here. It's Dare, but Dare works too. I'll take it.
There we go. Okay.
Yo, so first of all, I want to say I'm so happy that Sports Phone is back and you guys are doing a great job and we've missed it and all that. I'll say this, right? Like everything you said is right. We got too many players that have question marks to really make a confident prediction for what this season's going to be. But I will counter with this, right? You talk about analysts and all these people and what they see. Well, the analysts also thought Brock Purdy wasn't a good quarterback.
There you go.
So,
yeah.
So that being said, right, there's a lot of guys on this team that if they turn into the players that they're originally drafted to be, we got a squad. I mean, Luciano, your Hicks, these guys that I guess I got to believe that the guys in the room who work in baseball professionally might know a little bit more than what we know. And maybe the reason that we're not making all these big splash moves in the off season is because they have a lot of belief in what we got coming up.
Yeah. No, I think that you're absolutely right. And I wonder, are you one of the people, because I've heard from a lot of these folks over the last year on KNBR, are you one of the people who was saying play the kids? Because if so, this is a great year for you. The Giants are going to play the kids. Like, you're going to see all the prospects who've been in this farm system who we've been told about for years and years. So are you one of the people who's excited about that?
Yeah, I mean, yes and no. It's, of course, I come from the stock of pedigree and being used to seeing this team winning and struggling as a fan to see them go through growing phases. But at the same time, I got to believe that the only way to develop professional players is to put them in professional situations.
Yep.
And to see what they're made of and test their mettle. And in particular in baseball, you can't do that playing 1 to 2 games a month, 3 to 4 games a month. You got as well as anybody, baseball's streaky, and you got to give these guys give these guys a taste of success and to find that success, and then also an opportunity to continue to manifest that success even through slumps and whatnot. And so, I do agree that there's a lot of question marks and that the season has the potential to go both ways. But, at the risk of putting it in fantasy terms, the floor is low, but the ceiling is very high as well. And so I'm looking at it as an opportunity to see if really, to me, this is going to be an indictment on our farm system and our not our head coach, but our coaching system in general and how they can develop players.
Yeah, I think this is absolutely the most important year to evaluate Farhan Zaidi and the farm system, because everything that he's done has led up to this point. All the players are his now. I mean, he set this up to where if the prospects work, he looks like a genius, and the Giants make the playoffs, it's great. If it doesn't, I think the Giants are in serious trouble moving forward.
Agreed. And, we do have examples of guys that have left our organization and went on to other things and have had a lot of success. So, I think that right there is an indicator that maybe more of our player development staff and all of that is on the hot seat more than ever.
Okay, good stuff. I appreciate the phone call. Thank you for that. Some good perspective. I think that's a great way of looking at this upcoming Giants season. The ceiling, because they've got so many young prospects who've been highly touted coming through the minors, Marco Luciano, Kyle Harrison, the ceiling is high. If these guys hit, the Giants could be fun. And the floor is low. Like, the floor is really low. If all of these guys struggle, if the Giants didn't do enough in terms of supplementing this roster with veterans from the outside, the floor is crazy low. And so it actually makes for what I consider to be a lot more compelling and a lot more interesting of a season than you saw in 2022 or 2023. Because 2022, you had a lot of veterans around, and 2021, of course, was the 107-win season. But by the middle of that year, you could tell that the magic wasn't happening again. And you kind of felt like the roster was stale. There weren't kids coming up from the farm system helping, and you just weren't really a position to get excited about the team. 2023, there was some excitement here and there. Patrick Bailey comes up, excitement. Casey Schmidt comes up, excitement. But it tails off. Major league debuts are only good for so long. Kyle Harrison, 11 strikeouts at Oracle Park. I mean, talk about a high point of last season. But by the end of the year, the Giants were almost unwatchable. The Giants' offense was abysmal. They clearly needed to address this entire roster this offseason. And I do think the additions of Jung-Hoo Lee and Jorge Soler and Jordan Hicks, like, these guys at minimum are more interesting and more exciting players. And now you mix it with prospects, and it makes it fun. But the floor is low. And that's the gamble. That's the risk that you run there. So let's talk to our good friend. 415-808-KNBR is the number. If you want to get on the phone lines, now's a good time to do so. Let's talk to our good friend Bob in Saratoga. Bob in Saratoga, what do you got for me tonight, Bob?
Well, Terry, again, you're right on, and I just want to add a couple things. Did you happen to listen to the Lund Papa show this morning?
I did not. Unfortunately, I was working at that time, so I missed it.
They said, and I can't quote them exactly, that Boris had opened up on two guys, Chapman and the pitcher from San Diego.
Snell, yeah.
Yeah, Snell. So that the Giants are probably going to be talking to those two guys. However, Snell wants to come because he wants to be with the same manager. He doesn't want to move to New York with the Yankees. He already has an offer there. And Chapman, of course, has a great relationship with our manager. Yeah. So the thing is, we have to think about need. We need pitchers. We don't need another third baseman. Our third baseman hit a home run today. And Chapman's a great guy, but we don't need another Chapman. We need two pitchers. Yeah. So, and Montgomery evidently will not loosen up, and neither will the fourth guy there, Seager or whatever. But if that's true, and I don't know, I heard it from them, and it must be true, or they wouldn't have said it.
I did see some of this today that, now that Cody Bellinger's off the market, there's an opportunity for Scott Boras to pursue some deals. And look, March is a time, like, these guys don't want to miss opening day, so they've got to get under contract at some point. Something has to give here, Bob. And I agree with you. Like, Blake Snell has got to be the guy, because if he's willing to do a deal with the Giants, take a look at the rest of this pitching staff. They have to be willing to do a deal with him, right?
Yeah. And I was a pitcher for 70 years. I'm 87.
That's quite a career.
There's a big difference between a reliever and a starter. They're two different jobs. And very rare, some exceptions, that a guy can do both. And we need a guy in the 7th and 8th inning like Hicks. So I hope he does make it as a starter, because we need him badly. But if he doesn't, we still made a great move. But Farhan's biggest problem is he brings people in who have been injured before, because he gets them for less money. And look at the guys on the IL every year. Conforto's on the IL again. So he's got to stop doing bargain basement hunting for cheap guys and go after people that are healthy. That's why the guy from Moody High School didn't make it, because he was hurt twice with the Giants, and he was hurt in Seattle. Now he's back with Seattle because he's a good job up there, and they know he's good. Bottom line, you're right on. Keep doing great work. You're a great analyst I've ever heard. And,
thank you, Bob. I appreciate you, and hopefully your arm can get you to season 71. How's that sound?
Great.
Good stuff. Bob, appreciate the call as always. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Love when Bob dials in and gives us his thoughts on the Giants. Always fun. Let's go out to Ray in Lodi. Ray in Lodi, you're on Sports Phone. Ray, how's it going this evening?
It's going good. How are you doing?
Doing well on our end. Talking a little Giants baseball as well. So what's on your mind tonight?
Fire Farhan.
Well, okay, here's the thing. That's not going to happen on February 28th. I'll take that call in September. If the Giants are under 500 in July, August, I understand. That'll be on the table, but that's not happening on February 28th. So what do you do? What do you do, Ray?
Well, okay, first of all, I mean, it's great we have all these prospects, but, we might as well just promote the whole AAA team, and nobody wants to watch that. But seriously, I mean, he signs no one. He's always rumored to be in it, and we're always rumored to be in play with somebody, but he signs nobody. He's living off that 107-game season. If it wasn't for that, he'd have just a crappy record, and he wouldn't even be here anymore. He's an ex-Dodger employee, so that's even worse. But, I'm sick and tired of it, man. We're always he doesn't get anybody. If he can't get Snell, then what is he good for?
So here's a few things, because I think you're on to some things here, but I also want to say agents use the Giants. They throw the Giants in the ring. When you're trying to get a deal, it doesn't even need to be that the Giants were rumored. The Giants didn't need to extend an offer. Agents will say that the Giants were in it or were showing interest, because teams that do their due diligence make phone calls. And so I can understand the frustration. The Giants aren't landing the top free agents, but Brian Sabian didn't land the top free agents. The general manager before him didn't land the top free agents. The only top free agent who's really ever signed in San Francisco is Barry Bonds. So this goes well beyond Farhan. This is a organizational issue that's existed for years. Now, with that being said, has Farhan done the best possible job building this roster? I don't think so, because there's a lot of pitching issues here. There's some serious questions, Ray, about this pitching. So I'm right there with you in signing Snell. Anything else that you would do to make this roster better before opening day?
Well, you mentioned Barry Bonds. I mean, we need a star, man. We need a star. You have to build around somebody.
The story of the decade is the Giants need a star. Absolutely. The Buster Posies of the world only come around once every 25 or 30 years.
Right. And they got rid of Bochy, and look what happens. He turns around and wins a World Series.
Yeah.
Come on.
Well,
man.
they didn't get rid of him. I was there. He retired on his own. So I was there in Scottsdale. He was not forced out. I know there's a lot of narratives around that. The guy had serious heart issues at the time. So thank you, Ray, for the call. I appreciate your thoughts this evening. We're going to keep the Giants conversation going. I said that I'd promise. I said that I would talk 49ers at 7:15, but on the other side, I see Sergio, Peter, Big Earn, Shu all on the phone, want to talk Giants baseball, and I'm right there with you. So we're going to keep this Giants conversation going. We'll push the 49ers talk to the back half of this hour. A lot of phone calls coming in, and we will get to those on the other side. You're listening. Sports Zone KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
There's a swing, and there's a high drive to left by Matos. Way back there. It's gone. Straight away, left field. Ruiz went all the way back to the wall and watched it sail over the wall. 3-run homer for Luis Matos. And the Giants make a significant move into that 5-run Oakland lead. It's now 6-4.
This is where we feed the faithful. Sports Phone, KNBR. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the Sports Leader.
We are back here on Sports Phone KNBR. Kerry Crowley hanging with you until 9 o'clock, talking Giants baseball right now. A lot of fans want to get their thoughts across here on Sports Phone, so was planning on doing a little 49ers. Instead, we're talking the state of the Giants roster, your confidence level in the Giants to be a playoff team in 2024. Scale of 1 to 10, give me your confidence level. Right now, I'm probably at a 4 or 5, but a signing of a Blake Snell, that could make it a 5 or a 6, 6 or a 7, depending on when Keaton Wynn comes back. It's interesting because I think that this season has the potential to be really fascinating. We had a caller earlier who said really high ceiling if all these prospects work out, but really low floor if they don't. A lot of different outcomes. So how do you feel about the state of the San Francisco Giants a month out from opening day? Let's go to Sergio on 101. Sergio on 101, talking Giants baseball. Sergio, how's it going this evening?
Hey, all right, Kate. How's it going?
Oh, doing well on my end. What's on your mind tonight, Sergio?
Well, the confidence level, I'm going to say right now a 5.5.
Okay.
And I'm going that high because the simple fact that we have a manager that's a real manager, not like the one we had in the previous years, Kapler, right? Mm-hmm. Which, in my opinion, I don't think he had a clue what the heck he was doing. And
well,
the other thing is,
I'd actually argue, I think he overthought things. I think he had a clue of exactly what he wanted to do, but he couldn't adjust as well. So I think that's the issue.
Yeah, I think he misused a lot of the players in the wrong way. So, but go figure. So yeah, like I said, 5.5. And that's kind of like an iffy. Because, like I said, we have a manager and a couple of players. What was it? John Holy and what was the other guy?
Jorge Soler. Jorge Soler. Yeah, the cleanup man. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. That's pretty much how I feel right now. But in like Ray and Lord, said, if things go bad in mid-season, then fire. What's his name? Farhan.
Yeah, I get that.
I mean, that's.
You can't miss the playoffs 3 years in a row. That's why the pressure's on. I mean, the pressure is absolutely on this Giants franchise, this front office, and they're betting on the farm system. So this is the year. We're going to find out a lot this year, Sergio. Thank you for the call. Appreciate your thoughts this evening. Good stuff. I see a long list of callers right now, so we're going to get to everyone that we can. Peter in San Jose. Peter in San Jose, you're on Sports Phone. Peter, how's it going this evening?
Hi, Kerry. How's it going?
Doing well on my end. What are your thoughts on the Giants right now?
Yeah, I just wanted to really quickly kind of break down like the roster. I'm not going to go that deep, but I just look at the team, and I like to watch like YouTubers and stuff, people that do like rankings of positions, and we tend to see the Giants with like orange and black colored eyes, and as opposed to rose colored eyes. But I look at like a guy like Tyro. I really like Tyro, but I think he's like league average. And there's just so many players. There's not a bad team. There's just like a lot of league average position players.
Yeah.
And I'm glad we're giving it would be really fun if the prospects worked out. If Matos, I don't know if Ramos really has that much of a leash left, but Matos, maybe Schmidt, Bailey. I think Bailey's already an established great defender. I mean, even Jeff Passan said he thinks he's the best defender, period. He could be a platinum glove winner. But I mean, it's like, why not our prospects? Like, we could finally have some position players that are good. I trust Kyle Harrison.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think the rotation, I think because Blake Snell and Jordan Montgomery, I would guess they're probably going to sign in the next couple of weeks. If we don't sign one of those guys and the contracts are reasonable, like they're not $300 million or something, I just feel like they're not giving the Giants a real chance. Mm-hmm. If you don't sign those guys.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think, look, it's very clear, Peter, that this team would enter the mix as a pretty serious playoff contender, wild card contender, with a Blake Snell and a Matt Chapman on the roster. And if they don't spend, it's hard to take them as seriously as a playoff contender because so much has to go right with all these prospects you just talked about.
Yeah, and I agree. I think it's like, yeah, if you bring in a guy like that, then all of a sudden it's like, look, we got Logan Webb was a accomplished ace.
Mm-hmm.
You get Blake Snow, who literally won the Cy Young last year, and then you get the guy who's supposed to be the best left-handed prospect in baseball, and then you got Alex Cobb. You work out fourth and fifth starter, but you got Alex Cobb, who was an All-Star last year, and the 2021 Cy Young Award winner coming back. But if you don't, it's like, what if Logan Webb gets injured? You have nothing.
I know. Yeah, it's
a mess.
It's not a thought that anyone wants to think about, but you just brought it up, and it's the reality. Like, no one in baseball, in my opinion, feels more pressure to perform this year than Logan Webb, because if he can't do it, then I don't see a path for the Giants. So thank you for the call, Peter. Good stuff. Appreciate your thoughts on the state of the Giants roster. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Trying to get to everyone here talking Giants baseball. So let's go out to Michael in Mountain View. Michael in Mountain View, you're here on Sports Zone. Michael, how's it going this evening?
Hi, good going, Terry. How are you doing?
Doing well on our end. What's on your mind tonight, Michael?
The Giants, if they don't sign pitching, they don't need more infield. They need more pitching. If they don't sign pitching, it's going to be like it's going to be really hard to compete. And also the fact is that Logan Webb might not re-sign, and he might want to be traded. And then we'll have nothing to do, and we'll eat our words. I think it's a lot of harm dated because the Giants said they'll spend a lot, but I don't see them spending a lot of money. I didn't hear a lot of talk. I don't see a lot of action.
Yeah, that's all fair. I get it, Michael. So thank you for the call. And here's what I'll say about that. Logan Webb loves being a Giant. He signed the 5-year, $90 million extension. And I think that he understands his role with all these young kids coming up that he's excited about. He's getting to be the leader for them, and he's getting paid well to do so. Now, if the Giants are abysmal these next few years, maybe in the 4th or 5th year of that extension that he signed last year, maybe he'd want to pursue an opportunity elsewhere. But Logan Webb is the most bought-in member of this franchise. He's the one who believes the most. He's the one with the winning attitude, the winning perspective, and the one who hates losing. And I think that the Giants are in great position having Logan Webb as their leader. There's a reason that Buster Posey chose him after the 2021 season, singled him out in his retirement press conference, and essentially said, this is the guy moving forward who Giants fans should follow, who Giants players should trust, because Buster Posey hated losing, Logan Webb hates losing, and that's a lot better than a lot of guys who like winning and can tolerate losing. Hating losing, saw it when I covered the Giants as a beat reporter. Logan Webb was disgusted. He could throw 7 innings of one-run ball, but if the Giants lost 1-0, he wasn't having it that day. Let's go out to Big Ern in Petaluma. Big Ern in Petaluma, you're on Sports Phone. How's it going this evening, my friend?
Hey, good, Kerry. My confidence level, I want to say 5, and I'm being super generous, Kerry.
Okay.
Maybe you can help me lift that confidence meter up. And as for farmhand I trust, man, I mean, let's just put it this way. My farmhand meter would go 1 notch, and if he were to sign Snell and possibly Chapman. And I know earlier today I was listening on the other sports station radio. Susan Celestial was saying that Giants are like in a 50-50 shot right now for Chapman.
Yeah, that's kind of how it's been discussed, I think, is, Matt Chapman's a maybe. And he's been a maybe since the offseason began. So, at some point.
So anyways, Terry, it's just I'm on that, like everybody right now, on that super frustration with Farhan. And I mean, it's like I'm trying to understand where's the logic. I mean, there is a logic behind everything, but it's like, I wish he could just pull that trigger. And the only time we got super aggressive is with Aaron Judge. And with Judge, I felt like, man, that was probably the most aggressive we ever gotten. But at this, I feel like it's going to be a shot in the dark. If we came that close with Judge and we failed, man, so I just want to be impressed by Farhan. And then from that point, like I said, the meter will go 1 notch up because, like I said, I don't really hold much trust in Farhan. He hasn't really blown me out of the water like when Sabian and all those other guys, when we got good players like Barry Bonds was the biggest acquisition for a star free agent. But, yeah, I would say once we get Snell or possible Chapman, then I would be in the 8th for my Giants confidence, and we'll be content.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. Thank you for the call, Big Erm. Appreciate your perspective. Good stuff. Good stuff. And let me just remind everyone that, it's not often in San Francisco Giants history, dating back to the early days of free agency, that the Giants have landed the top free agents. And this is an issue that predates Farhan Zaidi in San Francisco. Big Earn was just talking Brian Sabian. Brian Sabian built his roster through the draft. Buster Posey, Tim Lincecum, Madison Bumgarner, Matt Cain, yes, they had great supplements from the outside. Yes, you bring in a Pat Burrell, a Hunter Pence, Cody Ross. You bring in all of these different players. The core four acquired outside of the organization for the most part. Sergio Romo comes through. But I think that it's important to remember that for the most part, if a guy is a top 1, 2, or 3 free agent in offseason, the Giants have historically not signed him. And that's maybe different when they signed Johnny Cueto back in 2016, but I don't know. I don't remember specifically if he was a top 2 or 3 guy back then, and that's aside from the point. Let's go out to Shu in Santa Rosa. Shu in Santa Rosa, you're on Sports Zone talking Giants. Shu, how's it going this evening?
Mr. Crowley!
What's up, my friend?
Hey. Hey, I was stoked to get in my car to commute home and heard you were on talking Giants.
I appreciate that. Let's talk some ball. What's on your mind tonight?
All right, so here it is, man. Chapman, he's a plus, an elite to the right and to the left. He would make the infield that much better and also cover for whoever's in it short, right? If Luciano doesn't have the range, or if he has, keep it nice and easy for Luciano.
Yeah.
Secondly, that guy's bat, that extends our lineup so much. If you put him in front of Soler, he's a professional. He'll bounce back this year. But, man, that right there it extends the lineup so much. And, there's so many different choices. One more thing. So, Blake Snell, and I asked you in the booth back there to help me out with some stats, but Blake Snell's got a 2.61 ERA versus the Dodgers. Okay, Mookie Betts, 235, 1 home run and 51 at bats. You got Freddie Freeman, 273, 0 home runs.
Yeah.
Right? Max Muncy, 083 with 1 home run. Right?
I feel
Shohei
like
Ohtani, he's kind of pitched around Shohei Ohtani, but still, he's kept him in the yard. But just, look at his splits against the Dodgers.
Yeah.
If we're thinking about signing this guy, this is the dude we need to get signed.
I love those stats, Shu. I think that's maybe the most compelling argument you can make if you're thinking about saying, hey, Giants fans need to, look at Blake Snell and see what he brings. There's a lot of people who are on the fence because he doesn't pitch deep into games. He, hasn't historically thrown 200 innings in a season. But if he gets Max Muncy out, that's better than, 98% of the pitchers that I've seen the Giants trot out there for the last decade against Muncy, right?
Dude, yeah, man. Muncy and his hit it into the ocean stuff, man. Every time he comes up, we kind of curtailed him a little bit last year, but I'm telling you, man, that guy is a Dodger killer. In a short series, a 5-game series, you come out with Snell and then come back with Logan Webb amped up with all the experience under his belt. We could be easily up 2-0 in a short series with another day's rest and Snell getting a second start. So all the haters out there, we got to put it aside. All these guys that still have major league options left, they need to be what they are. Servicing and getting some experience, but filling in when guys get injured.
Yep.
If we got a deep 40-man roster, it needs to get used, and we're going to have to get probably 38 of those dudes on the regular. So, I don't know, man. I appreciate you taking my call tonight.
Yeah.
Any other thoughts, man, I can take them offline.
No, all good. Thank you. I appreciate it, Shu. Good stuff. And especially bringing the facts about Blake Snell and his career against the Dodgers. Good stuff. It's a compelling argument, and one that I think has got to be on the minds of every person who makes decisions for the San Francisco Giants. Obviously, you're not going to catch the Dodgers overnight. It's going to take 2-3 years if you're seriously going to challenge this team atop the National League West again. But if you want to consistently beat them, you need to have people who consistently have done so. And Blake Snell is that guy. So on the other side, more Giants talk because the phone lines are still lighting up. We got John, Michael, Sam on the line. I see a few more people dialing in right now. So 415-808-KNBR is the number. A little more Giants talk, and then we'll transition to 49ers and Warriors as we get closer to the 8 o'clock hour here on Sports Phone KNBR. You're listening. KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
One and two pitch. Swing, and there's a high drive deep down the right field line. This has a chance. Way back there, still going. Adios! Pelota! A long opposite field home run that cleared the right field wall toward the corner with plenty to spare. So the ball is definitely flying.
Dub Nation, dial the digits and dive in. 415-808-KNBR. Sports Phone KNBR continues right here and on the all-new KNBR app.
A 415-808-KNBR is the number. Kerry Crowley hanging with you on Sports Phone KNBR. And good call there of J.D. Davis's home run today. It begs the question, you know, do you stick with J.D. Davis? Do you spend money on Matt Chapman? Is that money better spent on Blake Snell and bringing in another starting pitcher to supplement this rotation that clearly needs arms right now? You know, We've had a lot of people call in and say the Giants haven't signed anyone. That's not true on the position player side. They've solidified the top half of their order. Jung-Hoo Lee is projected to be the leadoff guy. Jorge Soler will hit third or fourth for this Giants team, and both of those guys will play against right-handers and left-handers. You will see fewer platoons this year, but right now, you might see just as many bullpen games, and I don't think that's something I would have predicted back when the Giants hired Bob Melvin, back when they brought in new pitching coach Brian Price, a veteran of the game, Bay Area native, talking about wanting to get extended innings from his starters. The Giants just don't have that starting pitching depth right now. So 415-808-KNBR is the number. Where's your confidence level for this Giants team? Can they make the postseason? Scale of 1 to 10. And I'm sitting probably at around a 4 or 5 right now, but one more addition gets me to a 5 or a 6, and I think 2 more additions would probably put you at a 6 or a 7 in a National League race, a National League wildcard race that, at least at the outset of the season, projects to be pretty muddled. So let's go to John in San Rafael. John in San Rafael, you're on Sports Zone. John, how's it going this evening?
It's going very well. I climbed in my car and heard you talking Giants and asking what people thought. And for me, it comes down to this. What the Giants lack is a proven, healthy, veteran, dominant power hitter. And they've had opportunities in the last 5 years to sign one of them, and they've come up short because to get them to come here in the current state of the team, they're going to have to overpay them significantly. But that's an investment in the roster, because once you have that person in place like they did with Barry Bonds, the other players want to get traded here, they want to sign here when they're free agents, the aging veterans chasing an opportunity to get a World Series want to come and play. Or you can bring them up through your farm system and develop them. But right now, and no disrespect to the young and youngish players we have, that person's not in the mix. And so we're looking at getting somebody. And the way that I look at it is, to draw a basketball parallel, you've either got to draft Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson, or you can go get LeBron and pay him, and everybody's going to want to come play with him. So the way that I look at this very simply is, it's not Farhan, it's not the players that are on the roster, it's the owners, and they need to, the next time there's a real dominant free agent out there, put so much money in front of him that he can't turn it down. And that's how you're going to build this team. And I would take your point about the pitchers, and I would say this, you're absolutely right. But this is a pitcher's ballpark. And if you have a dominant lineup, the free agent pitchers are going to take possibly even a little less to come play with a team that can take them to the World Series in a ballpark that's built for them. So the key to this for me, for the last 10 years, watching them flounder around, has been they're not going out and being serious about building the team and spending the money that came in during the World Series years to rebuild the roster. And that's my take on it.
Yeah, John, real quick, you mentioned the last 5 years, because I think the one that hurts more than any free agent the Giants have missed on is Bryce Harper in 2018, because he was willing to leave the Washington Nationals. Bryce Harper was looking for opportunities elsewhere, and the Giants came in second on that. I think Alex Pavlovich reported that they offered $310 million, the Phillies offering $330. Say the Giants offered $350, and Bryce Harper's a game changer, and he's been great throughout that contract so far.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, of course.
Didn't Juan Soto go to the Padres?
Juan Soto, he was traded to the Padres, yes.
Well, he was traded to the Padres, but he was available if you were willing to make the moves. And that's my point, is that if you got a team that's getting rid of a player that they can't sign, that's cash strapped, then you offer them enough cash that they want to make the trade. You give them a player in cash. What I'm saying is there are ways to get things done. That one hurt just as much to me. I mean, they've not missed once or twice or 3 or 4 or 5 times. They've missed enough times that it's clear that they're not willing to make the commitment. And here's my thing. I don't want to go just watch a team be almost good enough for a decade.
Yep. No, I think
not okay.
I think you speak for a lot of people there, John. So thank you for the call. I appreciate your perspective, and a few thoughts on that. One, when John was talking about building the Giants roster and finding premier power, The one guy who's in the farm system right now who projects as a 40 home run hitter is Bryce Eldridge. He was the 2023 first round draft pick. He was drafted as a two-way player, and he's already converted to just being a first baseman. And you're not going to have someone already just giving up playing other more valuable positions in the field to play first base if you don't think that this guy has immense power. He showed it off in high school. He showed it off in batting practices so far. I think that if you're looking at one person in the next 5 to 10 years in the game of baseball who could hit 40 home runs for the San Francisco Giants, it's not a free agent. It's not a trade acquisition that they'll look at. It's Bryce Eldridge. And so that's very important. The other thing that I would say, I know that John brought up Juan Soto. I don't think the Giants had the prospects to go get Juan Soto. I really don't. And look, he was... he's a Boris client. He's with the Yankees now. I read an interview on The Athletic today, a great interview that Juan Soto did with, I believe, Chris Kirshner, the Yankees beat reporter, because Soto has since been traded from the Padres to the Yankees. This is someone who's going to hit free agency, no matter what the Giants might have offered at the time. And so, he turned down a massive contract extension from the Nationals, gets traded to the Padres, gets traded to the Yankees. He is going to hit free agency. Will the Giants one day be willing to be the team that spends for Juan Soto? I think we probably know the answer to that based on how they've spent in the past. Michael in Redwood City. Michael in Redwood City, you're on Sports Zone. Michael, how's it going this evening?
Hey, it's going well. Thanks for having me on. How are you?
Doing well on our end. What's on your mind tonight, Michael?
Hey, so my thought is, right, you had a guy like Blake Snell. You have a rotation with Webb, Snell, and then when two guys come back, you've got Cobb and you've got Ray. Mm-hmm. And I think when you've got four guys like that with a Harrison and a 5 slot, that suddenly turns into potentially a top 10 rotation in baseball. Yeah. You do have to play it out, right? You've got Jordan Hicks in that slot until they come back. I think you move Jordan Hicks into the back of the rotation as that setup guy in front of Doval and have the ability to go get a Taylor Rogers or Tyler Rogers in the 7th. Mm-hmm. And that is suddenly a really, really nice lineup there, even if Snell's only going to go 6. Yeah. And so, if you've got Snell, even throw Hicks at the 7 to see a righty, then bring, Taylor back in, go on a lefty again, and then Doval as a righty. Suddenly that's a competitive rotation. And I like having 3 lefties in a rotation when you have to face those Dodgers with, Freeman, Muncy, Shohei, which are all left-handed bats.
Yeah, I'll add to that, Michael. I think that it's really good for the Giants that Kyle Harrison, their top pitching prospect, is left-handed, and I think it's equally as good that their second-best pitching prospect, Carson Whisenhunt, is left-handed, and it's because of the Dodgers. And I know that the Padres have Manny Machado and Xander Bogaerts and Fernando Tatis Jr., but the Dodgers are the team that have consistently proven that they'll stack their lineup with left-handed hitters. They've consistently proven they'll win the division, and to win those matchups, you got to have lefties who can get them out. I think next offseason, the Giants better go after Max Fried when he hits free agency, because he's a left-hander who can pitch at the front of the rotation. So I'm right there with you in having these lefties, very important.
And one last thing. If you do get Chapman, I just wonder what your thoughts are on this. You go get a guy like Chapman. Do you float JD and Conforto plus a couple prospects and try to get Adames and maybe take on a Yelich contract?
That's a real interesting one. That's a real interesting one. The thing that I have trouble with is I don't know that a mid or small market team is going to be willing to take on a Conforto contract unless the Giants pay down a significant amount of that. And maybe it's the Yelich swap that works. I like where you're thinking there. So that's one that I'm honestly going to have to think about and come back to this weekend, because there's a lot going on in that type of a deal, and I like where your head's at.
Thank you. Yeah, I thought about that. And, the rumor coming out of Milwaukee is that they want to move off that Yelich deal. So, does Farhan, go over the cap for a year, take it on, knowing how much is coming off the books next year, and just, ride with it? Because, I wouldn't mind seeing Yelich in left next to Lee in center. I think that would be a really interesting 1-2 outfielding punch right there.
No, that's good stuff. Thank you for the call, Michael. Appreciate your thoughts, and good stuff this evening. Some creative Giants fans here on the phone lines. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Got a good text from 831. There's too much focus on the Giants starters. You could use Snell, but the bullpen is one of the elite and better bullpens in the league. You can attribute that to Farhan, and because of that, an 8 is where the texter from the 831 is putting their confidence level in the San Francisco Giants right now to make the playoffs. So because of the bullpen, I'll say this. Just don't burn out the bullpen in April and May. That's my biggest concern for the Giants right now. I think the bullpen will be the strength of this team. I think the lineup should be better than people anticipate. But I know you said too much focus is on the starting pitching. I can't get my mind off the starting pitching right now. It's just, it may be the one old school thing about me, but I really feel like you need good starters to cover innings and to preserve this bullpen so that it looks just as good in the month of September that it has the potential to look in the month of April. So let's go out to Sam in Stockton. Sam in Stockton, you're on Sports Phone. Sam, how's it going this evening?
Good. How you doing? I was
doing well on our end. Yeah,
but
absolutely. Let's hear it.
The Yelich thing, maybe he can sit with Evan Longoria and they can all make $20 million and sit in the bar and laugh together. The Giants are always trying to pick up scrap heap guys that used to be good and they're at the tail end of their career, and they're trying to have that miracle year. That's kind of the thing that the Giants have always done since I've been a Giants fan. But
well, the Yelich deal, did you hear the first part of the Yelich deal? It was predicated on getting Willy Adames. So I think that's why you would make that type of deal. You're looking at a swap there of Conforto, but again, that's all hypothetical. So let's get to your main point.
Yeah, Conforto, Haniger, those guys that they get are always like a what-if guy.
Yep.
What if we can have him hit 30 home runs again? What if he becomes that player he used to be? My thing about the Giants is the draft and development. They have not hit a not-miss prospect in so long since Posey. Okay, on the pitching side they have, right, with Kane and Lincecum and Bumgarner.
Webb.
I get that.
Yep.
But my thing is, Joey Bart you were mentioning a guy, what was the guy you named that could hit 40?
Bryce Eldridge.
Hit 40. Bart was supposed to hit 40. Bart was supposed to be our guy. And he did not turn out that way. Like, do you know who Austin Riley is?
Yeah,
you know who
of course,
he is, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
absolutely.
Okay.
Great. He's been a great member of my fantasy team the last several years.
Right. Do you know who Ozzie Albies is?
Of course.
Of course. Do you know who Acuna is?
Yeah, all homegrown players for the Braves followed the same model that the Giants did. Yeah,
that's my problem. They don't draft and develop no-miss guys. Corbin Carroll. Julio Rodriguez. Where's our Julio Rodriguez? Where's our Corbin Carroll? Show me the last guy that they actually got, a position player who is a can't-miss guy. I've been hearing about Ramos for 1,000 years. Christian Arroyo. I've heard about all these guys. Oh, they're just there. Oh, they're right there. They're going to be good. They're going to be so good. Where is our can't-miss guy? We haven't had it since Posey.
Exactly.
Right? That's the last guy we had that was a can't-miss prospect. It's not all on Farhan, but, we talk about, he went to MIT, he knows algorithms, he knows all this stuff. Show me a can't-miss guy. Show me one guy, a position player, that comes up and, oh, my God, that's the guy. It's an electric guy, a Juan Soto. A guy that is electric. He gets on base. He hits home runs. He walks. He doesn't strike out that much. I want that guy. And we haven't had it since I can remember, since Posey.
You're 100% correct. You're 100% correct. And here's what I'll add to that, Sam. Since 2012, 2013, the Giants have not had a first-round draft pick be more productive in the major leagues than Patrick Bailey. And he's got, 80, 90 games of experience under his belt? He's the most productive cumulatively. Yeah, which tells you everything you need to know. That they've missed on first-round draft pick after first-round draft pick after first-round draft pick.
Defensively, he's probably going to be great. But I do want a guy that's going to be I want a guy that's going to be a Ronald Acuna. Just give me one. I've been waiting around for 1,000 years. Everybody we get is always somebody that we pick up from somebody else. And, it's always a free agent signing. I want that electric guy that's going to be the guy. And I'm still waiting to see it. I'll always be a Giants fan. I was born into it. I love them. But, man, just give me one guy.
You're right on, Sam. Thank you. Thank you for the call. Thank you for the time this evening. Some great texts flying in. A lot of people really agree with Sam. That was some heat. And here's the thing. He ain't wrong. You win in Major League Baseball when you developed and draft homegrown talent. It's the truth. When you sign these international free agents at 16, 17 years old, like the Giants did with Marco Luciano and Luis Matos, that's how you win. The question is, will this current group pan out? Because the Giants have invested a lot in this current group. in the Lucianos, the Matos, the Fitzgeralds, the Schmitz. On the pitching side, the Harrison, the Wynn, the Beck, who was a trade, Mason Black, Carson Wisenhunt. The Giants are all in on their prospects this year. But it's been a long time since the prospects delivered for this organization. It's not free agency that saves you in Major League Baseball. I'll tell you that. Sam just brought up the Atlanta Braves. Point to the Los Angeles Dodgers. Yes, they've done great things in free agency. Freddie Freeman, Mookie Betts with the trade, Shohei Ohtani. But the reality is you get good and stay good by building a homegrown core. Giants fans know that better than anyone else with 3-5, 10, 12, and 14. The problem is 14 is now a decade ago. People aren't going to wait forever. On the other side, a little 49ers talk. We'll get us going on that. Plenty of spirited Giants discussion for the last 2 hours. Talk about the defensive coordinator hire that Kyle Shanahan will make soon. You're listening to Sports on KNBR. Kerry Crowley hanging with you until 9 o'clock this evening. KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
Sound off on the sports leader. Sports Phone KNBR keeps rolling. Live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, and, we've got a first-round pick for the first time in a long while. That's nice. But, we really try to focus on making them all count. And they're all an opportunity to improve your organization. And we look at each one of those as such. And, we pride ourselves on putting as much into the late rounds as we do into the early. And so we'll take them where they come, and we'll try to make the most of them.
49ers general manager John Lynch speaking at the NFL Combine in Indianapolis this week, where I was fortunate enough to travel, and I'm now home. So happy that I got in, got out. And I didn't really spend any time at Lucas Oil Stadium. I was there for another work engagement. So a reminder that Sports Phone KNBR is presented by Industrial Metal Supply, online at industrialmetalsupply.com. It's metal made easy. Want to thank everyone who made our San Francisco Giants discussion of the first 2 hours of this show so spirited. Going to bring in a few guests here in the 8 o'clock hour to give me a little bit of a lift. We've got Jordan Elliott of NBC Sports Bay Area stopping by to talk for 49ers and Dubs, and then Greg Silver will help us wrap up the show this evening. Greg Silver, who you hear on Dubs OT and on some of the select Sports Phone shows as well. We'll talk Warriors after they defeated the Washington Wizards last night. A brutal Wizards team. Still have not reached 10 victories yet this year, which is astounding to me. And Jordan Poole's coming off the bench. I mean, it was just a few years ago. Jordan Poole was a critical piece for a Warrior team that won an NBA title, and now he's coming off the bench for a team that hasn't won 10 games, and it's late February. So that's aside the point. I wanted to spend this segment talking 49ers, and largely because I think we're getting close to a final decision for Kyle Shanahan on this defensive coordinator hire. And I think it's so fascinating that he can go a variety of directions based on the folks who've interviewed for this job. You look at maybe two of the prominent candidates who the 49ers have considered for this position thus far. Brandon Staley, fired as the head coach of the LA Chargers, did not connect with that team. It's pretty clear that Staley was not equipped to be a successful head coach in LA with the Chargers, and whether that's the dysfunction of the organization, whether that's his own doing, I truly don't know. Really don't know. But you juxtapose Brandon Staley, who doesn't really run the 49ers system, although John Lynch at his press conference said that he's flexible, he can run the 49ers system, that Staley could come in, he wouldn't rule out the idea of him being hired. You juxtapose Staley with the candidacy of the in-house consideration, and that's Daniel Bullocks, who is the 49ers' current defensive backs coach, kind of an up-and-comer in the NFL coaching world, has been with Kyle Shanahan and on staff, and it's two completely different directions. And that's not to say that that's a bad thing, because I, at one time, would have told you that you'd like to have your candidate, you'd like to have your coordinator in lockstep with the head coach. I've seen Major League Baseball franchises, NFL franchises, specifically the 49ers, where, the head coach and general manager and John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan are almost always in lockstep. They almost always are thinking similarly about the direction that they want to take the team and the franchise. And I think it's good when you've got that symmetry, that alignment. But also, as I learned in covering the San Francisco Giants with Farhan Zaidi and Gabe Kapler, I think sometimes too much of that symmetry, too much of that alignment can be a bad thing. And so you'd like to bring in people who challenge your ideas, who maybe don't go exactly according to your plan. And I wonder if Kyle would be willing to do that. If Brandon Staley is indeed the right coach, if Brandon Staley will be brought in to install his own defense or run the principal defense that Kyle Shanahan has used, essentially since he became the head coach of the 49ers, with Robert Saleh and D'Amico Ryans and now Steve Wilkes coming in and trying to adjust his own defensive principles to what Kyle wanted to run. And clearly that did not work out in 2023, at least according to Kyle Shanahan. It did not work out. And so you've got kind of, I don't want to say two ends of the spectrum here, because I think that Staley is more flexible than I initially thought at the beginning of the process based off of what John Lynch said. But also you've got Daniel Bullocks, and someone who can just run what the 49ers have run the last several years without bringing his own blitzing principles, without bringing his own significant wrinkles, because each coach will bring their own wrinkles. Each coach will have their own iteration of a defensive scheme. But you look at the two options, and that's not to say that those are the only two options, but you look at what's been presented, and I think it's interesting because I hope that every hiring process in sports, whether you're looking for a general manager, a head coach, a coordinator, a farm director in baseball, a G League coach in the NBA, I hope that every hiring process is used as a fact-finding mission. I hope you bring in people who are similar to you, and I hope you bring in people who are very different from you to interview for these jobs, because they're high-profile jobs, and you can't afford to get this wrong if you're Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers. Talked about this before, and I'll say it again. I don't think this window is going to be open forever. And I do think that 2024, the 49ers still have this championship window open. I still think that there's an opportunity for them to win a Super Bowl, even though this window's already been open for 5 years, and you rarely see championship windows stay open that long. But I think that it's important that each hiring process be a fact-finding mission to where you bring in the people that align with you and the people that challenge you. And I think that Steve Wilkes probably challenged Kyle Shanahan a little bit more than he would have liked, but that doesn't mean that he should be closed off to the idea of being challenged moving forward. Now, is that what's best for 49ers players? Is that what's best for Nick Bosa and Fred Warner and Eric Armstead and Javon Hargrave? I don't know. I don't know if they just want to go back to doing what DeMeco Ryans did. I don't know if they're more comfortable with someone who has very similar beliefs to what Kyle Shanahan thinks should be done on the defensive side of the ball. I can't say. But what I do know is that in the hiring process, you don't want to bring in 6 people who run the exact same defense and tell you that they're going to do exactly what you want. You need to be challenged. Kyle needs to be open to being challenged. And after a Super Bowl loss the second time in 5 years, the 49ers must be willing to adapt and change. So ultimately, I'm fascinated to see where this hire goes. I can't wait to see what the 49ers do here. And I do think that the championship window stays open if they make the right hire and the defense plays up to its caliber in 2024. I'm Kerry Crowley. On the other side, we'll welcome in some guests this evening. Jordan Elliott. I was about to say Jordan Hicks, not Giant starter Jordan Hicks. Jordan Elliott of NBC Sports Bay Area going to stop by, and then Greg Silver will join us as well. Still about 45, 50 minutes left to go here on Sports Zone KNBR. You're listening to KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
The nighttime is the right time for Sports Phone KNBR. Let's go on the sports leader. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
All right, we are back here on Sports Phone KNBR. Kerry Crowley rolling with you until 9 o'clock this evening, and it's a pleasure to welcome in our first guest of the night, courtesy of NBC Sports Bay Area. He does a little bit of everything, covers the Niners, covers the Dubs, basically covers the entire Bay Area sports scene. Is Jordan Elliott. Jordan, how are you this evening?
I'm doing fantastic. We had a nice, about a 2-week break from NFL stuff, and Combine's back, so right into the swing of things.
Yeah, Combine's back. 49ers have to make a first-round pick. 49ers have to hire a defensive coordinator, and I really kind of wanted to start with that. There's been a few names that have come out over the past few days. Daniel Bullock's their defensive backs coach, who would be an in-house hire. Brandon Staley, former Los Angeles Chargers coach, who would obviously bring a different system to the 49ers defense, and I think that's interesting, someone with head coach experience. Well, where do you see the 49ers ultimately landing with this hire for Kyle Shanahan?
You know, I've swayed a few times on this. At first, I was kind of convinced that they were going to go with a more splashy outside hire. I know the recent result of him as a head coach don't really excite people, but I thought Brandon Staley made a lot of sense just based on his familiarity with the scheme, with the division. He was the Rams defensive coordinator when they had the number one defense in football in 2020, which is what vaulted him into that head coaching job with the Chargers. And I just think it's very important to separate the job somebody does as a head coach versus what they do as a coordinator. Steve Spagnuolo is now looked at as like the premier defensive coordinator in the league. He's won multiple Super Bowls with the Chiefs. If you look at his head coaching tenure that he had, it wasn't fantastic. And I think that that's something to keep in mind if somebody like Staley does remain in the mix. But I do think that there is something with the Bullock's interview as well. He not only is familiar with the scheme and familiar with the coaches and the players having been there with the organization since 2019, but I think that there is a desire to really enhance what they're doing on the back end, because I think they have pieces now, whereas when Kyle first got there, when they made that first run in 2019, everything was so predicated on the front seven. You had this just incredible defensive line. You had great linebackers, and the secondary was good, but I think now you're looking at it where you have multiple all-pros on the back end of your defense. Can they bring in a guy who can really mesh that fearsome front seven with these pieces you have on the back end now? And somebody like Bullock's, to me, makes a lot of sense because he does have the experience working day-to-day with linebackers coach Johnny Holland and with Chris Kasarik on the defensive line. So when I look at it from that standpoint, I think an internal hire, while it may not be splashy, maybe makes the most sense to really maximize that group of talent they have with those 11 guys on defense.
Yeah, that certainly makes a lot of sense to me. And I kind of love the way you break it down and the way that he works with Chris Kasarik on the defensive line, Johnny Holland, who's also in the front seven coaching the linebackers. And of course, that brings me to, what are they going to do with no Drake Greenlaw to start the season? But that's aside from the point right now, Jordan. So I want to ask you this question. For the first time in a while, the 49ers have a first-round pick, albeit a late first-round pick. If you rank their maybe top 2 or 3 positions of need, do you think the 49ers will ultimately fill one of those needs? Could they go best player available? How do you see this shaking out with pick number 31? And maybe do they trade it? Who knows? What's your early prediction on this a couple months out from the NFL draft?
I feel like people aren't going to want to hear this, but I strongly believe they're going to take a defensive lineman if a couple of the players who are kind of mocked in that area right now are still on the board. Darius Robinson from Missouri is a very intriguing prospect who's kind of slated to go in that area. I think he would be a fantastic fit. Chop Robinson is another guy from Penn State who I think really could fill a void they've had on the edge, because Chase Young kind of covered up some of the warts they had. He obviously played really well in the Super Bowl and had some big games for them down the stretch, but they really have lacked a preeminent edge rusher opposite Nick Bosa since Dee Ford got hurt and kind of just, 2020, 2021 were lost season. So really since 2019, they haven't had that just preeminent number 2 you could count on. Last year, including the playoffs and regular season, Nick Bosa had 122 pressures. The next closest player on the team was Javon Hargrave with 64. So, and he's an interior lineman. So you have Bosa that's doubling up the next closest guy in terms of getting pressures on the opposing quarterbacks. I really think they need to find a guy that can help balance out that defensive line. And I know offensive line's kind of a pressing need. That would probably be my second spot on this list. I think they do need to solidify that right side a little bit. Having Trent Williams anchor your left side covers up a lot of things. Aaron Banks has been really good, but as we saw in the Super Bowl, there was some issues with communications, protections, and things like that. And I wouldn't be opposed to them going offensive line that early, but I really think for the value there, if you can get one of these really athletic edge rushers that you can mold into a player under Chris Kacerek that can really complement Nick Bosa, I think that's the biggest thing that can vault the team not only immediately but in the long run as well, where you have a guy for 4, maybe 5 years on a rookie deal that can really contribute on that defense.
No, I totally agree with you on that front. You convinced me that a pass rusher is the way to go, because I came into our conversation kind of touting right tackle or addressing the right side of the offensive line. But the more that I think about it, Jordan, and with the way that the cap seems to have shaken out, with it being a higher cap than we anticipated at 255 and some change, I wonder if the 49ers would be willing to not only extend Brandon Ayuk, but maybe find someone via free agency who could help them on the offensive line, whereas it's so rare to find those premium pass rushers available in free agency, because they all seem to sign extensions with their teams, that maybe the best way to build this team is through the draft and then signing someone via free agency. Do you think there could be any sort of room? I don't know if you've thought about or mapped out what an Ayuk extension would look like, but do the 49ers have the ability in your mind to maybe make one external addition this year?
Yeah, I absolutely think they can. And I think the biggest luxury they have is that they have Brock Purdy on that rookie contract right now, where he's still making a just remarkably small amount of money considering the production he's putting out. It's very unprecedented. And I think that it's put them in a position now where you can work the restructures. There's a lot of financial gymnastics you can go through with some of those veteran players, where when they sign those big extensions over the last few seasons, Kittle and Warner and Armstead and some of these guys, Hargrave last season, they mapped those extensions out with the understanding that should they come to an offseason like they're in now, you can kind of push defer some of those payments, move bonuses around, do all those things that you can to maneuver the cap. And I think that you're getting to a point now where the team's set up to be successful for the foreseeable future, but that window of being one of those elite teams where you really are the cream of the crop in the NFL, those windows are fleeting. And I think that there's a sense of urgency where they know they were a play or two away from being Super Bowl champions this season, and they're bringing back most of that core. And they really have, I don't want to throw out the last dance terminology, but you really are getting to a point where some of these guys are getting up there in age. Kittle's getting older, Armstead's getting older, and not to say that they're going to drop off in production, rapidly, but you can't expect to play at this level forever. And I think that there is a sense of urgency where it's like, if we push these payments down a little bit and we pay the piper down the road a little bit, that's a sacrifice we're willing to make to take advantage of a team that we feel is capable of winning a Super Bowl. And, based on the track record the last few seasons, I know they didn't reach the ultimate goal, but they've been knocking on the door every season for the last 3. And that's something that I think you just have to go all in while you can. And you kind of worry about tomorrow when tomorrow comes, right?
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. And I've said it, so don't feel bad about bringing up the conversation. I do think that next year is kind of the end of the window for the 49ers. Not to say that they couldn't do something in 2025, but I think it just gets so much more difficult the further down the road you get. And so I'm all for being realistic about this. I'm all for saying push in the chips while you still have a few chips left to push in. Jordan Elliott of NBC Sports Bay Area, kind enough to join us here on Sports Phone KNBR. And Jordan, let's flip gears a little bit and talk about the Golden State Warriors. And it's a team that's now 8-2 in its last 10 games. Last night, kind of an ugly win against a hapless Washington Wizards team, but they got the win anyway. What do you see as the ceiling for this team right now? Because I think that's a discussion I've had with some of our callers on KNBR in recent weeks, and we kind of go back and forth. I don't know that anyone really sees it as a championship ceiling, but I think it varies to the degree of how far they can get in the Western Conference playoffs.
It's so hard, Kerry, because it's obvious, the core is aging, and it's not, the same Warriors team they were a few seasons ago, even a couple years ago when they won in 2022. But there's just, to me, this mystical aura around that core 3 where it's like, as long as those 3 guys are healthy in the playoffs, it's so hard for me to count them out in a series against anybody. I definitely think it's not realistic to view them as, favorites or among the elite contending teams. But when you look at the top of the Western Conference, you have teams like Minnesota, Oklahoma City, who have these, really young athletic players who've surged out to these great records during the regular season. But that postseason is an entirely different game of basketball. And I could really see a scenario if the Warriors continue on this hot streak, if they are the 6-7 seed, they upset one of those teams that maybe had a superior record in the regular season and has these young athletic, players, and they have a lot of length and they're really good on defense just because there's a different level of pressure there. And these guys have gone through every possible scenario you can envision over the last decade or so with their playoff run. So, the way I look at it, I think they can win a series or two. I think that they definitely have the chops to make a run. And, honestly, the only team that I really look at where I'm like, they just don't match up well with them is Denver. And I think that's been proven. Even a couple nights ago, they had that, big lead. Everything looked great. And then in a blink of an eye, it's tied at halftime after they had a 16-point lead with a few minutes to go in the first half. So I think that it's a situation where you kind of take it a series at a time, but say Denver gets upset by somebody else in the playoffs, maybe the Warriors get a little bit of help, and then you start to envision a path where it's like, hey, Steph Curry has shown that he's still one of the best players, if not the best players in the NBA. Draymond is Draymond. Klay, since he's been in the six-man role, has been absolutely fantastic. So I think they're capable of winning a couple series, but I also, as long as those three players are together, I feel like they can't be counted out of any series, if that's a fair answer at this point. But I also think it's very unrealistic to say, hey, I think they're going to win a championship this year, because they've shown time and time again that it's just championship teams don't lose games the way they have this season. So unless something drastically changes in the next couple months, it would be fairly unrealistic to expect that.
Yeah, I think a couple things, and I agree with you here, need to happen for the Warriors to make this postseason fun. One, they obviously have to get out of the play-in. If not, it's just kind of back to square one. But if they do, if Denver gets upset, then it can get really fun. Then you can start imagining some possibilities. So I'll ask you this, Jordan. A few weeks ago, I would have said maybe the most interesting storyline surrounding the Warriors for the rest of this season could have been maybe Steve Kerr's contract, just because I thought that you never know if it's time for him to walk away, how he's feeling now that Bob Myers has transitioned to his role in the media, and he gets this 2-year, $35 million extension that lines up with Steph Curry. So that's out of the equation right now. To you, what's the most interesting storyline or development that you'll be watching with the Warriors down the stretch?
Honestly, I think it's the continued ascension of Jonathan Kuminga. I think he's a guy that really, if they are going to make a run like that during the playoffs, so much of it is going to be reliant on him, because as good as Steph is, as good as Klay's been coming off the bench, as much as Draymond's helped since he's been back, to me, Kuminga's the one guy that they really have that consistently this season has been able to create his own shots and has been able to beat guys off the dribble, which is so important when you are going up against these young athletic wings on other teams. Wiggins obviously did that a couple seasons ago, and he's had flashes this year where he's looked pretty good. But to me, Kuminga's the guy where he's done it consistently, and he's by far the best athlete on the team. So if he's able to turn into a guy in the playoffs where he's giving them 20 points a night and he's able to, handle a few possessions on the defensive end against another team's top scorer, primary ball handler, it really does elevate the just overall ceiling of the team. And you're starting to see, like, Gary Payton's back now. We're seeing the impact he's having defensively. Podziemski and Trace Jackson-Davis are taking strides. Like, there are pieces there to make a run, but I just feel like they really need something from Kuminga, which I think he's capable of delivering. We just haven't really gotten the chance to see him on that postseason stage be a guy that's going to be featured in a way that he could be this year. So I'm really interested to see how he handles that when that time comes.
Yeah, certainly fascinating. So I guess the last one I'll leave you with is this, just because it's fresh in my mind after last night, seeing Jordan Poole come off the bench for a Wizards team that, look, it's late February now, and they still haven't won their 10th game of the season. What happens with Jordan Poole and Washington, and can he dig out of this and recreate some magic for his NBA career? Because I certainly had so much fun watching him during the 2022 season, and I really do hope for the best for him.
It's mind-boggling to me, Kerry. I don't understand what happened, because he had spurts during his rookie season where, there was a lot of growing pains and there was a lot of reasons why he was consistently sent down to Santa Cruz and had those G League stints early on. But he was such a vital piece of a championship team. And to do that at such a young age on that stage, the natural assumption is always going to be, wow, this is only the beginning. Like, we're going up from here. And I don't know if it's mental. I don't know if it's just, there's something else going on, but I know the talent is still there, and the NBA will always find a place for guys that can create buckets and can create buckets on their own. So I definitely think he is going to be given the time and the leeway to figure things out. And given the way contracts are structured in the NBA, at this point, Washington really doesn't have a choice. Their best bet is going to be to find a way to ride it out and figure it out. But it's one of those things where there has to be something going on behind the scenes, in my opinion, because I don't see how a guy can go from being such a prominent, member of a championship team with an organization with the kind of pedigree the Warriors have, where you're surrounded by Hall of Fame players and seeing the work ethic they put in and day out, and to go from that to this in such a short amount of time, I feel like it's so unprecedented. And I struggle to think of another example of a player like that that was such a prominent, member of a championship team at a young age, who a couple seasons later is on a cellar dweller team and can't even start for them. Like it's just mind-boggling to me. So I hope for his sake he figures it out. He was a major reason that the Warriors were able to add another championship to their resume. So I hope he can, but it's not looking good right now. And I don't know how you get out of a tailspin like this, but hopefully he finds a way to do it.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, and we can continue to hope for the best. But one thing that we will definitely do is continue following your work at NBC Sports Bay Area. Jordan, thank you so much for joining us here on Sports Phone KNBR. Always feel like I learned something when we have you on, so really do appreciate your time this evening.
Absolutely. Anytime, Terry. Thank you so much for having me on.
All right, he is Jordan Elliott, and that was fun. Talking Dubs, talking 49ers, and hey, let's keep the Warriors conversation rolling as we wrap up this show here on Wednesday evening, well over halfway through the week here on KNBR. We're going to finish things up tonight talking Dubs with a voice that's becoming increasingly familiar here on KNBR, our friend Greg Silver. You hear him every evening after the Dubs games with John Dickinson on Dubs OT. You can see him manning the board, and he hosts some of these sports phones. So I think he was even in here last night. I don't know. I was off in Indianapolis at the Combine, and no one really cares about that. So when we come back, Greg Silver talking Dubs. You're listening. Sports Phone KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
Sound off on the sports leader. Sports phone KNBR keeps rolling. Live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, we are back here on Sports Phone KNBR. Kerry Crowley hanging with you just a bit longer until 9 o'clock this evening, and it's a pleasure to welcome in our guest. He covers the Warriors here on KNBR alongside John Dickinson with Dubs OT. You've heard him on Sports Phone KNBR this week already. Greg Silver. Greg, how are you this evening?
I'm doing well, Kerry. You know, if a lot of people texted me on my day off, I would have completely ignored them. But because it was you, I actually picked up the phone and thought it would be a great idea to do a little segment on the Dubs.
Yeah, we just can't get enough Greg Silver here at KNBR. So, Greg, 123-112 win over the hapless, hopeless, and dare I say heartless Washington Wizards on Tuesday evening for the Golden State Warriors. Not the prettiest win of all time, and I guess there's a few ways to look at this. I'll present one to you. The Warriors struggled on the road against one of the worst teams in the NBA. That can't bode well. Or Steph Curry had a terrible night shooting, and the Warriors still won. They have a little bit of margin for error now, and maybe that wouldn't have happened earlier in the season. How did you look at last night's game?
I look at it as you got to win games that you're supposed to win, pretty ugly or otherwise. So if you're the Warriors and you're the 10th seed, I know now they're 9 after last night, you can't really be complaining about how you get wins. It's got to be, all right, one game at a time. Just get it done. They've blown a lot of games this year that they probably should have won. They've had more than a handful that they would have liked to have back. So, yeah, maybe you didn't look great against one of the worst teams in the NBA and your best players going through a mini slump right now. Look, Kerry, if Steph Curry having a mini slump is at the top of the list of concerns, that's a pretty nice list of concerns for the Warriors given where this season has taken them. So, yeah, obviously it's not a long-term and sustainable solution for them to have their best players struggle or to come out a little bit sloppy on the road. But you got to take the wins where they come, and they are 3-1 since the All-Star break. They did lose to a team that's a little better than them and the defending champs, and I think you just got to stay the course.
Yeah, well said. And I want to ask you kind of about the big storylines from last night's game. The first one that pops off the page to me, Chris Paul's return and how the Warriors reintegrate him into this lineup, when he plays, who he plays with. Chris Paul, 22 minutes last night, 9 points off the bench. But Greg, the big stat to me, his plus-minus, a plus 17, such a stabilizing force even at this juncture of his career. What did you make of Chris Paul's return and maybe what his role could look like moving forward?
I've been very pro Chris Paul since he was brought in last summer. And I know that he's not a perfect player, right? But you offloaded Jordan Poole's contract, which proved to be a very large mistake for the amount of money you gave him. You were able to get away with that and kind of start fresh. Yes, I know he's old. Yes, I know he cannot stay healthy for the duration of a whole season and potentially a postseason. That said, he does fulfill certain purposes, and for those purposes, he has fully delivered on this Golden State Warriors roster. He's been a complete playmaker. He has made guys like second-unit Klay Thompson or young Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody way more productive around him. He is a grown-up who will probably not throw careless turnovers when you're trying to protect a lead in the fourth quarter, which has been a big problem for the Warriors this year. So I was really pleased with Chris Paul's return. And, yes, I know it's the Washington Wizards. Now, you look at both Wizards games, I think those might have been two of Chris Paul's best games of the whole year, but it's his first game back in almost 2 months, and it was the first time we got to see that Klay Thompson, Chris Paul unit work together. So, yeah, you're going to be playing some better opponents coming up, but if we're just going to go off of the one-game sample size that we had last night, I don't think there's really anything to complain about, and Chris Paul clearly is not only a playmaker, but he's going to elevate other people within that second unit.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about the Chris Paul, Klay Thompson unit because you get the word that Andrew Wiggins is out for personal reasons. The Warriors don't have a timetable right now as to when he returns. And you think, okay, maybe this is when Steve Kerr slides Klay Thompson back into the starting lineup, but he doesn't do that. He opts to go with Moses Moody in the starting lineup, 23 minutes, 12 points for Moody. And I wanted to ask you about both Moody's play and about Klay Thompson because it really feels like he works so well with Chris Paul. And it feels to me like any time we see extended run from Moses Moody, he does positive things. He makes contributions. And to me, Greg, he should be a part of this Warriors rotation moving forward.
Yeah, well, I think there's a lot of things that you can look at, and it's funny because it's a one-game sample size, right? Like, we had that one-game sample size of Klay Thompson coming off the bench, and there was the All-Star break, so it was a whole week of, oh, well, bench Klay, he had such a great game, but we haven't really seen much more of it. Then, as of late, it has been much better. To the point of Klay Thompson staying on the bench, I think first and foremost, Steve Kerr has been better at managing his rotations and his players and their personalities way more than he has gotten credit for, which is wild to say about somebody that has coached this team to 4 championships. But I do firmly stand by that. So I think it wasn't just why not? Let's just throw Moses Moody in because he hasn't been getting in the rotation. I think Steve Kerr has seen that Klay Thompson has been in a much better mindset and frame of mind. And weirdly, I think having 2 Hall of Famers who are on the back end of their careers getting to come off the bench together kind of makes it easier on the other, right? Because it's like they're not in this alone. It doesn't feel as much like a punishment. It just feels like, hey, this is kind of the needs of the team. I need you both to fulfill this certain role. Clearly you can do it very well, as we saw last night, and let's just see where it goes from there.
Yeah, very well said. Greg Silver, kind enough to join us here on his night off at KNBR. He's off from running the board or hosting Sports Phone, but we needed Greg's analysis of the Golden State Warriors as they're beginning this long road trip with this East Coast swing, and they'll take on the Knicks tomorrow night, Greg, and I'll ask you about that in a moment. But one last question about the Wizards game. I obviously have not watched a lot of Wizards basketball this year. I doubt you've watched a lot of Wizards basketball this year, and I pity anyone who has, but Jordan Poole off the bench, 29 minutes for this Wizards team, 12 points, 5 of 17 shooting. I've seen this called in recent weeks the worst contract in the NBA. What do you make of Jordan Poole, the Wizards, the fit, and what they do moving forward?
I think it's a difficult situation for Jordan Poole, and obviously having watched him in the Bay for a few years and seeing him go from a guy that was spending time in the G League to an undoubtedly key piece on a championship team, you should want the best for him if you are a fan of this team. And I think it was tough the way he went out. I think very clearly it's been the right move for the Warriors to move on from him, albeit, you had the incident with Draymond Green last year, and it wasn't really fair given that he was kind of the victim of that and then got pushed out of the building and across the country to a team that really just doesn't know exactly what they're doing at all. And I think if we're just going to talk about his play strictly for the moment, look, basketball's hard. Like, when you get on the scouting report, it's a whole different deal. We've seen Jonathan Kuminga have a crazy stretch of games, and then he levels off for a few games. Not that he's been bad, but it just hasn't been that 25-point on 10 of 12 shooting efficiency that we've been seeing. And, Kuminga has done a really good job responding to that. Brandon Podziemski, all of a sudden getting a lot more minutes. He was in the starting role. He was in the closing role. You look at him against Denver and you're like, okay, yeah, spot the rookie on the floor. I think you can. And so I think with Poole, it's like, I do wish the best for him. I don't think that this is necessarily the end of his career, but it is certainly a stark contrast to go from one of the best run organizations in the entire NBA, where they are going to take your strengths and make them shine, to a team that doesn't really know what they're doing at all. Front office makes questionable decisions. They don't really play defense. Oh, and you're kind of like one of 2 focal points for opposing teams that are probably going to come in and beat you. So I just think it's a brutal contrast for him. I don't think this is necessarily the end for Poole, and I certainly hope it's not.
Yeah, I hope not either. I mean, this is someone who, like you said, Greg, was such a focal point for the 2022 title squad. I remember how important he was during the second half of that season, helping the Warriors throughout that playoff run and in the championship series against Boston. So I really do hope that there are better days ahead for Jordan Poole. Let's flip gears a little bit and talk about tomorrow night's matchup for the Warriors against the New York Knicks. Obviously, no Andrew Wiggins right now. Jalen Brunson, the Knicks All-Star, questionable for that game. What do the Warriors miss most when Wiggins is unavailable and not in this lineup?
Well, first and foremost, I think the internet's had a lot of fun with Andrew Wiggins taking another leave of absence around a very similar time frame as he did last year. So all of those comments aside, I sincerely do want the best for Andrew Wiggins, and I hope that whatever is keeping him out of the lineup right now is a short-term thing. I hope that everything is okay with him and his family. And I think for the Warriors, like, yes, it's always bigger than basketball, but especially this season when you look at everything they've had to go through and the passing of Decky. So, yes, if they're going to reach their ceiling, they will need Andrew Wiggins at some point, but they also need Andrew Wiggins to be in the right frame of mind and truly himself. And if tending to his family first is what needs to happen right now, then good for you, Andrew Wiggins. You should have the full support of your local fan base. If we're going to flip it back to basketball and what it's going to look like, I think what they're missing with Andrew Wiggins, and John Dickinson and I have talked about this a lot, which is he's kind of your only true small forward on the roster. The Warriors clearly don't like playing Jonathan Kuminga at the 3. They see him much more of a 4 in the power forward slot. Klay Thompson's not really a 3 because of how the injuries have sort of impacted his lateral movement and ability to defend more athletic and younger wings. Pajemski's too small. I think Moody, as much as I love to see him get more minutes and more opportunity, isn't really a true 3. So I think that's going to be the trickiest thing to navigate for Steve Kerr. Now, that being said, I would like to see Moses Moody. Gosh, I'm turning into Kendrick Perkins over here. I would like to see Moses Moody get minutes while guys are out, just because he was starting to do that and then fell into the unfortunate trap of getting a calf strain and missing time when it would have been a nice window for him. I think he's been one of the more mature members of this roster, especially for his age and how he's handled himself. So that would be nice to see him get a shot in New York. I think it's going to be a tough test for them just playing at the Garden. I think the Knicks' defensive rating since trading for OG Anunoby has been ridiculous. It was number 1 at one point. I haven't checked to see if it still is at the very top. But the point being, they're a really good defensive team, and the Warriors are going to have to play efficiently and have to make shots and find the right combinations, which has been kind of the tale of the whole season. I think if you can win one of these next 2 and you get that back-to-back in Toronto the following night, I think you can kind of live with it. If you lose both and then you got to go play Boston on Sunday, that puts you in a little bit of a hole that the Warriors, frankly, don't want to have to be in right now.
Yeah, I was actually just about to ask you an optimistically framed question. You know, I see this Warriors team 8-2 in their last 10 games. This is a team that has looked significantly different since Draymond Green came back. Now they get Chris Paul in the lineup. And of course, no Andrew Wiggins, but they proved that they could weather the storm against the Wizards, which again, it's the Wizards. So how much stock are you going to put into that? But you've got an opportunity. You know, if you knock off the Knicks at the Garden, then you can make it 3 in a row with a win over a hapless Raptors team. Greg, the Warriors right now are 4 games out of the 5th seed in the Western Conference. What is the ceiling for this team during the regular season?
My ceiling, and I've said this a few times on air now, so if anyone has listened to all my hits, they're probably half rolling their eyes of like, oh no, we know it's coming again. I said the goal is 22-7 after the All-Star break. They're currently 3-1. I know 22-7 is a lot to ask. That's not necessarily because I think that's what the Warriors can reach, but I think if you're going to look big picture and go, how do they get out of the play-in tournament and into the top 6? Well, you look at teams like a Sacramento who are having a pretty similar season to what they had last year when they went 48-34, except they're stuck in that 7-8 slot on a pretty similar win trajectory. So it's not so much to do with the Warriors themselves as it is, hey, look at the behemoth of the Western Conference, and let's just be realistic about it for a moment. I mean, for as well as the Warriors have been playing lately, Kerry, they are still the 9th seed, would still have to do a sudden death game, which, yeah, right now it would be at home, but you go and lose to LeBron James and the Lakers, you're out, and you're not even playing in the playoffs. So I like what I'm seeing. I think they have found an identity. I like that Wiggins and Kuminga have been able to coexist on the floor together with Draymond Green, because those two not being able to play at the same time was a big problem in the first half of the season. But if you're the Warriors, you just got to take this one game at a time, little by little, because if you start looking too big picture and paying too much attention to your Dallas or New Orleans or Sacramento or Phoenix and their schedule, you're going to get off track, and it's not going to matter at all.
Yeah, I think incredibly well said, Greg. And one last one for you here. I hate doing this in basketball because so much of this is situational, and it's hard to predict things on a game-by-game basis. But maybe I'm just excited because I love any time you watch the Warriors at the Garden. What's your prediction for Thursday night against this Knicks team that you know is great on defense, but Steph often shows up at the Garden? So what do you have in mind for Thursday?
Well, I think one thing about Steph Curry is that he had a Hall of Fame career even before that fourth ring in 2022 and was one of the best players of his era and definitely in that top 20 conversation of all time. But weirdly enough, when you look at 2022 and what he did Game 4 when the Warriors needed to win in Boston and tie that series 2-2, ultimately went on to win his elusive Finals MVP. I think from that moment forward, he's kind of taken it to another level where it doesn't really matter how defenses will play him or how difficult things are on paper, and he can just do what some of those transcendent greats have done, which is just kind of elevate in a way and take over in a way that a very select few in the history of the game have been able to do. So I would not be surprised one bit if the Knicks play a great defensive game tomorrow. I would not be surprised if the Warriors lose and Steph Curry still goes about 40 and kind of snaps out of this mini spell. I hope they are able to win, but I do think, again, worrying about the Steph Curry mini slump is at the absolute bottom of the list of concerns for the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, very well said, Greg. Thank you so much for joining us here on your night off on Sports Phone KNBR, and look forward to hearing you on with JD tomorrow night after Warriors-Knicks.
Oh, you know it. We got the home stretch coming. It's every day, even if I'm not in the studio, the brain is just packing with this content. So have a great rest of the show, Carrie, and even though Derek was making silly comments to me, hooking me up to this interview, I still like him too.
All right, he is Greg Silver, and that will do it for our show here this evening. Want to thank everyone with Sports Phone KNBR who made this production a possibility. So great to be back from the NFL Combine, sitting here talking with you, talking 49ers football, Warriors basketball, and of course the way that we started the show, the winless in Cactus League play, for what that matters, San Francisco Giants. So want to thank Rafael Corral for making this production a success. Want to thank everyone at the studio, including Derek Papa, who helped us out earlier in the afternoon, and our great guests this evening, Jordan Elliott and Greg Silver, and of course, all of you loyal callers who made tonight so much fun. So I'm Kerry Crowley signing off for the evening. We'll be back on tomorrow night, a much briefer episode of Sports Phone KNBR, as you've got Warriors and Knicks coming your way from the Garden tomorrow afternoon on the West Coast. Of course, then you'll have Warriors Dubs OT, I should say, coming your way immediately following that game. So that's my cue to get out of this show and send you on for the rest of the evening. Thank you so much for listening. I'm Kerry Crowley signing off from KNBR 104.5 680, the Sports Leader.